Draining the swamp. There was no real sense of orderliness to my jumbled attempts to set my life more in line with my vision of the future, yet there was rich vitality, innocence, and a naivete to just how brutal and nasty life can really become. In some sense, I really didn't understand how young I was, and I put a lot of pressure on myself to succeed, and to do it quickly. These efforts lacked good direction and were often undercut by their own vitality. These attempts to break free of my circumstances comprised the rich soil that filled my life in these years. This swamp of my life would have to be drained before I could transform it into the fertile garden it would become. And it was drained by a series of family problems to which I diverted my energy in order to solve. It took time and patience for the man I was then to navigate the waters of tragic circumstances that strike all families and people at one time or another. Every one of these tragedies and attempts to improve my standard of living are filled with equal parts hope and sorrow, but they all shaped me into the man I became. My therapist, Marilyn, suggested that I may want to consider becoming a teacher, and I thought, why not consider that as an option? In many ways, I felt tied to the area where I lived because of family obligations and because of my housing arrangements. I decided to visit the University of Alabama in Huntsville, UAH, to see what it could offer in the field of education. I met with a counselor in the English department. The white-haired male professor I met quickly dissuaded me from the idea of becoming a teacher and instead asked me to consider entering a master's program for those who wanted to become technical writers. Companies hired technical writers to help write product manuals or other necessary documents. The technical writing program was a branch of the English department and was highly related to writing composition. Writing composition is the study of how to write, as opposed to English literature, which is so widely studied in English departments. The idea appealed to me immediately, and I quickly registered for the program without fully understanding what the discipline entailed. I took out a loan for my tuition and books and proudly informed my family, friends, and therapist of what I intended to do. I resigned my position at the mall so I could focus all of my attention on my studies. I felt enormously relieved to be able to lay down the 10-gallon hat, which was part of the security guard uniform. To me, it symbolized my inability to make it in the professional world. I remember purchasing my books and reveling in the syllabus, which I felt was my key to a brighter future. One of the most dynamic changes that occurred in my life was that I had officially entered the computer age. My technical writing advisor, whom I'll call Dr. Williams, told me that I had to purchase a computer and enroll in Computer Science 101. I'd already taken and passed Computer Science 101 7 years earlier when I was a freshman at the University of Alabama. The difference, though, was that when I had taken computer science before, the entire subject seemed a great deal more incomprehensible than it did in 1999. A more accurate way to describe the situation was that it was now a completely different science altogether. In 1992, understanding computers meant knowing how to write in the seemingly incomprehensible computer code necessary to execute any function. I squeaked through the class with a C, primarily by understanding everything I could about the nature of the computer hardware, which was where a little less than half the points for the class were derived. I also did much begging and pleading with other students to help me along with the labs involving the unfathomable computer code. By the end of the class, I felt so relieved at having gotten through it that I certainly never contemplated taking another computer course until this point. In 1999, everything was different. With the advent of Microsoft Windows, icons had replaced the ghastly computer code, and navigating the computer was less complex for the user than it had ever been before. It was comparable to taking a class on sewing 50 years before the invention of the sewing machine, and then taking the same class 5 years after it had been developed. Another apt analogy would be taking a class on journalism the year before removing typewriters from the classroom and bringing in word processors. This actually occurred to me when I was a sophomore in college. The internet was also in common use in 1999, and it was not in 1992. I managed to cross the digital divide, which was now more traversable than ever before. At one moment, I was disconnected from the world, and in the next, I was completely integrated into an immeasurable volume of data and communication. Learning to navigate the web, though, was only part of what I learned at UAH. I was there, after all, to learn more about writing, a craft I had honed in some measure during my earlier college years. Writing about the process of writing, I learned, can be a very arduous practice. I had to find a topic related to writing that I could make my own for research. One topic of interest to me was a field known as cognitive recording. This was, in effect, the study of measuring people's cognitions or thought patterns by utilizing various testing techniques on paper. If this topic of research sounds vague and likely difficult to find much material on, this was in fact the case, or at least it was in 1999. The other students, who were mostly women, seemed to have little difficulty in finding topics they wanted to research and had a great deal of material supporting them. In fact, many already had technical jobs, which they could draw on for information in order to support their research. I began to feel like I had to find some kind of employment while in school to provide additional income. I asked my technical writing advisor, Dr. Williams, if she could help me. I hoped to make an entrance into the professional workforce before I completed graduate school. While her initial reaction seemed to indicate that she could not understand why I would want to work while doing intense research, she decided to help me. Her first attempt was to set up an interview at the school library for me to work as an assistant librarian. After the interview, I was informed politely that I would not be getting the job. The next prospect Dr. Williams offered me was a non-paid internship for a firm who was designing a new software package. I was interested because I thought that this might lead to paid employment, so I interviewed with the firm. They were more than happy to accept my services. As it turned out, they were located in a small storefront and were working on a program to create software for medical billing. I became interested in the entire process. I soon discovered that the firm I was with wanted me to provide an enormous amount of unpaid and tedious labor. They wanted me to create time-consuming lists of medical information and to write various pieces of literature for the company, including its mission statement. In the meantime, I was expected to do the research required for writing several 15 to 20-page papers. I had difficulty wrapping my mind around cognitive recording, the complicated field of study I had elected to write the papers on, and I could only find one or two papers related to that field of study. I found myself further and further behind in gathering and processing the information I would need in order to write these lengthy papers. Feeling overwhelmed, I made the rather unwise decision of dropping out of school altogether without even informing my advisor. I then had to explain this decision to both my family and to my therapist. I could read in their facial expressions feelings of disappointment. Some months later, I walked into the Huntsville Public Library just as Dr. Williams was walking out. She turned her head away from me and did not speak. I was quite embarrassed by this encounter, but was not completely shocked by her reaction. As it turned out, though, I had other problems. These were closer to the school of hard knocks, so frequently mentioned by people who have lived long enough to face difficult circumstances. During the fall of 1999, I was spending a great deal of time driving back and forth from Birmingham visiting with Rob, one of my high school friends. We spent time together on again and off again throughout our young years. Rob worked as a civil engineer for an oil pipe company, while his roommate Jimmy, another high school friend, worked as a junior executive in an insurance firm. Their success appeared so natural, much like my friend Tommy's, that it made the tragedy of my own circumstances and the difficulty I was experiencing in obtaining a profession seem all the more palpable. We toured Birmingham's available nightlife on occasion and watched a lot of football together. They'd graduated from Auburn and I from Alabama, but we were able to live with this difference well enough to be able to enjoy the games of both teams while together. I pursued women during these visits. I was fond of one woman in particular who lived in Birmingham, whom I'll call Karen. Karen was my age and had attended the same high school. She had been successfully maintaining a career in pharmaceutical sales. Our relationship evolved into little more than a friendship, though it was clear to everyone that I wanted more. We met once or twice in Huntsville and Birmingham, though nothing non-platonic ever materialized. Once, we met at the movie theater in Huntsville, where we watched the new James Bond film, which was her favorite type of movie. There was also the rather awkward date we had, in which I drove to the top of the hill where many wealthy families lived, and became lost in the maze of expensive houses in search of her family's mansion. I finally had to stop at the family home of one of my friends from Birmingham to ask for directions. The fact that my old friend knew I had a mental illness, and additionally that I had not visited for years, made for a rather uncomfortable set of circumstances. After a while, I got the directions I needed to find my way to my date. Finally, late, I arrived at my date's parents' palatial home. My heightened feelings of nervousness only became more pronounced as I met Karen's parents for the first time. I felt a wave of disapproval wash over me as I met them. The fumbling words I used to describe my family's heritage to her father, who was a doctor, sounded clownish to my own ears. I was always aware that I had no profession and no idea of what I was going to do with my life. Neither Karen nor her parents knew that I had mental illness. This was another harsh reality I had to face. Before the onset of my mental illness, parents of women I dated had always approved of me, even if I had a difficult time impressing their daughters enough to get to that point in the first place. Now that advantage was gone, at least in the case of these parents, and I was left floundering in their presence. Karen and I spent a long time talking on the telephone, and our two groups of friends ended up spending a lot more time with one another. I had a number of other friends from Huntsville who were living in Birmingham, and I enjoyed spending time with them all. After dropping out of technical writing school, I began searching for a job so I could fully participate in the social sphere to which I was aspiring. I planned to do this by entering the job placement program at the University of Alabama, since I'd graduated from the school 3 years before. I thought that this was something I should have done when I first graduated from UA. The people at the program helped me to put together a resume, and I used my newly acquired computer skills to apply for a number of jobs through the program. I received interviews for a number of business jobs with corporations, including a well-known toy company, a food distribution company, and a popular sports apparel store. The interviewers were uninterested when they learned that I had not majored in a business field. The men who interviewed me for a position as a manager in a sports apparel store, however, seemed enthusiastic about hiring me, despite my lack of formal education in business. This duo, consisting of one man in his 40s and one new hire as green as me, seemed very charming and eager to have me on board their ship, up until the point when they asked about my credit history. My credit rating was poor. I had incurred a heavy burden of hospital bills and had been in a position where I had little or no money to pay some credit card debts I had incurred. The older leader of the two men, who had been eager to hire me only a moment before, now informed me that he believed that having bad credit was evidence of a serious character flaw and dismissively terminated the interview. It became clear to me that my inability to pay the enormous medical bills I had incurred had effectively barred me from the business professions. Feeling disillusioned, I went back to the mall, dragging my tail between my legs, and asked to get back into my old security job. My boss, Rick, was a retired military policeman from the Army. He'd worked at the mall for many years. He told me that he would hire me again, but that he could not hire me back a second time if I decided to resign again. This seemed to be some kind of universal workplace norm, and I took his words seriously. I circled the mall relentlessly, feeling embarrassed all over again for finding myself in these circumstances, yet at the same time feeling grateful for the income and physical exercise my job provided me. My working hours ended the frequent visits to my friends in Birmingham, since I was on the clock at the mall every weekend. I maintained my relationship with them primarily over the telephone. I also maintained telephonic contact with Karen. My grandmother told me that the date of my stepfather's long-awaited heart surgery had arrived. She made it clear that Bert and I were expected to go visit my stepfather after his surgery. We marched, like two tin soldiers programmed with a sense of obligation, to the hospital to visit him as instructed. The first person we saw upon arriving at the hospital was my stepbrother Wendell, who was a practicing bankruptcy attorney living in St. Louis. He appeared distraught, and his gaze seemed to penetrate us with his concern for Dad. I looked down, since my own feelings of failure at my inability to contribute to the family bubbled to the surface. We rode that inevitable and overly large elevator up to the floor that housed the man who had been a part of our lives, in one way or another, for as long as I could remember. What I saw when I exited the elevator door was entirely unexpected. I saw my stepfather struggling to walk behind an IV holder he was using for support. He looked as if he had aged 10 years within the course of the couple of months that it had been since I'd seen him. I hardly recognized him. Bert, appearing gaunt and ragged, as he had for some years, walked beside me as we entered my stepfather's small hospital room, where Wendell escorted him to his bed. My brother and I entered the room, and somehow the role as spokesperson for my side of the family seemed to magically fall upon me. It was with this sense of profound ambassadorship that I uttered the only words that I could feel forming on my mouth. "I'm certainly glad to see you made it through," I said. These words sounded rather awkward to my own ears, but my ears were not so stopped up with embarrassment that I didn't hear the words that he then spoke in his sarcastic way. "I can promise you that you are certainly no happier than I am," he said. I then looked with something akin to astonishment into my stepbrother's eyes. He seemed to be smiling at my reaction. Even in the midst of this terrible ordeal he was undergoing, Dave managed to have the wit to teach us all something at that time. He managed to convey to all of us what it feels like to face matters of life and death on a personal level. My stepfather took time off from work to recuperate from his surgery and seemed to regain his vigor rapidly, although he maintained his aged appearance for the most part. This man had been hale and hearty, even in his early 60s, never even considered smoking a cigarette, and maintained the simplest of diets. We had all been surprised that it was necessary for him to have heart surgery, even though he was then a man in his mid-70s. He returned to his job at the Redstone Arsenal as soon as possible. Before his surgery, while visiting him at his house, which was part museum, part workshop, I asked him, "Why don't you simply retire?" He could have retired at any time after working there for over 30 years. He said, "If I retire, it'll cost me about $4,000 a year." I'm sure my eyes must have registered astonishment, as they usually did on hearing such answers. My stepfather earned over $60,000 a year for just about for as long as I could remember, and his personal living expenses were amazingly low. When he had found out he would have to begin paying more for cable television, he chose to live without it for years until it reached a price he was willing to pay. I was now astounded even further to hear that he would let the matter of $4,000 prevent him from retiring. He had stated many times that he had lived through the Great Depression of the 1930s, and it had altered his life irrevocably. At one point after his surgery, he was helping me with a minor car repair. He told me of a story when he was driving his car across a bridge on bald tires and was extremely nervous that he would not make it across the bridge without getting a flat. "Why didn't you just use the spare tire in the trunk?" I asked. Raising the eyebrows on his face, which looked very much like Albert Einstein's, he said, "Because I couldn't afford to buy a spare tire." Although Dave was as much a self-made man as any one of us truly can be, his experiences did not make him so hard-shelled that he ever stopped considering the plight of others. Instead, They made him more attuned to the struggles of those who had lesser means. The society of conspicuous consumption that had thrived throughout my life was incomprehensible to him. He preferred to live a life of simplicity, in which he consumed as few resources as he reasonably could. Thanks to his successful heart surgery, he would continue to provide valuable insight to his family for some time to come. Brain drain. In the winter of 2000, I still worked as a security officer at the mall. I received a phone call from Jane Ann, the woman I'd had a brief relationship with when I worked at the mall the first time. She wanted to meet with me, and I felt unable to deny her request, especially because my relationship with Karen seemed to be going nowhere fast. Jane Ann had moved to New Jersey briefly and been in a relationship with another man there. It didn't work out, and she was upset with me for ending our communication as abruptly as I had. She said she was the type of person who went after what she wanted, and that she wanted our relationship to be renewed. Our relationship then began to evolve into something I considered far more serious than what it was before, and she said it had, in fact, been serious the whole time. There were worse fates in my mind, and I began growing more resigned to my role as being involved in a serious relationship with her. I'd never been in a serious relationship before, although I was 25 years old, and frankly felt I had nothing to lose in trying my hand at it. She helped rekindle my thoughts about becoming a teacher, since her parents were both in that profession, and she was studying to enter the field herself. They all convinced me that it was a profession I should consider pursuing. Jane Ann met my grandmother and became instantly attached to her. My grandmother had a kind of magical effect on people. It was like some strange gift which allowed her access to the ears of more well-off parents. This gift of hers became more powerful and more subtle with age, and allowed me to share my childhood with their children. My girlfriend quickly began pampering and taking care of my grandmother, also a gift that I'm ashamed to say that I lacked. In the spring of 2000, after a couple of months of renewing our relationship, Jane Ann discovered one of the bottles of my antipsychotic medication that I wasn't taking in my bathroom cabinet and asked me what it was for. I then informed her that I had schizophrenia. We'd known each other for about 6 months at that point. A strong sense of self-preservation had guided me in my decision not to tell her anything until I had to. She was reasonably accepting, though the shock in her eyes on my admission is indelibly burned into my mind, just as it will be whenever I inform anyone of this fact again. She and her family were very understanding of my situation, though, and remained committed to the idea of me becoming a teacher. I began leaping over all the hurdles necessary to obtain a teaching career. I worked as a substitute teacher, and I consulted with advisors about obtaining the necessary education requirements. This new responsibility led me to make a fateful life decision. I began, for a time, taking my medication on my own, without having to be hospitalized first. I made this decision when I learned that I would be responsible for dispensing medications to many of the children I'd be working with. Before I took the responsibility for overseeing the care of other people, the decision to take medication was still a question open to debate in my mind. On the one hand, I knew that I had a mental illness and that medication could help people with this problem. On the other hand, I was not currently experiencing any symptoms, and I thought I could just begin taking medication if I did. I was, however, not willing to gamble with the lives of other people's children by not doing everything in my power of what was expected of me. My girlfriend did not have to nudge me very far in this direction for me to see this necessity. One thing I found in my experiment of taking my medication as I was expected to was that the medication I was prescribed, Seroquel, had the side effect of making me extremely drowsy and putting me to sleep. I did not, however, experience any of the other secondary reactions that I had experienced as a 21-year-old taking medication for the first time. It was highly rewarding to teach the children as a substitute teacher in a variety of settings. I changed my mind frequently about the subjects I wanted to teach full-time, since I did everything from monitoring young children with behavioral problems to teaching language studies to middle school children. I got along well with the principals and other faculty, and it seemed for a time that I had finally found my niche. I wondered to myself, is a person living with mental illness who's been committed to a state hospital even allowed to teach or be a member of other helping professions? After calling the Alabama State Board of Education, I discovered the answer to this question is a resounding yes. The fact that I had a disability did not bar me from entering the helping professions. If I had been convicted of a crime or had my name placed on the state sex crime registry, then I could be disqualified from employment. One who enters virtually all helping professions goes through a thorough investigation from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and State Investigation Agency to ensure he's not been convicted of committing an act making him unfit for his responsibilities. Jane Ann's family told me exactly what I needed to do in order to meet the state's educational requirements for teaching full-time. Alabama A&M University, the historically black university in the area, offered a master's in education program, which I could complete in 2 years. Her parents also lined up a teacher's aide position in which I could work at the beginning of the next school year, while progressing toward obtaining my credentials to teach. For once in my life, everything was going like clockwork. I stopped by my grandmother's house on my way from working a leisurely third shift at the mall. I planned to eat a hearty breakfast at the ancient greasy spoon called simply The Restaurant, where my cousin used to take me as a child. I'd eaten there once or twice recently since rediscovering it. The coffee I never drank as a child is exquisite and mixes so sweetly with the grease of the bacon. I walk into my grandmother's townhouse and everything is quiet, well-lit, and well-kept. I'm still wearing my uniform, minus the 10-gallon hat. I walk up the stairs to my grandmother's room and I do not see Bert. When I see my grandmother, she's frightened out of her mind. Bert has done something that has frightened her. Something involving a BB gun and the neighbors, and other things she cannot comprehend. When I go back downstairs, Bert is screaming uncontrollably. He's in a state of full, uncontrollable psychosis. I cannot reason with him. I cannot communicate with him. I knew this would happen eventually. No one in the condition I'd seen him in before could possibly remain stable for any length of time without treatment. I telephone the police. He must go to the hospital now. A police officer finally arrives. The officer on the scene is someone I've never seen before. I can look into his eyes and see he is a genuine public servant, seasoned and true. He sees my uniform and does not see a loser trying to be a rent-a-cop, but a young man trying to make his way through life. I explain the situation to him, including my own mental illness, and how the quivering mass of emaciated flesh on the floor, who is somehow now managing to pull himself together just a little bit more at the sight of a police officer, is clearly having a psychotic break with reality. Bert is not able to get it together enough, though, for his answers to approach logical sense. Another police officer arrives, and I do not even see his face, as the situation is causing me to lose focus. I do not even really hear the whole dialogue between Bert and the police. I'm in a state of shock, and some part of me wants to maintain a sense of impartiality, despite the certain knowledge I have of my brother's situation. This is knowledge that hardly anyone has, since so very few people have experienced anything like this. This is like a scene from a living nightmare. The police question the neighbors. They question everybody. There's no question. Bert is going to the hospital. I go upstairs and comfort grandmother. She does not want Bert to come back to the house anymore. I try to explain to grandmother what Bert is going through, but she's angry with him and does not seem to understand. Is it possible that she does not really understand what mental illness is all about? Even after all she's lived through, all she's lost? Has she become so elderly and physically frail that she has somehow forgotten all of this? Can she no longer relate to the world enough to see the obvious? The next time I sit on the couch downstairs, it feels surreal. For years, I will have dreams of sitting on that couch and wondering, am I really here? I thought I'd been displaced from this house. Perhaps it was all a bad dream. As Jane Ann and I prepared to visit my brother, Bert, at the behavioral medicine ward of Huntsville Hospital, I suspected that the fact that I had similar experiences and had even shared in those experiences with him almost 2 years before made me more understanding and compassionate to his situation than most brothers would be. My girlfriend and I entered through the locked steel door that I had been through so many times before and signed in as visitors. We walked to my brother's room and saw him shackled to his bed with straps, ranting incoherently. This unorthodox introduction was the first time Jane Ann had ever seen my brother, and she wore a shocked expression. This scene appeared strange to me as well, as I'd only seen people who had to be restrained a couple of times, and none of them were screaming as Bert was. Bert's gaunt and unkempt appearance made the sight even more unusual. I felt guilty that my Jane Ann even had to witness this with me. I also felt a gnawing sense of unfairness at the fact that no one else was available to help me with the situation. I filed a petition for my brother's commitment to a state hospital. There was no way I wanted him outside in his current state, and felt it was only right that he be given the same opportunity to come to grips with his mental illness that I had. I filed the petition by going to the attorney's office who handled my own commitment proceeding not so long ago. The irony of the fact that I had been committed and was now filing a petition for my brother's commitment did not escape me. I was young to be placed in such a position of responsibility, but I was the only person available to handle this situation. One thing I learned while discussing this situation with the attorney was that by filing the petition, I ran the risk of having to pay for all of the court costs if I lost the case. This fact did not deter me, especially in light of the fact that Bert's case appeared like such a solid one. After a week passed, I entered the court alone to witness my brother's fate. The same probate judge who had presided over my commitment was presiding. After hearing all of the evidence, and watching one of the police officers on the scene use the exact same trick as had been used on me by luring my brother into testifying on his own behalf, I sat on edge to hear the judge's decision. A deep sense of relief ran through me when the judge ruled that my brother would be committed to the North Alabama Regional Hospital. Having looked at commitment proceedings for people living with mental illness from both sides now, I must say that the probate court, in my view, is not at all typical of other kinds of court systems. The ruling to have my brother committed to a state institution was not, in fact, like sentencing a person to jail or prison, in that his sentence to the hospital was something that could only help him, and could not be seen in any way as a type of punishment. Conversely, if Bert's defense attorney had been successful in defending him from losing his freedom temporarily, my brother might have been harmed and would have been sentenced to trying to manage symptoms of his mental illness without all of the help he needed. These kinds of mirror universe court proceedings tend to make for a far less adversarial court system where the court officers, including the judge, attorneys, and the person doing the psychological assessment, usually agree. Jane Ann went with me to visit my brother at the state hospital. Once, while talking to him on the front steps, Bert and I began arguing over something minor. I became so frustrated that I began yelling at him and then at Jane Ann. The nurse on call, who was there when I was a patient, lowered his eyes, as if to say that I was losing control of my emotions. I was then able to regain my composure and apologize to them both. I dutifully delivered my brother cigarettes, underwear, and whatever else my grandmother thought he needed while institutionalized. Like me, it took about 2 or 3 weeks for his psychotic symptoms to dissipate. Bert remained in the hospital for about 6 weeks, as I had, and then he was placed in the group home, the same one I had lived in, until an apartment came available. I visited him at the group home and had this surreal sensation of walking back in time through my own life and growth in the world of mental health. Bert would be living in the apartment across the hall from my own, we were told, and it was with great pride that I showed Bert around the complex. I described to Bert all of the different types of moves he would have to make, like applying for food stamps and for disability payments, in order to successfully survive in his new environment. Just before Bert was scheduled to move to his apartment, he made a decision that seemed rather incomprehensible to me, but that he insisted upon nonetheless. He told me that he would not be staying at the apartment, filing for disability, or doing any of the things that I was advising him to do. He said that he would instead find a way of making his life on his own without the assistance of the mental health system. He said that he could not accept the fact that he had a mental illness and didn't feel the need to live in a special program for PLMI. He also didn't want to wait to file for disability payments, but wanted to start working right away. "If I'm going to work and pay rent somewhere, why be forced to live here?" he asked. I begged, pleaded, reasoned, and yelled for him to stay in the program. The mental health workers tried to convince Bert to continue in the program as well, but he signed his rights away to remain in Shelter Plus. Bert told me he had moved in with a friend of his in the neighboring town of Madison. I knew Bert was making a bad decision, and the mental health staff knew he was making an awful decision. Bert, however, didn't know how bad this decision was. I knew, though, that I had done everything in my power to help Bert receive the mental health assistance he needed. I could not live his life for him, though, and ultimately the decision was his to make. Census by Design. In the summer of 2000, I was hired by the United States Census Bureau to work as an enumerator. I knew I had a job as a teacher's assistant waiting for me at the beginning of the next school year, since it had been guaranteed to me by school officials. Thinking that I no longer needed my security job at the mall, I informed my boss, Rick, that I would be resigning for the second time. Since I was guaranteed a permanent job in the fall, it seemed to me like the natural course of action. My boss at the mall tried to explain the error of my decision. "Anything could happen, and this job is permanent, unlike the Census Bureau," he explained. Feeling confident about my plan, I paid him no heed and resigned anyway. I began my job with the Census Bureau enthusiastically, confident that I was finally moving on with my life. Fate, I came to learn, can be a mistress who often has ideas of her own, and the next wave of family turmoil proved equally as daunting as the last. My work with the Census Bureau was nearing its completion in August of 2000. I was told by my grandmother and stepfather, Dave, that he had made the decision to retire from his engineering job with the Department of the Army. After retiring, he'd be moving to St. Louis, Missouri, to be near his son and daughter-in-law. Dave was in his mid-70s at this point, and certainly well within all reasonable bounds to make this decision. Since he owned the house in which my grandmother lived, this meant that someone else would either have to take on the responsibility for the house payments, or else my grandmother would have to find somewhere else to live. My stepfather wrote a letter to my grandmother's brother, who was an appellate judge in Texas. My stepfather was very forceful in his letter regarding his desire for my uncle to take some responsibility for my grandmother's care. The letter further stated that he would no longer be able to assume this responsibility himself. The situation became more complicated when my girlfriend, who had ideas of marriage, actually telephoned my uncle's family, without my permission, to plead with them to help my grandmother in some way. I found it unacceptable that she would contact my uncle without speaking to me first. This led to angry words between us, and we made the mutual decision to break up. I took for granted the fact that I would not be taking on the teaching assistant's post in the fall after all, and I assumed further that my name would be mud in terms of ever finding a teacher's position in Madison County. This meant that my dreams of having a profession and a decent income were put on hold once more, and since I'd quit my job at the mall and had no other income, I was back in the same old situation, unemployed. My grandmother then received a letter from her brother stating that he had terminal cancer that had reached an advanced stage and that he was not expected to live much longer. He further stated that he was not in a position to offer financial assistance. This left an air of gloom and sadness on everyone involved. It was now up to me to try to sort things out as best I could, especially since my stepfather was still recovering from heart surgery, and I didn't want to burden him any more than necessary. I was in a balancing act. I had to try to meet the needs of my grandmother, my stepfather, and my own needs in as efficient and orderly manner as possible. After my responsibility for providing care and education for children had vanished, I stopped taking my medication for my psychiatric illness for a brief time. I went on a couple more job interviews in Tuscaloosa through the university's job placement program, and on one of those occasions I began to feel my mind unravel. This was very different from previous psychotic experiences, in that I clearly knew I had mental illness and understood clearly what to watch out for in terms of symptoms. What I experienced at that time may be described as a precursor to the types of psychotic symptoms I experienced before. My conscious mind refused to accept and believe the types of phenomenon I was experiencing. Before, I had no knowledge of them as symptoms at all, and they were able to creep into all aspects of my mind before I knew what was happening to me. What I remember most about this short-lived episode was that when I met my friend Rob at a barbecue restaurant in Birmingham, I could hardly concentrate on my conversation with him, because it seemed that everyone in the restaurant was focusing their attention on me, and that all of their conversations were about me in some way. My head began to throb as I became extremely aware of everyone sitting in the restaurant, and it seemed in some way that they were all staring at me. After we left the restaurant and were riding in Rob's car back to where he would drop me off, I told him of the types of sensations I was experiencing. I know it's clearly absurd, but it felt like everyone in that restaurant was focusing all their attention on me. It feels this way wherever I go, even though I tell myself it can't be possible and that it has to be a symptom of the illness I have. I've tried to tell myself that if I accept the fact that I have an illness, I could mentally prevent myself from experiencing anything like this, but now I see this isn't the case. I haven't been taking my medication for a while, and now it's clear that I have to do so, and hope that it takes these kinds of sensations out of my mind, I said. Rob seemed to understand what I was telling him and agreed with my analysis. I think you're right, Jim. Just get back on your medication when you get home. I felt uncomfortable about the fact that we were even in a situation where I had to bounce these ideas off him, while also feeling grateful that he was there to hear me out. I made the drive back to Huntsville, which was indeed a rather difficult trip. Since the distracting psychotic experiences did not subside, I started back on my medication as soon as I got home. I was pleased to discover the symptoms subsided after a few days. Never again would I consider stopping my medication altogether, and I never experienced symptoms on that scale again. This was another crucial turning point. None of my future attempts to test my mental durability and stamina would ever involve the decision to neglect my prescribed medication for mental health. I spent much time with my stepfather during this period, knowing that when he moved it would be unlikely that I would have enough money to pay for a trip to see him again for some time. With Bert gone, we were now responsible for providing grandmother's direct care ourselves. My stepfather and I took turns doing chores for her, and thankfully we received an enormous amount of support in this area from a great number of people, including close family friends and neighbors. Grandmother had aided so many of her older neighbors when I had been away at school that many women now felt grateful for the opportunity to demonstrate their appreciation. Bert's presence, when he was unstable, had prevented much of this outpouring of aid from happening. We were all now working in concert to make grandmother comfortable until we could find somewhere else for her to live. I told my therapist, Marilyn, that I was once more unemployed and was now required to assume additional responsibilities. I think I should go ahead and file for disability payments. I said. She said that I should have been receiving disability payments the entire time, and that I was unwise not to file for them as soon as they mysteriously vanished. I now saw the wisdom in her words and said, I guess I should start back at day treatment, knowing I had to participate in some kind of structured activity in order to meet the guidelines of the Shelter Plus program. She then said something I didn't expect. Instead of attending day treatment, you could do volunteer work. I've lined up an interview for you at the local chapter of the National Alliance for the Mentally Ill. The National Alliance for the Mentally Ill, now the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI, is a support and advocacy group for family members of people who have mental illness. The NAMI Huntsville office was located in the United Way building. They had an extensive library containing information about mental health, as well as excellent facilities for people to meet and congregate. Volunteers were stationed by a telephone to answer the questions of anyone in need. NAMI was comprised of family members of people living with mental illness, many of whom had spent much of their lives working to make lives better for people facing mental health issues. Most of the NAMI members were the parents of PLMI. I found instant acceptance from members of NAMI, as well as a great wisdom from their descriptions of their own experiences in trying to provide care for their family. I was invited to attend their meetings and become a member myself after explaining my failed attempts to try to help my brother to accept mental health care. I learned that NAMI provided education to family members free of charge and were very learned and skilled in this matter. They even offered a training course called Family to Family, which helped to prepare people for bearing the burden of having a loved one with mental illness. Hearing the experiences of other people helped me gain an even greater understanding of PLMI and their loved ones. We all had something in common in that we had all witnessed horrible difficulties in our families and were doing everything to make the best of the situation. I felt honored to be selected to work voluntarily for NAMI, and I was very thankful for the opportunity to learn more about myself as well as others. I went to Madison County's branch of the Social Security Administration, as well as to the Department of Human Resources that authorized food stamps, in order to apply for a renewal of benefits. I knew that I was not capable of managing the family matters thrust upon me while finding and working a full-time job. My recent mental unraveling only bolstered my decision. This time, I did not enter the offices of SSA and DHR with the frightened eyes of a child newly learning that he has been diagnosed with a lifelong degenerative illness, rather with the eyes of a person with a polite but matter-of-fact attitude. I knew that I was eligible for these benefits and that the support of my family depended upon them, and I was not willing to let either them or myself down. I filled out the paperwork for disability insurance on my own this time, and waited for a response. I learned through my therapist that there was an agency in place whose purpose was to help people in my grandmother's situation, as well as their families. I went to the Area Agency on Aging and spoke to a woman who was an ombudsman. This ombudsman's position was created to consult with families that had aging parents like my own. The ombudsman set up an appointment for me and my stepfather to see an agency attorney free of charge. We met with the attorney who spoke to us about our options for my grandmother, Collis. The attorney was a kind black woman recently out of law school. She asked us questions about grandmother's assets, and upon hearing that she had none, told us that Collis would have to be hospitalized for 3 days before she could be accepted to a nursing home. I also enlisted the aid of Bill, my adopted brother's mother, whose name was Betty. Betty was a nurse, and she drove me around to see some different nursing homes. She helped me explain my family's situation to the homes and to ask about the possibility for placement. A home called Windsor House seemed interested in taking grandmother Collis in, and it came to be my grandmother's home for the remaining years of her life. Windsor House had once been one of the city's 2 hospitals, and I became very familiar with its halls before my association with it was completed. My stepfather visited the home with me, and we agreed that grandmother would be comfortable there. My grandmother had to be hospitalized for 3 days before she could be admitted, but she resisted. But we called an ambulance and coaxed her into going to the hospital with them for the mandatory 3 days. I was there when my grandmother was first admitted to Windsor House. She was very scared and almost in a state of shock when she arrived. The nursing home staff and I did all we could to comfort her, and after a couple of days, she seemed much more adjusted to the idea and became calmer. While all this was in process, I visited my stepfather frequently and discussed plans for his and my own future. I still owed a great deal of money for hospital bills, as well as other debt. "Maybe it'd be good for you to look into bankruptcy," he said. His son, Wendell, happened to be a bankruptcy attorney, and he encouraged me strongly to speak to him. When I spoke to Wendell, he told me that I should file Chapter 7 bankruptcy, otherwise known as a Straight 7, and should speak to an attorney right away for this purpose. I went to an attorney my stepfather recommended through his own attorney. He was about 5 years older than me and wore wire-frame glasses. The fact that it had been my goal to have the same position as his, and that I was now in the situation in which I found myself, was not lost on either of us. The attorney said that the process would cost about $700, half of which I could pay at the beginning. Dave put up the money to get the process underway. While I waited for a response from the SSA, something rather curious happened. The SSA sent the same forms I had spent a great deal of time completing already and asked me to fill them out all over again. I hadn't thought to make copies of these forms and had to start over in order to fill them out. This made absolutely no sense to me, but I suspected it was a way to try to prevent people from applying for disability benefits. Determined not to fill out the same forms over repeatedly for an indefinite period, I called my bankruptcy lawyer and asked him to refer me to another lawyer who could help me to handle my disability case. He directed me to an attorney who was happy to take my case and left me with the impression that it would be a simple matter for him to win. The 3 attorneys who had helped me tremendously in these family matters, from my grandmother's care to bankruptcy to disability, all left me with the indelible impression that there were a number of legal professionals in the country who were using their considerable abilities to help people just like me. If my fate had been one in which I myself had become an attorney, I hope I would have utilized my position to help people in need, like these people helped me. New Frontier. I'm standing in the Extraterrestrial Museum in Roswell, New Mexico, the town where aliens reportedly crash-landed in 1947. On the walls, I see enlarged newspaper clippings touting the arrival of these aliens. On the floor, there are child-sized stuffed dummies with enlarged heads and eyes with fluorescent green skin, wearing silver spacesuits. For some reason, I'm not as impressed with the museum as I thought I might be prior to entering. Perhaps it's because my hometown of Huntsville, Alabama, features an amazing space and rocket center on acres of ground, replete with giant models of rockets of all varieties, including the Saturn V that made it to the moon, as well as the space shuttle. As a child, I often went on field trips to the Space and Rocket Center and remember eyeing the innards of various human-made spaceships and space gear of all varieties. One of the most memorable exhibits there for me was the glass cage which housed the most famous squirrel monkey in human history. Mrs. Baker was the first American life form to travel from Earth into space. The Russians sent the first life form from Earth, which happens to be a dog. Mrs. Baker also had a male companion that lived in the glass cage with her to keep her company. This companion, or husband as some referred to him, outlived Mrs. Baker by many years and continued to remain on exhibit for children to visit after her death. On the way to Roswell, New Mexico, we rode past the very large array of huge radio telescopes pointing toward the cosmos to discover whatever it may. We stopped at an empty museum-like building there which had information about the Very Large Array and its history. I can't help but think about the large satellite dishes that I helped to construct between the ages of 10 and 12 in rural areas through Alabama, while spending summers with one of the families who helped to raise me, who just happened to own a small satellite dish installation business. Business was booming at that time as people raced to purchase these dishes, which could pull cable television of all varieties for free out of the thin air. When the cable channel companies figured out a way to scramble the signals such that people then had to rent descrambling devices to watch them, the family's business was lost in fairly short order. As a child, though, my small frame made me uniquely suited to certain tasks, such as laying underneath the dishes with a wrench so that others could screw the 4 sections of the dishes together. Many years later, dishes would become much smaller in size due to technological advancements. My size had also made it easy for me to crawl underneath houses in order to feed the wires up to the adults above the floor. I learned almost nothing about the actual technology and wiring inherent in the complicated technological devices, though, either because of my age or a lack of inclination. Most probably both. While in Roswell, we slept in a school gymnasium, as we do in so many of the small towns we ride through. Like the other small towns we stop in, I can't help but be enamored with this one. I find the emptiness of the streets compelling somehow as I wander through them. Perhaps being born and mostly raised in a medium-sized city has something to do with this sense of charm inspired by small towns. After Roswell, we'll pass through the towns of West Texas, and in particular the town of Lubbock, which I will be completely enthralled with for the rest of my life. I'll go to a gigantic line dancing hall there filled with people, many with cowboy hats and all with boots, and I'll think it's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Similar gatherings packed to the gills with people listening to country music will be etched into my memory. I'll even visit a shop that sells used boots and purchase a pair for $10, which I find amazing. For now, though, I remain in the E.T. Museum musing on the events which occurred nearly 50 years ago in that small area in New Mexico. I always argued with extended family members that extraterrestrials of some form or another have to be real, because mathematically it would make no sense for them not to be. I also spend much of my youth watching science fiction movies and television shows, as well as collecting comic books, which likely shaped my views in this area to a large degree. An Italian philosopher named Giordano Bruno was burned at the stake in 1600 for claiming that there are multiple worlds, some of which may be home to sentient beings of their own. My views are not condemned to that degree by the general population of the mid-1990s, yet they are certainly not seen as mainstream either. I exit the tiny tourist trap, thankful for my memories there, and ready to continue my journey of hope to places new to me. I've been transformed by my experiences of the past 4 years. My ability and luck in weathering these experiences have propelled me into a position of some distinction and inspiration to those who found themselves within the world of mental health. But to all outside observers, I was merely an unemployed man who had a mental illness. Few people, then and today, know much about mental diseases, or more specifically, schizophrenia. While I was becoming reasonably more comfortable in my own skin and beginning to accept my situation, I continued to be highly self-conscious about my mental health status, particularly around people who weren't part of the mental health community. Part of the metamorphosis I underwent at that time included my decision to quit drinking alcohol. I had spent many periods of time in the past 4 years often drinking to excess. This behavior, I decided, was unwise considering my situation. Alcohol and psychotropic medications definitely do not mix and can lead to severe and destructive consequences. On the one hand, I felt very fortunate to have endured the decision-making process regarding my family without breaking down completely. On the other hand, I felt like I'd failed in many ways to make my life what I, and those who knew me, thought it could be. I certainly thought that I would be perceived as something of a failure to those who did not know I had a mental illness. I decided to go to my stepfather's house to speak with him about family business, to an extent, but primarily about life in general. "You want something to drink? I have water or wine," he offered. "I don't drink alcohol anymore," was my reply. He just looked at me curiously and shrugged. I sat in his cluttered living room and he showed me a new object of interest. It was a Roman pilum that he crafted by hand. The Roman pilum was a type of spear that could be thrown at enemy infantry. It made a fine addition to his household, which was a museum of all kinds of novelties, like model trains and airplanes, as well as an arsenal of weaponry from innumerable wars and conflicts throughout history. I would miss this man greatly after his move to St. Louis, but I didn't comprehend this fully while he sat in front of me with a smile on his face. We were grateful to each other for the efforts we'd made to safeguard my grandmother's health the best we could. I expected to receive my disability payments any day and was surviving on food stamps in my apartment program, which allowed me to live rent-free while I had no income. I told my stepfather that the bankruptcy I filed was well underway and that I was awaiting my day in court for that purpose. I described to him how my main source of entertainment was reading books and watching movies checked out of the library to supplement basic cable provided by my apartment. On my way out, Dave said, "Most of the things I enjoy cost relatively little money anyway." I returned to my apartment. It felt good to plop on my couch and enjoy watching television and reading without having to worry about where I was going to get my next meal. The memories I had of barely being able to read a paragraph seemed to fade into the distant mists of memory. I only had to do my volunteer job once every 2 weeks and had all the time in the world. I loved to watch Judge Mathis on television every day. I visited my grandmother at least once a week and we spoke about anything on our minds. In this sense, I felt like the luckiest man on the planet. I got to see the woman who was my closest companion as often as I wished. She had access to a cadre of caregivers and round-the-clock health care at Windsor House. It didn't take her long to realize that she was much better off in this new environment than she had been in the confines of her room at the townhouse. There was now no one in my apartment complex that I was extremely close to. There were perhaps 5 or 6 residents of the complex that I visited on occasion or had a brief conversation with while passing by. One of those people was an elderly woman who lived downstairs, with whom I shared a cup of coffee from time to time, and who I gave rides to whenever she needed them. Ruth was part of the smoking circle I had joined when I first arrived at the apartment complex. She had the habit of asking me to drive her to the same pawn shop, where she pawned the same television set at least once every other month. She would not accept a loan from me, as she thought it would somehow damage our neighborly friendship. I ended up providing transportation for a number of my neighbors when they requested it. They all paid me a few dollars for gas. I wished desperately to form a new romantic relationship. It was painfully obvious to me that this was nowhere on the horizon. I telephoned Karen, my friend in Birmingham, and told her that I had a mental illness and that I was doing volunteer work. I never heard from her again. I was no longer surprised by this outcome, though it was no easier for me to bear. I tended to isolate myself, not knowing where to turn for friends or sweethearts. The members of NAMI tended to be older than I, and while I enjoyed their company, there were no romantic prospects developing for me there. I remained thankful that life events had gone as well as they had, although there was a noticeable void in my life in terms of personal fulfillment that would continue for some time. By November of 2000, I began receiving disability payments. The only major change I made to my lifestyle was in purchasing a new car. I had several $1,000s left over after I paid $900 to my disability lawyer. I bought a green 1992 Buick LeSabre that was fully loaded. It was by far the nicest car I had ever owned, and I proudly showed it off to my stepfather, who, with a smile on his face, complimented me. He had always bought old, very inexpensive economy cars, and did all mechanical repairs to them himself. Unfortunately, I didn't learn this skill and was subject to the whims of fate regarding car maintenance. The family, consisting of my grandmother, my stepfather, me, and Bert, didn't spend Christmas together for the first time in 16 years, but I did receive about $500 from my stepfather. Grandmother handed the wad of cash to me, and I knew instinctively that this money must have come from his sale of many of my grandmother's possessions I had refused to save. A few of the possessions, like a coffee table and my grandmother's bed, I was able to place in a storage room maintained by my brother David, who had filed the petition on me 3 years before. The other items I had no idea what to do with, and in many ways, I felt a mental block about trying to figure out what to do with them. Many of my reservations about handling these furnishings had to do with memories of Bert destroying some of her most prized valuables while he was living with grandmother in a psychotic state. I'd been helpless to do anything about the destruction. In one instance, there were ancient copies of William Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice and Romeo and Juliet enclosed in a glass frame. Grandmother had told me since I was a young child that these would belong to me whenever she passed on. Bert had taken these antique manuscripts out of the glass case and had ripped them apart in order to create some kind of collage that had coalesced in his imbalanced mind. My grandmother and I spent her first Christmas at Windsor House by ourselves in her room. This felt like a solemn occasion in many respects, tinged with pure love as well as with vibrant sorrow. We discussed past Christmases while we enjoyed the present one together. Grandmother was particularly sad about the loss of her brother, who had passed away from cancer a few months ago. My grandmother had much to do with his upbringing, and my jealousy of the affection she gave him left me unable to offer the proper empathy for her loss. She told me that I should really be more understanding of what she was experiencing, and I made a mental note to try to be more appreciative of her situation. I hadn't learned that her sorrow was her own, and that it was not my place to judge how she expressed it. I managed to learn this lesson quickly, though, and reached the conclusion that I should merely listen to her express her sadness, and not try to encourage her to simply look on the bright side of things. Thanks to receiving disability payments again, I had some money, and I decided to try to resume socializing at bars, but this time on my own terms, as a non-drinker. I discovered that I am one of the very few people who can, in fact, hang out in bars without drinking alcohol, but I was unable to sustain this socializing for other reasons that had nothing to do with alcohol. Not only did I not have a job, but also many of the people at the local bar I frequented knew by this time that I had a mental illness. This created something of a noticeable barrier between us. Meeting new people created complications as well, in the sense that the first question that they always seemed to ask was, "What do you do?" When I would tell them that I was a volunteer worker at the local chapter of the National Alliance for Mental Illness, a number of awkward questions would arise. I also found that I really didn't have much in common with the other bar patrons, other than a desire to meet women. I never fully penetrated into the social circles of those who spent time in the bars, even during the times when I was employed or had some known prospect for my future. After a month of pursuing socialization in this arena, I gave it up, choosing to be isolated in my apartment. The time for my stepfather to make his move to St. Louis came closer. This move didn't take place with much fanfare, since I spent much of my time trying to avoid him during his final months in Huntsville, because of my reluctance to try to figure out what to do with my grandmother's possessions, which he had stored in his house. When leaving his house the last time I saw him, he had left some large clippers in the yard that he was trying to sell. I went to return the clippers to him, walking quickly. When I got to the small step outside his door, he was speeding out to return the sunglasses that I had accidentally left in his chair. He had a look of urgency on his face as he sped out the door and called my name, not realizing that I had returned with the clippers. If I hadn't been holding the blades face down as he had taught me as a small child when handling the clippers, he might have stood a real chance of impaling himself on them in his haste to see me one more time. We looked into one another's eyes as we both realized simultaneously what neither one of us could really put into words. We shared a strong bond, but him not being able to live a life of freedom, untethered by my family and its needs, was killing him. I now had only the knowledge he helped to create in me to make my way through life on my own. I would have to employ the lessons he and others taught me in order to avoid the inevitable collision with life that could ruin us. He had grown old and must see to his own needs, while I was still young and must make my own way the best I could. Any deviation from this pattern could be destructive to us both. This was another one of his valuable lessons. Sometimes you have to remove yourself from a situation that is causing unbearable stress, even if it causes some pain to yourself and others. We nodded to each other as I processed this analogy with a look of hopeful pride on my face. His eyes showed resigned sadness. Untitled Melody. In April 2001, I attended the annual Consumer Conference in Chaco Springs for a second time. I enjoyed the conference again, especially because I was even more accepting of myself as someone living with schizophrenia. I'd been taking medication on my own for almost an entire year and felt well versed in what it took to stay in recovery from serious mental illness. The conference was eventful, as always, and it was great to see the attendees there. The sun was really beating down on me, and I was becoming very stimulated by the throng of people and the conversation. Then something very curious happened. My mind began to feel like it was sort of fading out, for lack of a better description. This was unlike any symptom I'd experienced before this time. It was as if I could not focus on any one thing. I was not imagining things without evidence, or seeing or hearing things that weren't there, but I lost practically all ability to concentrate. Furthermore, I was trembling noticeably and couldn't seem to stop. My ability to converse fled me as I fearfully tried to grasp what was happening to me. I didn't even consider trying to consult professional help at that point, thinking that whatever was happening would end soon. With the conference completed, I made a dash for my car and drove home using all of the focus I could muster. By the time I arrived at my apartment, I discovered that I continued to feel just as badly as I had since the beginning of my spell, if not worse. I thought that in the confines of my apartment, whatever was happening to me would end instantaneously, and was horrified when I discovered that it did not. When I tried to watch television, it seemed to be a blaring trumpet that I couldn't concentrate on in the least. I had somewhat programmed myself to resist any thoughts about going to the hospital, since I knew it was a last resort, but I thought that it might be what I should do if I could not figure out anything else. Panicking further, I telephoned my stepfather and reported to him what I was experiencing. "I'm fading out. I can't focus on anything. I thought I had it all together, but I can't even read the words I'm trying to read now. They seem like only a blur. My vision is phasing in and out, and I'm shaking like a leaf," I said. Dave then said words which, though very simple, had great power and calming resonance. "Your brain is like the engine in your car. You must take care of it the same way you do that machine. You have to be careful about putting too much stress or strain on it. You must make sure it has everything it requires, the same way you'd make sure your car engine has oil and water," he said. We said our goodbyes, and although my stepfather's words didn't solve my immediate problem, they did make a lasting impression on me in terms of conceptualizing my brain in a mechanistic way. Like any other organ, such as the heart or the lungs, my brain operated according to certain physical laws, which I made every effort to understand. I knew I had to seek aid elsewhere, or else I would certainly have to make an appearance at the hospital, breaking the 2-year period of time I'd managed to keep from being admitted. My fear of going back into debt fueled my resolve to stay out of the hospital as much as anything else. I walked over to one of my neighbor's apartments and spoke to the man who lived there, explaining what happened. He was a white-haired black man named Max, who had been in recovery from his mental illness for a long time. When he was struck with his mental illness, he had been married with children, working in cable television installation. I explained to him what I was experiencing and asked him what was happening and if I should go to the hospital. "Have you been out in the sun for a long time?" he asked. "Yes, I have," I answered. He then told me that this had likely caused an adverse reaction to my medication. Suddenly, all the admonitions the women affectionately termed NAMI mommies had given me about being out in the sun for too long came rushing into my mind. Who could believe that sitting out in the sun for a long time could cause me to experience all of this? Max said, "You need to lie down in your apartment in the dark and cool for a while. Drink plenty of cool water, and don't watch TV or listen to the radio." I went to my apartment and did exactly as he had told me. After a couple of days lying in bed, I began to feel much better and was extremely thankful. I had learned a new skill. By listening to the advice of my friend, I had effectively turned my own home into a personal hospital and avoided having to be admitted to another facility. I could deal with many serious problems without having to lose my personal freedom or taking up valuable resources. The thought occurred to me that I had become so different a person that I had to think about such things, such as how long I could endure sunlight. Occurrences like this transcended factors such as gender, age, and race to create a powerful bond between people living with mental illness. When my neighbor helped me to cope with a reaction of sunlight with my medication, our differences in skin color was not nearly as important as our similarities in brain chemistry were. My stepfather made his move to Missouri, and we stopped communicating for a time. He wrote letters to my grandmother periodically, which I read to her. I made no effort to contact him during this period. In part, I felt ashamed of what I was and what I was not, and I couldn't face my shame in talking to him. It didn't occur to me at that time that it might hurt his feelings that I didn't make more of an effort to contact him. It did occur to me that he was making no effort to contact me either, other than in the form of letters written to grandmother, and I thought that it might cause him unnecessary stress to have to speak to me, and I certainly didn't want that. Around the time of my grandmother's move to her new home, a new person became a fixture in our lives. She was a distant family relation in her 50s who I will call Samantha. She and her husband lived in Huntsville and were quite wealthy. Like grandmother, who had provided care for ill family members throughout her lifetime, Samantha was well versed at caring for people. She and her husband were members of the church where I had caused the scene described earlier. From the time grandmother moved to Windsor House, Samantha took a serious interest in her well-being. She visited grandmother regularly and showered her with attention, gifts, and loving care. She didn't take any particular interest in me except as someone who was part of my grandmother's life. This was something of a new phenomenon for me, as in all of my experience, anyone in my or grandmother's life seemed to take great interest in the both of us or in me. It became immediately clear that she was going to be a rival for my grandmother's affection. I saw instantly that she could provide resources with which I could not compete. I then became unhappily aware of what my grandmother must have experienced throughout my childhood. Many families took interest in my well-being, and she must have often felt what I was experiencing now, without the ability or resources to provide many of the things that these families could. Grandmother's skill at negotiating these relationships was superb, and the instincts I must have picked up from her surfaced without hesitation, causing me to immediately resist any impulse to push this rival away. I wouldn't interfere in her care, but merely continue to play my role in my grandmother's new life in every way possible. Inevitably, a very strong bond was formed between grandmother and my rival, Samantha, that was as strong as the bond between grandmother and me, and I couldn't do anything to disrupt it without risking a diminishment in my grandmother's quality of life. My grandmother's friend, Samantha, had both the know-how to see to my grandmother's needs as well as the clout to keep the nursing home on its toes. I had to honor the effectiveness with which my grandmother saw to my upbringing by emulating the diligence with which she cared for me. I admired this woman's compassion and commitment to humanity for the care she provided my grandmother, even to the point where I feel I owe her an enormous and perhaps unpayable debt. The fact that she didn't really seem to me to be completely empathetic to my situation is unfortunate, but rather insignificant to the grand scheme of things concerning my family as a whole. My feelings of insignificance in this lady's opinion was more palpable and difficult for me to understand, since I was surrounded by other people close to her age, at the NAMI and at the Huntsville-Madison County Mental Health Center, who seemed always to express thoughts of warmth and admiration for me. My grandmother was the most charming woman that I, and most everyone else, knew. Her enormous capacity to cope with life's tragedies only added to her mystique. Samantha tended to look upon me as someone who was not worthy of Grandmother Collis's love and devotion. Once again, it is only an extremely exceptional person who takes on this kind of a job. But the personal strength that this new person in our lives had, which made her so capable of providing loving care to grandmother, did not extend to treating me with anything but the barest courtesy. This new relationship probably drew me even closer to the families of NAMI and the staff who cared for me at the HMC-MHC. My involvement with NAMI gave me opportunities for involvement in the mental health community that I was quick to seize upon when opportunities were available. I attended NAMI conferences throughout the state, for instance, which NAMI Huntsville paid for. These conferences added to my knowledge and strengthened my feeling of communion with the family members of people living with mental illness. At the United Way building, I had access to the staff of the Mental Health Association, MHA, which was located in an office down the hall from NAMI. The MHA was a national organization whose primary purpose was to provide information to the community at large about various mental health issues. The new popular understanding of depression and its prevalence, for instance, is due in large measure to the efforts of MHA campaigns to enhance public understanding of the illness. Another feature of the MHA, which was highly important, was the social gatherings that they put together for PLMI. In Huntsville, these weekly gatherings are known as the Aquarius Club and feature bingo, great food, and fellowship. A variety of guest speakers are invited to speak to the PLMI at these gatherings as well. I took great pleasure in participating in these events, since they were a regular part of day treatment when I attended it. The director of the MHA when I worked at NAMI was a man named Todd Cannon. I enjoyed talking with him from time to time when I was at the office, and on one occasion accepted his invitation to speak to a group of women at a civic function about what it was like to live with a mental illness. Mental illness is not something that is immediately recognizable in someone, and the women I spoke to at the function seemed surprised that a seemingly healthy young man was among the ranks of those with mental illness. I did my best to describe my situation to them, including the types of symptoms I'd experienced. They wanted to know how I paid my bills, and I told them that I received disability insurance as my means of income. They wanted to know why I didn't have a job, and I found myself explaining to them many of the realities of my situation. I explained to them that I had to take daily medication that costs over $300 per month. I also told them that I wasn't in a position to find a job with insurance that could pay for these medications at this time in my life, and that in a job without insurance, I would be at risk of losing the health benefits I already had. I explained this catch-22 to them as best I could and concluded that it would be unreasonable for me, or anyone in my position, to risk their mental health by putting themselves in a situation which would clearly be even more undesirable than the one in which they already found themselves. I didn't go out of my way to speak of the family difficulties that had further hindered my efforts to improve my situation, but I did my best to keep within the boundaries of describing the situations of all people living with mental illness. I maintained my position on the Consumer Council at the HMC-MHC and accepted the invitation from Lewis, the man who had driven me to my first consumer conference, to attend the Manic Depressive Support Group. Lewis had been the president of this group that had met once a month at the HMC-MHC for approximately 30 years. I explained to Lewis that I did not have a diagnosis of depression, though I had experienced lows that had to be on a par with depressive symptoms, and he assured me that I was welcome in any case. Schizophrenia has a set of symptoms, known as negative symptoms, which take away energy and initiative and cause a depressed mood. Additionally, there's a phenomenon known as post-psychotic depression, which often occurs immediately after one has experienced a psychotic break with reality. Doubtless, there are chemical as well as situational issues that cause these symptoms to occur. I'd been in the throes of all of these factors in varying degrees ever since I had received my initial diagnosis in 1996, and I could easily identify with those who experienced depressive symptoms. The attendees of these meetings were all clients of the HMC-MHC, and they had varied levels of cognitive functioning. Lewis was adept at facilitating the group discussion that took place and at addressing everyone's concerns. It was at this meeting that I met a middle-aged woman who was new to working at the HMC-MHC and had been asked to represent the staff at the Manic Depressive Support Group. Bernice was very personable and seemed to have a natural rapport with all the clients. It was shortly after this meeting that Marilyn, who had been my therapist for the past 4 years, informed me that my case would be transferred to another therapist, and as it turned out, it was to be Bernice. Marilyn had been with me throughout that initial tumultuous 4-year period in my life, and it was no small change for me to be transferred to a new therapist. She explained to me that insurance considerations had led to my transfer. I'd worked at paid jobs so much that I now had two forms of health insurance, Medicaid and Medicare. I now had to see a therapist who was a Medicare provider. Although I missed seeing Marilyn, who had been such an important part of my life, I developed an instant rapport with Bernice, who was very approachable. Bernice was in her early 50s with short brown hair, and it was apparent that she had a tremendous amount of experience as a therapist. We met at an entirely different phase of my growth as a PLMI, and our sessions were very different in nature from the ones I had with Marilyn. My primary mission had ceased being a constant desire to figure out what I was going to do to survive and form a career, but was now more focused on how I could maintain my current state of mental health and make baby steps toward a future. I understood now that I was eligible to receive Social Security disability benefits, and that it was perfectly understandable for me to receive these benefits for as long as I needed them. Bernice and I were on the same wavelength with this, and she never put any excess stress upon me with regard to getting a job. At the same time, she had an instinct for nudging me out of my complacency whenever she could. While Marilyn had done an excellent job of explaining to me that I was being harder on myself than I would be to another person in the same situation, Bernice stressed that I had to be who I was and had to be comfortable with myself while doing so. Submarine in Shades of Gray. I'm in a Civil War battleground memorial in Mississippi that we've bicycled to, and the number of graves around me seems endless. I don't realize this now, but I will see similar memorial grave sites in my distant future. One of these will be Arlington Cemetery in Washington, D.C. in 2010. Another will be part of the Veterans Administration, Ileana, in 2017, where I will work for a time in a town called Danville in central Illinois. While in Illinois, I will also visit Abraham Lincoln's tomb, located in a large cemetery in the capital city of Springfield. Standing in front of the black sarcophagus, I feel as if I'm being pulled into some kind of vortex. I ask myself if this feeling is being caused by my knowledge of the symbolism surrounding this situation, or by something else even more profound. President Lincoln's promise to veterans, which is the VA's official motto, is, "To care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan." I certainly feel fortunate to have the opportunity to do just that. My apartment in Danville is located 2 blocks away from the home of Abraham Lincoln's bodyguard, who was a man named Ward Hill Lemon. During a festival featuring an enormous car show in the surrounding park, I'll go inside this house and bear witness to people reenacting the lives of the people who lived in this home in the 1800s. They own an iron oven of a sort that was considered a very modern convenience for that time. A couple of years from then, I will see a movie based on the life of that man called Saving Lincoln and learn about he and the 16th president's relationship in greater detail. This is the first feature film to utilize Cinecollage technology to merge actors and set props with actual period photographs. This process helped to create a movie which was educational and visually compelling. Back in Mississippi, now I'm looking at an Ironside ship and a sign describing its imperviousness to enemy shells. "You know, at one point the South even had a bicycle-powered submarine," I hear someone say. I think to myself, what could be worse for our country than another civil war? At a point in my life when I felt largely ostracized by people who were not a part of the mental health community, Bernice did much to help me see the positive aspects of my life and helped me maintain my ability to count my blessings. Counting my blessings came easier with the addition of a new neighbor who in many ways was struggling more than I was. He'd come to the Shelter Plus housing program in a rather circuitous way. A program reaching out to the city's homeless population had taken an interest in him and helped him get a place in the apartment program. He explained that the program was now defunct due to lack of funding, but had managed to find him housing before going under. Although I felt a tinge of pain because of the fact that he was moving into the apartment that I hoped my brother would move into, I did everything I could to make him feel welcome, and we became friends. The man, whom I will call Jeff, was an Army veteran, and I learned that when he revealed that he was ineligible to receive any medical services from the Huntsville-Madison County Mental Health Center, He would have to travel all the way to the Veterans Administration Medical Center in Birmingham, 100 miles away, to receive any medical care, mental or physical. He was used to living in missions, and as it turned out, he was acquainted with my brother Bert. He was reed thin, and years of hard living were etched onto his pale face. His balding, curly red hair was often concealed by a cap. He had a serious alcohol and drug addiction from which he was trying to recover. He attended Narcotics Anonymous religiously and would go through stages in which he would rail out against all people who abused substances of any sort. I learned valuable lessons from this man about people with addictions and watched in surprise as he would stand on his balcony and seem to see people involved in drugs everywhere. Sometimes he would even yell in rage at people passing by. I asked him why he didn't simply live and let live, deducing logically that there was likely to be drug use in every neighborhood in America. He had no good answer for me, but merely shook his head, as if the very notion of drugs was an affront to his inner being. He had no income, collected food stamps, and was filing for disability with little success. We shared information regarding survival and dealt with the incessant barrage of the loneliness in our lives by talking to each other. His struggle to survive was much more difficult than mine because he was caught in a situation in which he could not work at all. If he worked, he would instantly become ineligible to receive disability income. His mental illness, however, was considered much less severe than mine, and he doubted he would be granted disability insurance payments at all. One way Jeff survived was by selling his blood at least twice a week. I was always in need of extra cash, and I decided to try it. This turned out to be a more intense experience than I could have ever bargained for, from the start to the end. I drove Jeff to a place called the Plasma Bank and prepared myself to step on up to the plate. First, I had to fill out forms to determine my eligibility to be a plasma donor. The forms asked questions such as if I had any illnesses such as HIV/AIDS or hepatitis, and asked a number of questions to see if I was at risk of any of these illnesses. I answered no to them. The questionnaire also asked me to list any medications I took. Next, I went through an interview process with a woman who must have been 19 or 20. I was 26 years old. I assumed the interview would be a rather simple process. I was wrong, as I found out very shortly into the interview. I answered the woman's questions in a very polite and succinct manner, since she asked them in a rather brisk way, revealing the irritation she had at having to ask any of these questions at all. When she asked me why I took Seroquel daily, I told her it was for a mental illness. She then began questioning me intensively about what mental illness I had, what symptoms I had, and so forth. I then asked her, trying to contain my obvious discomfort, "What does my having a mental illness have to do with any of this?" She snapped in an angry tone, "I have to make sure that you don't do anything wild like thinking you need to pull the tubes out of your arm and having the blood go everywhere." She then gestured to me in a way that seemed to imply that I should realize this, when in fact, no thought like this had ever even occurred to me. I figured my calm manner and deliberate speech would clearly dispel any notions of this sort that she might have had, but I was obviously mistaken. I assured her that I had no intention of creating a problem, and watched as she assented grudgingly to me selling blood plasma. I sat on a gurney surrounded by about 20 other people, mostly younger than me, as they drew blood from my arm. I visited my grandmother at the nursing home the next day and told her that I had sold some of my blood and that it had made me nauseous. She didn't have the reaction that I expected her to have about this fact and seemed aghast at the very notion that I would sell my blood. I told her that it did not seem like such a bad idea at the time, and she told me not to ever do it again, especially since I had become as sick as I had. I assured her that I wouldn't. My friend Jeff, on the other hand, continued to sell his blood regularly, counting on it as his primary source of income. He shrugged away my decision not to do so anymore. Crisis reared its ugly head in my life to some smaller degree as a kind of aftershock to what I had experienced in the past. One day, I received a telephone call from the man my brother moved in with after he left the group home. Bert had lived with a man named Hubie on and off over the years, and the man was fairly familiar with Bert's quirks. The man said in a panicked voice that Bert was exhibiting frightening symptoms that he had never seen before, and he didn't know what to do. This was the first time I remember speaking to Hubie, but I knew that grandmother had spoken to him on many occasions. I told him of my experiences related to Bert's commitment and informed him of his options. A couple of weeks later, while I was watching television in my apartment, my neighbor Jeff, who knew my brother, told me that something was going on with Bert at one of the gas stations down the street from the apartment complex. One of the rescue missions that housed the homeless was also located just down the street. I raced to the gas station to see what was happening, thinking that Bert might have moved into the mission. When I arrived on the scene of the gas station, Bert was in a state of complete psychosis and was writhing on the ground screaming, surrounded by police officers. An ambulance transported Bert to the hospital in short order. Another petition was then filed for my brother's commitment. This time the probate judge who had presided over so many of the important events in my life, from my adoption to my own commitment to the commitment of my brother, was preparing to retire, and I was informed that the hearing would be presided over by the new probate judge. It was at this time that I discovered that the person wearing the black robe of the probate judge does not have to be an attorney at all, but can in fact be any citizen of Madison County. The new man elected to preside over the probate court was another official in the courthouse establishment, though not an attorney. I prepared for the hearing by meeting the man who was Bert's roommate through so many periods of his life in person for the first and only time. Hubie described Bert's mental decline, which had led to him having to ask my brother to leave his house. Hubie was clueless with regard to the commitment process, and I did my best to prepare him for what to expect while listening to his description of Bert's symptoms. We went to the probate hearing, and I was surprised when the court clerk told me that the retiring probate judge would be presiding over the court for this hearing. Once again, the symptoms my brother had been experiencing were based very much on religion, and the nature of freedom of religion was called into question. Bert had been yelling delusional statements to the non-existent entities that he believed were attempting to take over his soul. He would yell out, "I said no," and "Be gone," to the evil spirits he perceived. These did not warrant Bert's commitment to the hospital in the eyes of the law, since they did not pose a danger to himself or other people. My brother was so gaunt that his ribs were poking out, because he had eaten almost nothing for weeks in his religious fervor to observe the practice of fasting from food. My brother was finally ruled to be mentally incompetent because his refusal to eat was deemed to be a danger to himself. This time it was determined that he didn't have to be sent to the state hospital. Instead, he would be committed to the group home for a time. He would be subject to commitment to the state hospital if he refused to stay in the group home as ordered. Bert followed through with his commitment to the group home, where I visited him regularly. I was surprised to learn that he had even met a girlfriend while living there. Unfortunately, his commitment to trying to live life outside the mental health system continued. I couldn't convince him to stick with the program once his commitment time was completed. He moved back to Madison, this time to work at Crystal Hamburgers, and we lost contact for years. It was extremely difficult for me to see him leave the protection of the HMC-MHC, but I understood instinctively that he must be allowed to live his own life and make his own decisions. Bernice, my therapist, supported my decision not to spend an excessive amount of energy trying to persuade Bert to do what was obviously against his will. I resigned myself to the reality that there was only so much one can do in our society, even for one who is obviously very ill, if the affected person was not willing to make a commitment of their own. I understand, though, that Bert was making a commitment of sorts. He had committed himself to trying to live a life independent of the aid that was available to him, in order to become completely self-reliant and to deny the reality of having a mental illness. While I could respect the strength of will and courage that sort of commitment must take, I couldn't commit myself to continually trying to dissuade him from pursuing this course. I had to consider my own ability to handle mental strain, which was very much in doubt at that relatively early stage of my recovery. remembered the advice of the elderly Southern belle who had lived for years on the streets of the Big Apple before returning to Alabama. It was she who had befriended me immediately after I moved into the apartment program from the hospital. She said, "People are going to do what they're going to do, and I'm flat going to let them." She repeated this phrase so often that it imprinted in my mind. I couldn't say whether this was the perfect philosophy or not, but I could certainly see that in those circumstances, it was the only viable option for me and for everyone counting on me to make the best decisions I could. My grandmother certainly understood my decision. She applauded the efforts I made to try to help Bert steer himself in the right direction. Unfortunately, Bert had his own ideas about what he considered the right course for himself that were very different from that of his family or the staff of the mental health center. One day, while on the job at the office of NAMI, I learned that there was a job posting for a peer support specialist at the state hospital in Decatur, where both my brother and I had been treated. I'd visited with the peer support specialist a few times during my stay at the state hospital and found comfort in doing so. The peer support specialist is a consumer of mental health services also and acts in a quasi-professional role to give advice and hear complaints of clients. The position was part-time, though I felt positive that it could lead to something full-time if the person in that position proved that they could do a good job. The position sounded like a perfect job for me, as I had played a role in the mental health community for a time, and I eagerly filled out an application. I was overjoyed when I was told that I had been selected to interview for the position and looked forward excitedly to the opportunity. I traveled to Decatur and went into the lobby of the NARH. I was happy to be there for business purposes rather than for my personal needs or those of my family. There were many people being interviewed, and I realized then just how competitive these positions really were. People of all ages were waiting in the lobby to be interviewed for the one open position. I remember one man in particular, John, who was waiting to be interviewed. He was probably in his late 40s. He seemed like a nice person, and we shared our stories. We both hoped to be selected for the position. We realized that we had experiences that allowed us to relate to others and had the desire to help other people who were in the same situation. The interview process went well, I thought. I cannot remember all the questions that they asked me. All I could do was hope that I had some quality that they thought would be beneficial to the people they served. If there was something that would differentiate me from the throng of applicants, who were all qualified, then I really needed it to shine through at that moment. I awaited the hiring decision while preparing for a trip to Montgomery for an NAMI conference. Then one morning something very out of the ordinary happened, but this time it had nothing at all to do with the horrific imaginings related to my symptoms. During this time I took great pleasure in lying in bed in the morning while listening to the radio. I got hooked on the Dave Ramsey show for some reason. Dave Ramsey is a famous radio guru of personal finance. It seems rather ironic now, considering how meager my income was, that I would spend as much time listening to the teachings of Dave Ramsey as I did, yet most of his doctrine is still a cornerstone of my financial knowledge. On the particular morning in question, I didn't awaken to the sobering voice of Dave Ramsey. Instead, what I heard was the description of airplanes crashing into the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center buildings in New York City. I quickly ran to my television set in order to get a better idea of what was happening. As I stared aghast at the television screen, I saw the second airplane hit the second tower and envelop it in a ring of fire. Like most everybody else, I had no idea what was happening or why. I tried not to become too overwhelmed by the situation, and I think I managed to do so for the most part, but with one exception. NAMI courageously decided to go on with their meeting in Montgomery. It met a short time after the events of 9/11, and I, priding myself on my ability to keep things in perspective and not letting world events unbalance me, decided to go with them. When I arrived at the conference, though, I found myself attending only the opening session and then skipping the rest of the meetings, hoping that the conference participants wouldn't notice my absence. Instead, I stayed fixated on the television set in my hotel room, trying to learn all the information I could about what had taken place and who had perpetrated it. The ruins left by the flying bombs and the stories of courageous police officers and firefighters who tried to save the lives of those trapped in the buildings held me in thrall. I've always thirsted to learn about current events, especially those involving my homeland, and I could not pull myself away from the gruesome events and their aftermath. Despite my hopes, everyone noticed my absence from the conference meetings, and I felt quite embarrassed and guilty about the entire affair. It was, of course, wrong for me to accept the scholarship I received to attend the conference if I wasn't going to make a real effort to attend the meetings. To make matters worse, one of the people who happened to be attending the conference was someone who was a state advocate for the Department of Mental Health. Jill Russell was a very important person in the mental health community and someone I held in very high esteem personally. It was her job as a state advocate to hear the complaints of consumers of mental health services who had access to her office. I felt sure she noticed my conspicuous absence and hoped she would not think less of me for my ungraceful neglect of the proceedings. Not long after this conference, the announcement came regarding the person selected for the peer support specialist position. I was saddened, though not terribly surprised, to learn that it was not me. Although disappointed by the outcome, I felt honored to have even been considered for the position, and I was grateful to have been allowed to participate in this process. The experience did much to kindle hope that perhaps I could find a position such as this in my future. The country entered a crisis posture in a sense after 9/11, and I felt its repercussions like everyone else in the world. Having lived much of my life facing one crisis or another, it deeply distressed me to see the whole world entering a similar state of crisis. I visited my grandmother, who was in a state of shock about the events that occurred on 9/11. She had lived through interesting times, such as the Great Depression, World War II, and the Cold War, and was horrified to see the nation attacked in such a dastardly way. The enormous personal tragedies she had experienced did nothing to diminish her sense of incredulousness at the events of September 11th, 2001. Grandmother was crowned Queen of the Windsor House Nursing Home and made President of the Residence Council while I was beginning my 27th year. Grandmother had lived long enough to see the world change in many ways and to experience more than her fair share of misfortune. She had the ability to carry on, though, in the face of the most daunting adversity. Despite the horrible events of 9/11 and the tragedy surrounding her life and her family, she had a unique ability to weather any storm that came her way. Settling in. During this time, my position on the Consumer Council at the Huntsville-Madison County Mental Health Center became far more productive than it had ever occurred to me that it could be. Talk began to circulate among the council members about programs known as Consumer-Run Drop-In Centers, CRDC. We knew little about these drop-in centers other than what we had picked up at the previous consumer conference in Chaco Springs. What we did know about them was that consumers of mental health services had worked with the state to organize clubhouses of a sort, in which they could get together, have meals, and plan their own activities. This sounded interesting to us as well as to Vicki Hatcher, the staff member of the HMC-MHC, who advised us on the Consumer Council. She was well-liked and respected by all of the clients of the mental health center, and she encouraged us to investigate a CRDC for ourselves to see if it was something we wanted to start in Huntsville. This was an unexpected turn of events. In my opinion, most of the Consumer Council meetings up to that point had consisted of socializing and trying to think of different fundraising efforts. All this suddenly changed when instead of selling donuts, we were in a van and heading to Tuscaloosa, the home of my alma mater, to visit the CRDC that had been established there. This was certainly different from any other trip I had ever taken to Tuscaloosa, but I found the experience to be quite enlightening. What we found when we arrived there was a small house nestled in one of the neighborhoods not far from the university campus. I had partied at such houses many times before when I was in college. We arrived at the Friendship House, drop-in center at a time when there were no consumers there, other than the attractive woman who managed the center, Janet. She looked to be my age or younger, and I had seen her at the consumer conference in Chaco Springs, though we had not met. She showed us around the house and explained the types of services they provided. The consumers would socialize, have meals, and plan various activities, she explained. Janet worked part-time to keep the home operating. I don't know if she did this on an entirely voluntary basis or if she was paid. In either event, I could see that her work in keeping this facility operating made her eminently more qualified to hold a position such as a peer support specialist or a state advocate with the Department of Mental Health than someone of my limited experience. The Consumer Council returned from Tuscaloosa with a better idea of what a CRDC was. Then one day, a few months later while at my volunteer job, I came across a handbill similar to the one I'd seen posting the peer support specialist position, though this one listed criteria for starting a CRDC. The idea began to twist and turn inside my mind, and I decided to call the Alabama State Department of Consumer Relations, which was a branch of the Alabama State Department of Mental Health. It certified a CRDC to be officially sanctioned by the state, and I asked them for the application packet necessary for requesting certification. When I told the members of the National Alliance for Mental Illness, Huntsville, what I was contemplating, one woman in particular took an immediate interest in the project. Her name was Mary Reeder, and something about the idea of starting a consumer-run drop-in center captivated her imagination as much, if not more, than it did mine. She was one of the most active members in NAMI on a state level and had been for years. She was very prominent in the community, and as I soon learned, proficient in the organizational skills necessary for such an ambitious project. The first thing we did was organize another trip to visit a completely different drop-in center with the members of the Consumer Council who were interested in working on the project. We carpooled to Gadsden, Alabama to visit their CRDC, and this time we were surprised to find one where many of the consumers came to socialize. It, like Friendship House in Tuscaloosa, was in a small wooden house, and it was certainly thriving. There were many people of all cognitive functioning levels there having a potluck supper. They seemed to take particular delight in singing karaoke through a large machine they had. Later on that evening, the drop-in center presented a special guest speaker who had made the trip there from the state capitol in Montgomery to address the crowd. Her name was Ann Sawyer, and she was the commissioner of the Alabama State Department of Mental Health and Mental Retardation. This meant that she was the leader of the mental health system for the entire state. There in the living room of the small drop-in center house, she gave quite an insightful talk that made a lasting impression. She was a middle-aged black woman, and she pointed out the obvious similarities that she saw between the civil rights movement of African Americans, which had made such a powerful impact on the state and nation, and the movement of consumers of mental health services, which was going full steam ahead. She said that she thought that African Americans as a whole had come a long way in terms of integrating into the larger society and had come much further than people living with mental illness had been able to thus far. She said that African Americans had entered a stage of tolerance in the 1960s and was now in the beginning stage of acceptance, with tolerance and acceptance denoting a lower and higher stage of integration, respectively. She said that PLMI were in the beginning stages of tolerance by society and were working steadily to reach the acceptance stage. The commissioner then went around the room and asked everyone for input on ways that services for CMHS could improve. She seemed to take great interest in all of our comments and said that she was intent on implementing the most common themes into policy. We left the meeting feeling richer in terms of our understanding of what the consumer movement could accomplish and what a CRDC should be. The spark of inspiration to start a drop-in center of our own was fanned by our trip into a steady flame. Events remained stagnant in all other aspects of my life, and I remained largely dissatisfied. I tried to go out to bars once in a while, but was again startled by the type of reception I got from other people when I told them that I had no employment to speak of and spent my time doing volunteer work. I began to drink again, on occasion. After one such outing, I drove home from a bar feeling completely overwhelmed by my situation and completely unable to change it. I looked to the sky and I raised my hands and started to weep bitter tears at the seemingly endless stagnancy of the life I lived. I felt sorely tempted to give up hope at that time, but I fixed my mind and soul upon staying faithful to God, who had helped me overcome so many of the obstacles I had already encountered, including close calls with death and the potential for homelessness of me and my grandmother. My therapist, Bernice, was there for me, though, to help me process all of these feelings of dissatisfaction with my life circumstances and with my shattered view of myself. She listened to my concerns carefully, corrected me when I was being overly negative about myself, and helped me to paint a more accurate portrait of the way I viewed my self-image. I continued to work on the Drop-In Center project since I saw it as an opportunity to make life better for all consumers living in my community. A board of directors was formed, and I became the first president. The board consisted primarily of members of the Consumer Council, as well as a consumer named Brian Barry and his wife Darlene. Darlene had managed a women's outreach ministry for a number of years. Mary Reeder, the NAMI mommy who took an immediate interest in the project, was part of the board as well. She was very prominent in shaping the views of the board and extremely helpful in showing us how to make our dreams become a reality. The name we all agreed on for our new consumer-run drop-in center was Our Place. The most important role I played in the formation of the drop-in center was in putting together the paperwork required by the state to show that we were trying to form a CRDC. This amounted to a grant proposal, since if we were accepted as an official drop-in center, we would be eligible to receive state funds, which would augment any other monies we could gather for this purpose. The information I had to gather for this was very specific and included everything from how our board was organized to how we would raise the additional resources needed to maintain a drop-in center. I was on speaking terms with the man, Mike Autry, who essentially made the decisions about drop-in centers, and he was also the head of the Office of Consumer Relations. He consented to come and visit the board we'd organized. We met in the NAMI office of the United Way building, and we assured Mike that we were committed to making the drop-in center a reality and would work hand in hand with him to see it through. The immediate concern that many on the board had was that we did not have a building to house a drop-in center. Mike told us that we were not going to be able to start off having a fully functioning drop-in center with all its amenities, such as the ones in Birmingham and Mobile. He said that first we had to start with whatever building we could find to have our meetings. His words rang true as months passed, and we continued to labor and organize. Mary Reeder called a meeting for all consumers, which we held at the First Baptist Church, since she was a longtime member there. The discussion revolved around the topic of the CRDC. Mike Autry was invited to the event, and we were all pleased when Mary Reeder informed us that he planned to attend. I was asked to give an opening speech at the event, which I did, writing fiery words about how consumers could organize events and activities for themselves, and that the drop-in center was a perfect vehicle for our desire to do just that. This was a first speech for me, and I felt that it fell flat somewhat because I was extremely nervous. In any event, a group of about 50 people came to participate, and we were able to demonstrate to Mike that there was genuine interest within the community for a CRDC. Mike spoke to the group about drop-in centers and their purpose, and we all felt hopeful about making our vision become a reality in our community. I told my grandmother about all these activities. My grandmother was, at this time, the oldest surviving member of the First Baptist Church in Huntsville, the place where the meeting was held. Throughout my childhood and young adulthood, her primary method of participation had been as a regular television viewer of the church services. She no longer enjoyed attending the services in person. I'd chosen membership in a different church as a youth, and I grew up in the Church of Christ. However, we always respected one another's right to believe as we chose. Mrs. Reeder, as well as a surprising number of the NAMI families, had made their home in the First Baptist Church. I was invited to attend a number of artistic functions there that the church hosted for the community by the members there, such as Christmas concerts. Samantha, who provided so much care for my grandmother on a voluntary basis, was a long-standing member of the largest of the Churches of Christ in town, and Grandmother had started, over the last few years, watching the Church of Christ services on television as well. Grandmother had spearheaded a large number of philanthropic efforts when she was younger. The one she spoke of most frequently was her part in founding the Burritt Museum. Located atop the green slopes of Montesano Mountain, the Burritt Museum showcased a collection of log cabins from different time periods and a variety of animals typically found on farms, among other interesting attractions. It gave me great comfort to be able to inform her that I was working to promote charitable enterprises as well. In the middle months of 2001, we were elated to learn that we were certified as an official CRDC by the Alabama State Department of Mental Health. The organization received startup money amounting to about $4,000. The first thing we chose to spend part of this money on was in hiring an attorney to help us write papers to file with the IRS to grant us something known as 501c3 status, allowing us to operate as a tax-exempt organization. This is a necessity for any organization operating to provide philanthropic aid. With the help of Darlene Berry, one of the board members, we were also able to locate a house where we could have meetings for several hours each week. Her women's outreach ministry operated full-time to provide spiritual and physical comfort to women who were experiencing abuse. The women's outreach ministry was located in a house rented by the ministry, and the organization graciously allowed us to have access to their facilities for 14 hours each week. We all knew that it was a temporary measure until we could locate a facility of our own. The net result, though, was that we had a drop-in center of our own, and our place became the place to be for consumers of mental health services in the Rocket City. During this time, I had to make an appearance in court to file bankruptcy on the student loans I had accrued while studying technical writing at University of Alabama, Huntsville. I had to travel to a special bankruptcy court dealing with my student loans, which were considered different from the other debts that had already been discharged by my personal bankruptcy. The court was located in Decatur, and I drove around the downtown area once again in search of the federal courthouse. This time, though, it was the middle of the morning, and the circumstances for my being there were far from the romantic encounters with Lorraine that had brought me downtown previously. After driving in circles around crowded downtown, I located the federal courthouse and found the courtroom where I was supposed to meet my attorney. The only person in the courtroom when I arrived was a bailiff, with whom I talked at length. I was curious about how one went about becoming a bailiff, as it seemed like an interesting job, in my way of thinking. After about 20 minutes, I saw a man whose case was to be heard in front of the court before mine. He was a person living with mental illness who was roughly twice my age and had worked as a teacher as well as a security officer in a number of places. He was trying to file bankruptcy on some student loans as well. I watched the interplay between this man's attorney, the federal government's attorney, and the judge, and it reminded me very much of the times I had observed court for study purposes in my previous quest to be a law student. The judge agreed to reduce some of the amount that the plaintiff owed, and I saw this as a good sign for me. It was not long before my case was heard, and I was called to the witness stand. The man presiding over the case was very judicious-looking in his bow tie. I found that it was a very different feeling to participate in a court case involving money than it is to merely witness one. The judge began to question me, and I described all of my life circumstances in detail, including my bid to become a teacher, which had abruptly ended. The judge decided from this that there was no reason I could not continue my endeavor to become a teacher. I was unable to argue with his logic. It was somewhat unnerving to describe my circumstances to this audience, which included the two attorneys, a middle-aged woman who was the court clerk, the bailiff, and the judge. It was certainly a different experience than my previous one in bankruptcy court, which had been filled with a throng of people and was adjudicated in approximately 2 minutes. The judge ruled that I would have none of the $6,000 that I owed forgiven, and encouraged me to either continue my education or to figure out some other way to pay the money I owed. He said that I'd had over $80,000 of debt forgiven, from hospital bills mostly, and that I would continue to have to shoulder the remainder of the financial burden. I accepted his judgment with as much dignity as I could muster, and thanked my attorney for bringing my case to the court. In parting from my attorney, who was speaking collegially to the opposing attorney, I shrugged and told him, "Well, I wished we could have settled." Breaking through. I'm standing in a casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, in a sea of video poker and blackjack machines. I've been punching at one particular blackjack machine all day and have won $10 in change. Tomorrow we'll leave this entertainment mecca on bicycle to continue our journey of hope across the desert highway. While I'm in Las Vegas, I cannot help remembering the only other time I was in this city. When I was 12 and my brother Bert was 19, my father paid for us to fly out and visit him and his wife here. Then, as now, I was relegated to the video machines because of my age. Then, as now, I won $10 in change. Just as our last trip to Vegas, we all had gone the day before to the big water park called Wet n Wild. On this trip to Wet n Wild, though, I was a chaperone to a 12-year-old girl instead of being a 12-year-old myself. Part of the journey of hope was spending time with children with disabilities from various programs. Now, after several hours of riding water slides of varying dimensions, I couldn't for the life of me figure out what this girl's disability was. Finally, I just asked her in as tactful a way as I could manage, "What is your disability?" "I have a mental illness," she said without looking at me. She seemed somewhat embarrassed by this, but eventually looked me in the eyes in a determined manner. "I see," I said in a non-judgmental tone. I couldn't help thinking that this girl looked no different than any other young teenager I had encountered. I then thought about how difficult it must be for her to go around with the label of having a disability while giving no outward appearance of a problem. "Well, you ready to check out that big slide?" I asked. "Sure." She beamed, seeming glad that I had changed the subject. We then padded in our bare feet across the wet concrete and up the next hill. Back at the video blackjack machine, I took my $10 winnings and headed back to my hotel room. It's just my luck to be in Vegas and not be 21. "It's very important that you attend our next meeting, Jim," Mary Reeder told me one day around Christmas of 2001 while we were sitting in the offices of NAMI. "Sure, I'll attend," I replied, thinking that she must want me to witness some kind of Christmas celebration, or that she wanted to make sure we had maximum participation at the meeting. I attended the nighttime meeting and discovered, to my delight, that my NAMI family decided to honor me with the Consumer of the Year award. I received this award for my contributions to the developing of the concept of Our Place, the drop-in center we had poured so much effort into. Mrs. Reeder presented the award in front of a conference room full of people who were part of the NAMI family. Whatever choices I ended up making in life, I made with the knowledge that I had the support of these fine people who had accepted me with open arms. In the dawn of 2002, the doubt regarding what direction my life was taking began to twist and tighten around my throat, and the screws of regret began to turn. I had not been in a romantic relationship of any sort for a year and a half. I began to reflect upon the fact that when I had a low-wage job previously, I did have some success with women. When not involved in NAMI activities, my isolation continued, day after long, dull day. I knew I could make something of a full-time commitment to Our Place, one that could likely lead to part-time employment whenever the drop-in center expanded, and perhaps even do employment with the state's available positions to consumers, such as a peer support specialist or a state advocate. This, though, seemed like a difficult mountain to climb, since I would be working harder while receiving disability payments than I would have without it, and working at a job. It also occurred to me that there was no guarantee for advancement through this strategy, nor was there even any way to know for sure that our dream for a lasting drop-in center would even survive. There were several CRDCs we'd heard of which could not be sustained, fading out of existence. I resumed my exercise of walking as I began to adjust more to the surrounding neighborhood I lived in. I worked out a walking route which took me through the impoverished environment that surrounded my immediate area and into an oasis of a neighborhood with small, nicely kept houses. Most of these houses had gardens or holiday decorations in their front yards. Walking through my neighborhood to the Oasis neighborhood was somewhat difficult since there were no sidewalks through most of the area. Up to this time, I thought that sidewalks were a common feature to all residential districts in America. I now understood sidewalks to be the luxury they really are. As with previous periods during which I exercised regularly, I began to experience waves of euphoria and feelings of inspiration. I began to think that maybe it was not too late for me to come up with some plan for a brighter future. I began filling out a number of job applications at various places. And with renewed perspective, I also reformed my thinking about what educational opportunities were available to me. Derek, the mental health professional who had worked with me at the day treatment program in prior years, told me that there was a newly accredited master's degree in social work, MSW, program that might be worth investigating at Alabama A&M. So I telephoned the university that held this program. The female secretary I spoke with at the social work department certainly seemed encouraging, informing me that I met the basic requirements to be admitted to the program. She said that I could take the graduate record examination, the test most students took to be admitted to graduate school, after I began the program. I would have to sign up for the program soon, though, in order to participate. If I didn't, I would have to wait until next year in order to apply. I also spoke to an advisor in the education department at Alabama A&M about obtaining my teaching certificate. I pondered both of these options for gaining future employment during this time. I decided that if I could not find a job I liked at present, then there was no reason for me not to pave my way for a brighter future. One job I applied for was as a security officer at a plant that made diesel engines for trucks. The advertisement for the position in the newspaper read that the job paid close to $10 an hour, which sounded like a veritable fortune to me. I went to the interview and met with the executives of a national security company called Vance. These managers had done security work in high-level positions around the country and seemed very businesslike in their coat and ties. The man who interviewed me told me that he had begun as a security officer but had worked his way up to management. Unlike any other job I had ever heard of, I was provided 3 days of training for the job before knowing if I would actually be hired. There were 30 other people in training, and none of us knew if we would be hired. We met in a large conference room inside the plant, where we listened to someone explain all of the nuances of guarding a facility. This training was mandatory in order to be considered for one of 8 positions. We were told after the training that 2 other training sessions, containing an equal number of people, had been conducted in order to fill the same 8 jobs. While the large number of people applying, for the small number of positions available, did not bode well for my chances of obtaining the job, I was encouraged that I had scored a 98% on the written test following the training course. I was surprised to discover that a large portion of the applicants did poorly on the test and were very disappointed with their scores. However, a week later, the man who would be the security manager at the plant told me that I would not be hired, since all of the positions had been filled. The manager was a former military man, a Vietnam veteran, and the fact that I had no military experience, he implied, weighed heavily against me. I understood this, but I felt disappointed because I was not a person that could even meet the eligibility requirements for military service due to my mental illness. After another month of applying for jobs and looking at university programs, Glenn Bracken, the manager of Vance, who had given me the disheartening news earlier, gave me a phone call. He spoke to me about working for the security company part-time, as a fill-in, over the weekends and when other security officers needed time off. He said that in time, it would turn into a full-time position. I was more than elated by this opportunity and quickly agreed to meet with Glenn in person. He seemed pleased to be able to offer the position, and I was sure he could see the joy in my eyes at having a start with Vance. This was a monumental event in my view, since I was going to go from living on a little less than $600 per month to earning what amounted to about $20,000 a year whenever the position became a permanent full-time job. I was then asked to go and take a drug test, which turned out to be a hair follicle analysis that tested for drug use within the last 6 months. I'd never taken drugs in any serious way, and at this time, I didn't drink alcohol any more often than once every couple of months or so. I was grateful that I now could take the drug test with no concern about passing it. This scenario reinforced my understanding that street drugs are a dead end. 6 months prior to landing my job, I had no idea that such a fortuitous opportunity would present itself to me. If I had sought drugs as an escape, even one time in the 6 months prior to my drug test, my good fortune at going from poverty to a living wage would have been shattered instantaneously. I received my new security officer's uniform, which I was happy to see was much more stylish than the one I had worn as a security officer at the mall. The uniform consisted of a gray polo-style shirt and black slacks. The 10-gallon hat I had worn at the Parkway City Mall was mercifully absent. There was a different atmosphere here. At this post, I guarded a plant full of machinery which seemed conspicuously empty of the people I thought would have been required to run a large manufacturing plant. Many days and nights, I saw no one other than the other guards working with me on my shift. The job was incredibly tedious at times, and often involved me watching black and white view screens filled with nothing but the surrounding perimeter for hours at a time. At other times, I was able to pursue my love of walking for exercise, which was only limited by the fact that I had to wear dress shoes. These were harder on my feet than the black tennis shoes I had always worn at Parkway City. Most of the other officers on the team at the new job were much older than me and were, for the most part, veterans of the armed forces. A little fewer than half of the officers were close to my age, and 2 of them were men who were much younger. Several of the officers were retired from high-level engineering jobs who were working until their retirement plans became available. These men were full of wisdom, and I enjoyed talking with them about current events. At this time, the war in Iraq loomed on the horizon, and enlisted people thought that our country was definitely going to war there. I felt that I had made a decisive move in my personal war against my own poverty and lack of life fulfillment. I told my friends at NAMI of my decision to accept this new job, which meant, sadly, that I would be unable to continue with my volunteer job at the NAMI office. My friends at NAMI in Huntsville were saddened that I would no longer be at the office, but they seemed to understand that I had made a decision that I thought would be most beneficial to my future. I continued my work with Our Place, although I had no way of investing as much time in it as I would have liked. I sat in the office of my therapist, Bernice, where so many of my thoughts had been shared, and I talked to her about my good fortune at landing the job. I told her that I was not thinking about additional school anymore, since I had managed to get hired at a job I was happy with. She seemed to share my joy at having found a way out of the isolation and despair that had been creeping up on me in ever-increasing increments. I felt very much that I was now taking greater control of my own life. Of the many highs and lows I had experienced up to this time, this seemed like one of my happiest moments. Unless one has experienced poverty and disillusionment for many years, he or she cannot understand the happiness I experienced at this opportunity, which at once propelled me out of the gloom of unemployment and despair. I understood very clearly that society at large would not consider this a Horatio Alger moment, in which, by pluck and grit, a poor young man made it out of misfortune. But it was for me a very clear sign that I did not have to spend my life in poverty. Nor did I have to forego the self-fulfillment that having steady employment can bring. With this understanding, I sent fervent prayers of thanks to my Creator for smiling upon me with the good fortune I had been provided. One way I expressed the happiness I felt at my change of fortune was by going out on the town. And as was my custom, I went out by myself, or by my lonesome, as my grandmother would have put it. It had been many months since I'd been out, but the fact that I could now strut about with the new confidence of having a job with a good wage was all the motivation I needed to see the Huntsville lights with my head held high. This proved to be a more fateful occasion than I could possibly have hoped for, because this was the night I met a person who was to become a very prominent figure in my life. I can't remember all the nightclubs I visited in my reunion with Huntsville's nightlife, but one nightclub in particular certainly stands out in my memory. The dance club that I visited had undergone many incarnations over the years, as it had a propensity to fall into new owners' hands on an eerily regular basis. While I can't possibly recall all the prior names of this club, what I do remember is what it was called on this particular night in question. It was the Breakfast Club, and it had become a theme bar based on the 1980s, replete with giant Rubik's Cubes, a humongous portrait of Al Pacino from the film Scarface, and an array of other nostalgic paraphernalia. While I don't remember the 1980s as being especially conducive to dancing and courtship, the novelty was too great for me to pass up such an opportunity. The first thing that struck me as I looked around the club's dance floors was the fact that the nightclub was conspicuously devoid of patrons. Despite the lack of people, I soon met one of the few attending, and we introduced ourselves. The woman, whom I will call Sabrina, was an attractive and personable woman who appeared close to me in age, though her young features belied the fact that she was 6 years older than me. I explained to her that I had a new job, and I was out celebrating the fact. And as it turned out, she had just started work at a new job herself. Her job was quite a bit more prestigious than mine, since she had recently graduated with a degree in computer science, and she had obtained a job in the aerospace industry. I was too ecstatic with my new job to see this as a great obstacle, and felt encouraged by the fact that we seemed to get along well and had a great deal to talk about. We socialized for a while, and after the breakfast club closed, we decided to commemorate our new friendship with breakfast at the International House of Pancakes, where we had coffee and continued to learn more about one another. As it turned out, we had much more in common than we might have first suspected. We had both graduated from the same high school, good old Huntsville High, although she had graduated with an earlier class. Her mother was an Asian American who had been born and raised in China, and her father was a white American professor. I had gone to my senior prom with an intelligent and lovely Asian American woman whose family happened to be good friends with Sabrina's family. Although we had many differences, we had much in common, including our Huntsville roots, and I was happy that our relationship did not end when I telephoned her shortly after this brief encounter. I felt elated that I seemed to have such good fortune in meeting a person I really liked on my first night out after getting my new job. I didn't bring up the subject of mental illness, as hard-won experience had taught me to avoid this topic until I knew a person for a very long time. I considered the opportunity of getting to know this vibrant woman as something too important to take what I considered the unacceptable risk of revealing everything about my mental health to her, at least right away. We began to see each other regularly, although I soon discovered that if our relationship was going to become romantic, that it was not going to happen in short time. We went out to lunch and dinner and went on walks for a couple of weeks, and then one day Sabrina asked me if I wanted to attend a party with her. I loved parties, although I hadn't been to one in many years, but I was happy to escort Sabrina anywhere she wanted to go. We arrived at a one-story house, which I was surprised to discover was located only a couple of blocks away from the townhouse where my grandmother and I had lived for much of our lives. I walked into the party with Sabrina, where a large number of people had gathered. I was surprised to discover that no one at this party was drinking. While I could not claim to have been invited to scores of parties in the past 6 years, I didn't think I was so out of touch with society that the custom of drinking alcohol of some sort had vanished without me noticing. I shrugged this off, intent on having a good time and determined to make a good impression on Sabrina and her friends. The people gathered at the party all seemed trendy and intelligent, and I began to join the various clusters of conversation with what vigor I was capable of mustering. After talking for about 5 minutes, I noticed that one of the people began discussing medication that he took for mental illness. My surprise of one talking so openly about this private matter was mingled with my perpetual caution about revealing anything about my own mental health status. After talking with several other people, I discovered that many of them seemed to be talking about medications and mental health as well. I walked outside on the front porch to ponder what was shaping up to be a unique turn of events, and felt a weight outside myself pushing me to sit down onto a front porch swing. I realized with dawning clarity that almost everyone at this party was living with a mental illness of some kind. This meant, of course, that Sabrina most likely had mental illness of her own as well. My mind was reeling with all of this new revelation as Sabrina sat down on the swing next to me and began talking to me about her own mental illness. This shocking discovery was like being splashed in the face with a bucket of water, and I thought to myself that our meeting must have been fate. I then thought, surely I must be meant to fall in love with this person. She brought me to this party as her way of revealing to me that she had mental illness, and I thought, just wait until she discovers that I myself have mental illness too. Holding on to my own secret now seemed like the sheerest folly, and so, with a faint and stammering voice, I told her, Sabrina, I have a mental illness of my own. It's schizophrenia. She then said something that startled me as much as anything else I'd witnessed so far. She said, I knew you had mental illness before I brought you to this party. Really? I said. How could you have known that? She then said with a smile on her face, Do you remember when we ate at the Olive Garden for lunch the other day? Yes. Sabrina grinned. You took your keys out of your pocket, and when you did, I noticed on your keychain there was an NAMI logo. No kidding, I said. I didn't even remember placing such a device on my perpetually filled keyring, but when I pulled out my keychain to examine it, the big blue capital letters, NAMI, on a white plastic rectangle were there in plain view. Sabrina's powers of observation were far superior to mine in many respects, and she had used them to create a day to be remembered in the lifetime of a person who has been witness to many strange and wondrous events. Normal, Alabama. I spent one more glorious week dating Sabrina, now armed with the knowledge that we both were living with mental illness. What I learned of Sabrina was that she had an inspirational story. She had attended an Ivy League college and had eventually gone on to become accepted to medical school. While at medical school, she had been diagnosed with schizophrenia and had gone back home to live with her parents, just as I had following my own diagnosis. After allowing time to become accustomed to her new situation, she then attended University of Alabama Huntsville for 4 years to earn a new bachelor's degree in computer science. She had now come to the end of this difficult and triumphant path and had been hired in a technical position. Though it took time and struggles, she learned to cope with mental illness and to renew her professional life. I was moved by her inspirational story, since up to this time I had never met any person with the type of mental illness we had who had managed such a feat. We went on walks through the wooded Monte Sano mountain, which I had been to so many times during my youth. We both enjoyed walking for our exercise and each other's company. During these walks, we discussed plans I had for my future. I had told her of my original intention of becoming a lawyer and explained to her that I had pursued the teaching profession once upon a time as well. I let her know also that I sometimes thought about entering the social work profession to become a psychotherapist. For now, though, I was interested only in basking in the glory of my new security job. We hit many yard sales where she enjoyed looking at the endless array of items which she loved to collect. On one such occasion, we went to a house in an upscale neighborhood where a woman Sabrina had known from high school was clearing out the family home of her parents who had recently passed away. To my surprise, the woman remembered my brother Bert, who had lived in the neighborhood for a short time as a child. I had no knowledge of the neighborhood or that my family had once lived in a house there. It reminded me once again that Bert had an early childhood very different from my own. He had lived a life with my mother and father when times were good for them, when they had been a cohesive family unit living in a ritzy neighborhood. His childhood was very different from the disjointed bouncing around of my own early years. After my parents' divorce, Bert went from a traditional nuclear family unit straight into foster homes and poverty. While driving away from this yard sale, I felt compelled to tell Sabrina everything I'd been through involving my brother Bert. She was from a tightly knit family unit as is the case with most families with Asian roots, and she did not interpret my relationship with my brother in the same way I did. Despite all of my explanations, she could not fathom the idea that Bert and I would not be on speaking terms. A few days later, Sabrina consented to go with me to visit my grandmother at Windsor House, and I was happy that they could get to know one another, as I now considered Sabrina an important part of my life. One situation she wanted remedied, to which I eagerly agreed, was for me to quit smoking cigarettes. I'd been addicted to nicotine for over 4 years by that time, and I knew it was a terrible idea for me to continue smoking. I'd been a smoker ever since I'd been a patient at the state hospital, and my jobs in security, which entailed constant exercise, had not curbed my craving for cigarettes in the slightest. I stopped smoking, cold turkey, because I valued my relationship with Sabrina more than I did my love affair with nicotine. One night on her couch, I trembled and shook visibly, feeling the chills of nicotine withdrawal, which I felt had to be as bad as withdrawal from any other drug. My long-term goal to stop smoking coincided with my long-term goal of continuing my relationship with Sabrina. She seemed pleased by my gesture and encouraged me to maintain abstinence from smoking. Despite my best efforts, our romantic relationship was to be short-lived. Sabrina said that she was not interested in pursuing the course that I thought inevitable. Being persistent, I continued to telephone Sabrina to plead my case, but I was met with refusal. One thing I discovered in all of this was that despite the fact that Sabrina was unwilling to engage in a romantic relationship, she continued to remain a good friend. I continued to telephone her in an effort to kindle a romantic relationship, and instead of cutting me out of her life completely, she continued to not only hear my pleas, but also to talk to me for about as much time as I cared to. We talked on the telephone for at least 2 hours every day. We still spent time together, going places, though not as much as we did before, and although my disappointment at the turn of events was palpable, it was tempered with an equal measure of joy that I had a new friend. My ability to remain nicotine-free proved to be inadequate. I managed to remain free of cigarettes for another couple of weeks after Sabrina's decision not to date me, until something peculiar happened. One day while driving, I could have sworn I saw Bert, or someone who looked very much like him, walking across the street, maybe 50 feet in front of my car. Something about this experience triggered an instantaneous and irresistible desire for me to stop at the gas station only a block away and buy a pack of cigarettes, which I immediately began lighting as if I had never quit. I told Sabrina about my inability to stop smoking the next day. She was disappointed, but she remained my friend. I was introduced to Sabrina's network of friends who tended to be highly intellectual, some of whom had mental illness they were living with, and some of whom did not. While I was out of touch with socialization of any sort with people my own age, I certainly hadn't tended to spend time socializing with individuals of the intellectual persuasion, even before I was diagnosed with my mental illness. It was refreshing to spend time with these people, as I found acceptance from them that I had never really received from most fraternity and sorority members I had mingled with in my college days. I remember going to the movie theater with this group to see the film version of Oscar Wilde's play, The Importance of Being Earnest. I had read the play years before, and I didn't laugh as much as the other people in the movie theater, as I already knew much of what would happen. However, I now understood what it was like to interact with the art house crowd, and discovered that I enjoyed this interaction much more than I did interacting with people of different tastes. Mainly, though, I interacted with Sabrina, and we continued to learn more of each other's life stories. The benefit of my finding someone I both related to and admired was immeasurable. Although I continued to begrudge the lack of romantic love, the limbo of isolation that had enveloped my life began to recede. My life was looking up in a number of ways as I continued down a new path. I remember walking around the plant where I worked, through the maze of incomprehensible machinery in the middle of the night's blackened glow. I thought that perhaps I should write a letter to my stepfather, since I hadn't contacted him in about 1.5 years. I thought, yes, I should write him and let him know I decided to settle on the simple life that he had suggested to me on the front steps of the North Alabama Regional Hospital. He'd asked me to describe the good points of working at the Holiday Inn and had suggested that it was a good job for me. I wanted to let him know that I had even met friends who were intellectual like him. I thought long and hard about sending him this letter, but I never wrote it. I was also working with men who were a decade or so younger than my stepfather, who were retired engineers. One of them, whom I will call Gary, confided in me that it broke his heart that I and the other young men in the job, all of whom he thought had great potential, were choosing to stay in that job instead of pursuing some professional occupation. I accepted his opinion, but felt that he didn't understand my struggle, especially in light of the fact that I had a serious mental illness. I was not willing to explain it to him. I was quite surprised by his frank and emotional words, though, especially since we had enjoyed only a working friendship. His words echoed Sabrina's, who thought that I had the potential to pursue the law degree I had originally intended, or a degree towards some other profession. I continued to see primarily the hills and mountains I had already traversed, though, and was reluctant to allow my mind to wander toward the new horizons of an unknown profession. While all of this was taking place, I continued seeing my therapist, Bernice, and discussing the events taking place in my life. I told her that I'd decided to settle on this new life, working for a wage that I enjoyed very much, especially since there were new changes in Medicare that allowed me to keep my health insurance for a longer time. She listened patiently as we continued our sessions. Sometimes I mentioned the possibility of pursuing a master's degree in social work, which she had earned to become a therapist. This was only an idea I bounced off of her, though. I continued to be content with my new situation, and I was not willing to risk it in any way. Whenever I did mention this idea, though, she had a way of teasing it out to the point that I could see it more clearly by her asking me specific questions. After our sessions, I began seeing the idea as more and more of a real possibility, and was encouraged that she didn't seem to see any reason why I could not pursue this goal. My sense of self-esteem remained terribly low, and she had a way of bolstering my vision of self so that I didn't feel as utterly devoid of confidence in pursuing such a profession. I suppose that having good therapists, in one sense, was a deterrent to me having a goal of entering their ranks. I didn't know how I could ever live up to their amazing example. They had saved my life and helped me to feel like a worthwhile person. Did I have the ability to help other people in the same way? I pondered this idea more and more often and soon found that I was struggling with whether or not to pursue it. In 2001, this new job was a greater opportunity than I'd had in a long time, and I was now 27 years old. My failure to successfully further my education in 1999 remained fresh in my mind. I knew for certain that it would be unwise for me to try to work full-time and pursue a graduate degree, since there would certainly be conflict between work and school hours. As things stood, I was called randomly to work for Vance International at any hour of the day. I counterbalanced those tangible doubts with the clear faith in me exhibited by my therapist and coworkers. I telephoned the social work department at Alabama A&M the way I had 1 year before to ask them about applying to the program. Like the last time, they said that I would have to apply soon in order to be accepted in the program for the year. I now faced one of the most agonizing decisions of my life. I sat in Bernice's office holding my head in my hands, thinking about what the best decision for me would be, understanding instinctively that she could not tell me what I should do, but only help to guide my own decision-making process. I discussed these options with my grandmother, who was equally reluctant to tell me specifically what I should do. Not even Sabrina would tell me whether I should choose social work over some other pursuit. One aspect of security work that I have alluded to is that guards often have a great amount of time to ponder the course their life will take. The physical exercise of much walking, which is certainly a key component of security work, helps create moments of euphoric clarity in which one can really get in touch with the higher power as well as his own dreams. It was during one such moment of clarity and vision when I realized that I had a higher calling. This higher calling was to become a psychotherapist and a social worker. I said to myself, I think this is what God really wants me to do. It was not exactly like Paul, traveling on the road to Damascus, where he was convinced by God to set his life on a new course. It was much more subtle than that. I realized that everything in my life had seemed to prepare me for this particular path. My road to Damascus had occurred on the highways and byways where I had blistered my feet straining to understand God's voice, although it had taken me 6 years to understand where it led. Paul didn't require 2 roads to Damascus, and Jonah didn't need to be swallowed by a great fish more than once. These men were much older than I was when they chose to understand their higher calling, which was for them to use the talents they discovered they had in their attempt to make the world a better place. I could spend my time and energy honing my talents to help people overcome the same obstacles I'd had to contend with. I realized that it was worth me risking yet another failed attempt at success in order to make this happen. This dream was not about my own ambition for personal gain, but instead about how I could help other people. I realized, though, it was an opportunity for personal growth as I worked to make the world a better place for people living with mental illness and their families. My confidence in myself was still at a rather low point, despite the encouragement and friendship that I had from so many fine people in my life. My faith in this new endeavor was enormous, though. I knew it was a path that I had to pursue, despite any self-doubt. I'd be faithful to my dream and trust in God to deliver me to the higher plane in which I would become an effective servant to others. I handed in my resignation letter, which weighed heavily in my hand, to my boss Glenn, and explained to him my decision to pursue my dream. Perhaps he had suspected I would do this from the moment he hired me, and perhaps he did not. What is certain, though, is that the confidence he displayed in hiring me did a great deal in terms of helping to propel my life onto a new course. The plant for which our company supplied guards was located right next to the Huntsville International Airport, and we had occasion to see airplanes taking off and landing on a regular basis. I'd now become, figuratively speaking, one of the large jets that was departing the airport to fly into parts unknown. And like those airliners, I would be providing passage to as many souls as I could carry to destinations of recovery from serious mental illness. I was now breaking new ground in personal growth and embarking on a journey to aid others on their own paths to recovery. I had faith in God to aid me in this quest, and I knew without question that I would do nothing to let myself down, nor the people who had faith in me. I would use every ounce of my energy and commitment to make my dream to help other people living with mental illness a reality by becoming a part of a profession perfectly designed to do just that. I'd learned many life lessons and had experienced enough of the world to realize that I could use my knowledge of recovery to benefit others. I was fortunate enough to have been given the wisdom to realize my own potential to make my life one of greater purpose than it had ever been. It had been 2.5 years since I'd given up my pursuit of becoming a teacher and made the decision to live on disability insurance. The sadness and feelings of desperation I experienced during that period of time would never be entirely forgotten. Life lessons. In the fall of 2002, I attended the orientation session for my new classes with an eager heart and a curious mind. The creed of Alabama A&M is "Service is sovereignty," and I could tell at once that I was now in the right place at the right time. A&M is located in a northern suburb of Huntsville, in an area called Normal, Alabama. It's a proud member of the historically black colleges and universities located throughout the nation, and it is one of the oldest universities in the state. The demeanor of the professors and the information they provided at the orientation session bolstered my resolve to pursue my master's degree in social work and served to strengthen my feeling that I'd finally found my niche. One thing that was likely apparent to the people around me was my sense of thankfulness that I had the opportunity to be a part of this program. I was, in effect, bound to my geographical location because I didn't intend to move very far away from my grandmother. Up until about 5 years earlier, the only school that had a master's degree in social work, MSW, program was the University of Alabama. I was impressed immediately by the educators who started the MSW program at Alabama A&M. They assured me that creating the MSW program was no simple matter. The program had only been accredited, which is a very important factor for social work education, for a few years. Everyone who graduated before that time was able to be grandfathered in for accreditation. I was also impressed by my new professor's ability to explain the details of the MSW program and the licensure process in a straightforward way. I began my courses in earnest and soon realized that I was going to have an enormous amount of work to do. I was expected to write a seemingly endless number of papers. This was also the case for my failed attempt at technical writing school, although I realized that unlike technical writing, in social work I had an infinite number of subjects to write about. Since I had no prior experience in social work, I spent my first 2 semesters learning about my major, such as what it entailed and some of the basics of its practice. Unlike many of the other students who had no idea of what type of work they wished to do once they graduated, I knew without question. I wanted to be a mental health counselor. I had to wait until my second year, however, to begin really learning the specifics of mental health social work and how to treat different mental illnesses with specific approaches to therapy. The makeup of the faculty, as well as the majority of the students, were female. About half of them were black and the other half white. There were also students from other countries who brought their own unique perspectives to social work study. I was surprised to see that I was not the oldest student there, and I was happy to see that there were students of all ages. It was clear that many of the students there were similar to me in the sense that they did not have a straight path to their choice of social work as a profession, but had come to this conclusion over time, through winding routes. I was likely considered somewhat eccentric by many people there because of my lack of socialization and my somewhat different set of experiences and life views. It was clear at first, though, to teachers as well as students, that my knowledge base on most of the issues discussed was extensive. I poured myself into my studies and was pleased that I was rewarded with high marks as a result. One experience of note occurred during my first semester in the form of my participation in an undergraduate class. I'd never taken a biology course in my undergraduate studies and now had to do so in order to meet the requirements of the master's degree. I attended the class in an auditorium and was somewhat surprised to discover that I was the only white person in the room and certainly one of the oldest students there. The black woman who taught the course accepted me graciously, as did the young students who surrounded me. It didn't take me long to realize that I was fortunate, indeed, to be able to have such an experience, and felt that other white students in the United States would benefit from a similar one. I had a sense of being a minority in a sea of people different from me. Just walking around the campus, surrounded by people of different ethnicities, created a paradigm shift that I was quick to notice, and helped me to gain a better understanding of what it must be like for black people or other members of racial minorities each day throughout their lives. As soon as I left the campus, I was back in a world where most people tended to look similar to me, and I realized that this campus must feel as something of an oasis to people of color. I was a member of a minority myself as a person living with mental illness, though this was not apparent to the observer, and I tended not to announce having a mental illness. I broke my propensity towards silence about my illness, though, within a couple of weeks after beginning my new courses. One professor in particular seemed to conduct herself in an especially understanding way. She asked us to write a paper about ourselves, and I took the opportunity to describe what it was like to have a mental illness. Later, she asked me to come to her office and spoke to me about what I wrote in the paper. Professor Harris was in her early 40s, with a tall, attractive frame and a very disarming personality. "So, you are on all of your medications, right?" she asked. "Yes, I am," I said. "So you've already been through all of that, huh?" she questioned with a smile. "Yeah, that's right," I laughed. I then told her my whole story. I was relieved to be describing my circumstances to this woman and to feel her acceptance pour into me. Within the month, the annual Alabama-Mississippi Social Work Conference was to take place in Tuscaloosa, and I was one of the students who chose to attend. I certainly didn't have the funds to pay for a hotel room, but I felt that I had a way around this by merely spending one night in my old fraternity house, located about 2 blocks away from where the conference took place. It had been about 5 years since I had even visited the old fraternity house, and about 6 years since I had spent the night there. And that was when I was experiencing a psychotic break with reality. Since then, I had experienced recurring dreams in which I woke up in my old fraternity house as if I had never experienced mental illness and was resuming my college attendance. When I got to Tuscaloosa, the men at the fraternity house welcomed me as an alumnus and were very hospitable. I experienced the most palpable feeling of déjà vu as I ate dinner with these young men in the big dining hall on the immense wooden tables and socialized with them. Walking around the old parlor, which had been remodeled and looked better than ever, evoked feelings of nostalgia as I looked at the hardwood floors and old decor. When I explained to these youthful fraternity brothers that I was there to attend a social work conference, I could tell by their reactions that the entire notion of this seemed alien. One of them loaned me his room for the night so that I might have a place to lay my head. The feeling of surrealism at sleeping on a bed in my old fraternity house washed over me like a nostalgic wave. I drifted off to sleep with great expectations for the next day. I attended the Alabama-Mississippi Social Work Conference, happy to meet with the fellow attendees and thankful that this new chapter of my life was well underway. I remember one meeting at the conference in particular in which a knowledgeable, charismatic black man conducted. He offered a bag of chips to everyone, and I eagerly raised my hand. I reached inside the bag, and when I pulled it out, I was excited to discover I grabbed several dollars. The speaker had done this to illustrate the lesson that opportunities occur to people who are willing to receive them. Although I felt fortunate to have the financial advantages that I did during this time, including my disability payments and my housing subsidy, I continued to struggle financially. The old adage about starving students certainly held true for me. I would go from times of having plenty of money to those where I had to choose between eating and smoking cigarettes. I hadn't really experienced this level of poverty since I'd been a child in the slums of Oregon, and was rather amazed that many of the other students, who didn't even have the same economic advantages that I now had, were managing to survive during their studies. I started socializing with people at a bar. I was with a former high school classmate who was an investment banker along with some of his friends. They didn't seem to understand my decision to pursue social work. I did my best to talk to them about topics of similar interest and to keep up with them in their heavy drinking. Our association abruptly ended, though, one night when I drank so much that a certain song on the radio began to make me visibly weep. Later that night, after almost getting into a fight with someone for no reason at all, I drank one drink too many, and something in my mind gave way to the point at which I began to lose all focus of the world around me. This was a very frightening experience, and I realized for the first time since I had resumed drinking socially that I was quite limited in the amount I could drink. The second semester of school began, and I spent the first 2 weeks trying to get my mind back in focus, which thankfully I eventually did before any of my assigned work was due. I didn't return to the bar that my new friends frequented during that cooling-off period, but when I finally did return, I found that my abrupt absence, perhaps combined with my behavior on my bender, resulted in a cool reception by my newly acquired companions. I felt even more like an oddball in their presence, because I knew for certain I could not drink nearly as much as they could. After that, I would drink socially on occasion. However, I always did so with the knowledge that alcohol was definitely not good for my psychological condition. Over time, I tended to drink increasingly less, as thoughts about my mind buckling under the pressure of alcohol were ever present in my mind. These young business professionals were certainly not the only people who spent time at this bar. People who worked in all manner of occupations spent time there. I found that many of them didn't respect my chosen profession either. One waitress in particular, whom I tried to make time with, identified social work with people who were involved with child custody cases, which is certainly one important aspect of what social workers do. While I had no particular ambition to be involved in that type of social service, I was identified with those people nonetheless. I discovered that I was disliked by some who considered social workers to be baby snatchers. I soon decided that hanging out at the bar was really not good for me. Instead, I decided to spend more time alone, focused on my studies. Any desire to meet and socialize with people in nightclubs for any length of time never returned. With every passing year, I found myself feeling more alienated in that environment. New beginnings. After launching back into studies for the second semester at A&M, I received a telephone call from my friend Sabrina. She said that she had someone with whom she wanted to arrange a date for me. I readily agreed to the proposal. I was very appreciative of Sabrina's thoughtfulness, especially since I had not been in a serious relationship with a woman in about 3 years. The woman I went on the date with was a full-figured brunette in her late 20s whom I will call Roxanne. She was from the Ukraine and had lived in the United States for about 8 years with a couple from her church. We had an instant rapport, and I was happy to find myself in a new romantic relationship at last. Neither Sabrina nor I told her about my mental illness, and I continued my habit of waiting until I thought the time was right to let her know everything about my mental health status. I learned that she was very involved in her church, which was a conservative branch of Presbyterian. Her church was responsible, through their mission work, for Roxanne's presence in this country. Roxanne had converted to Christianity in her native Ukraine, and then moved to the United States where she lived with her foster family and attended college. She had earned her degree in international studies from the University of Alabama Huntsville and was now working in customer service at a large bank, as well as working at a couple of other part-time jobs. Her religious life was very important to her, and since I considered myself a very spiritual person, I was no stranger to attending church. I soon began attending church services with her. As our relationship progressed, I even became a member of the church, though my views tended to be a bit more liberal than the official church dogma. Roxanne was more conservative than me in many of her life views, but we were able to live with these differences for the sake of our relationship. My second semester of graduate school passed by quickly as I prepared to begin the direct practice of social work skills. This required working for 3 semesters at internships, known as field practicum. The woman who was in charge of the field practicum program was a middle-aged black woman named Professor McLynn, who also happened to be one of the most personable people I had yet to meet. She told me that she wanted me to work at the Morgan County Department of Human Resources, located in Decatur, as a prelude to field practicum at a mental health facility. The Department of Human Resources for each county was responsible for working for its citizens with child custody cases, as well as other matters. I agreed with my advisor that it would be an educational experience for me to learn more about other areas covered by social work besides mental health. My first memories as a child had been of foster homes and the social worker who was involved in my case. Mrs. Butler, whose white hair matched the white of the tiny Jeep she would drive me around in as she helped decide my fate through my childhood years, was a pivotal figure in my recollection. She made her presence known at key points throughout my childhood, when she would mediate the decisions made by myself and my family. I believed also that this profession was being demonized unnecessarily, and I wanted to try to learn more about why. My barroom acquaintanceships, which had ended up with me feeling ostracized because of my chosen field of study, had piqued my curiosity about this as much as anything else. I remembered my grandmother and stepfather's fears of the mental health system, which certainly had in my own experience proven to be false. I also recalled my grandmother's dissatisfaction with the DHR. She had been greatly displeased with their decision to remove my brother and myself from my mother's custody and to send us to foster care. My grandmother's level of frustration about the situation was increased by the fact that DHR would not allow her to take over the custody of her own grandchildren herself. I was eager to get started in my work for the DHR in Morgan County, happy to be going to the river city of Decatur for yet another reason that didn't involve me being hospitalized. My relationship with Roxanne progressed. However, I remained unwilling to inform her of my diagnosis with schizophrenia. She didn't share my interest in social work, but she was supportive of me pursuing my field of study. One feature of my new responsibilities was that I now had a good reason to purchase a cellular phone. I had lived well below the poverty line for the majority of my adult life. The only time I had even for an instant considered purchasing a cell phone had been in the middle of a psychotic break in 1998, when I had abruptly left my workstation at the Holiday Inn front desk to go traipsing around the nearby mall. It was now 2003, 5 years later, and I had not considered trying to buy a cell phone since then. In fact, I became quite embarrassed whenever I was even around a cell phone because I had no idea of even how to dial a call on one of those devices. It seemed to me that practically everyone I encountered had a cell phone, and in some cases, even young adolescents and children seemed to be chatting on them. It was with pride, then, that I walked into the Verizon store and was happy to discover that I was eligible to purchase my first cell phone. My delight was not only over possessing a new gadget, but also because I now had a reason for needing a cell phone, since the work I would be doing would be improved if I had access to greater means of communication. I wanted to make a good impression on my new colleagues, and I believed that having a cell phone would allow me to do a better job. I examined the features of the phone, all of which were foreign to me, but now that I owned one and had a moment to examine my phone closely, I caught on to how it operated. My field practicum at the Morgan County DHR took place in the summer, and I worked for 40 hours a week there and took 2 classes at night. This was definitely a departure from the hours of free time I had on my hands in the period when I did only volunteer work. Before I could begin my work with this agency, though, I had to be interviewed. The interview went well, other than the initial difficulty I had in locating the agency. The woman who interviewed me was tall and thin with translucent-looking blonde hair. The years of service she had provided to families could be seen on her expression, which seemed scoured of concerns for anything other than doing her job. One of the first questions she asked was whether I wanted to work for the Child and Family branch of the agency or the Adult Services Department. I instantly answered that I would rather work for the Adult Services branch of the agency, which worked to protect the rights and health of adult citizens from abuse and neglect. My decision was based in part on the fact that I was responsible for the care of an elderly person, my grandmother, and I felt more inspired to pursue this course than to be involved in the affairs of parents and children. This was especially the reason because my ultimate goal was to get a position working with adults with serious mental illness. The woman who interviewed me respected my decision, although she said she was disappointed by it. "There are just not enough people who want to do this type of work with children and their families," she said. "You can have a position working in adult services then." She sighed. Unlike my decision to inform the professors at my school of my mental illness, I didn't feel a similar compulsion to inform the Department of Human Resources of this fact. I felt that this might create awkwardness, even if only in my own mind, and I didn't want to take any chances on limiting employment opportunities. The people at DHR accepted me, and I appreciated the atmosphere there and was thankful to even have my own office, which included a computer and a telephone. As a student intern, I didn't have anywhere near the amount of responsibility and workload of the other staff, and it didn't take me long to recognize that the staff felt a great deal of stress and burden regarding the important work and decisions they had to make daily. The years of stifling despair that had plagued me were now counterbalanced with a wave of hope for the possibility of a successful future. I made the decision to quit smoking at that time and started chewing nicotine gum as a substitute. My work duties began with visiting elderly people or adults with other disabilities who had great difficulty in caring for themselves. I did everything from grocery shopping for a woman who was in sole charge of a brother who was entirely disabled, to helping a man obtain an air conditioner, to visiting people in a nursing home who had no one else to visit them. I walked through low-income project areas some of the time, much the same way I had when I worked for the Census Bureau in 2000. It dawned on me that there was a vast underbelly of society that was in dire need and had problems with disability and poverty. I was becoming someone who was on both the receiving and giving end of the resources in place to assist them. It occurred to me often that it was not that long ago when I was sitting in the lobby of the Madison County Department of Human Resources in Huntsville, waiting for my own appointment to receive food stamps. When I saw people in the lobby at DHR in Decatur who were waiting to talk about food stamps or some other concern, I didn't feel like a person outside their social sphere. I had no problem relating to them in terms of the vexing toll that poverty can have on the human psyche. I realized that most of society knew nothing of the suffering and hardships that their less fortunate brothers and sisters experienced on a daily basis. Many of them would never know about this underworld of people in need unless, like me, they found the circumstances of their lives interrupted by some life-altering event. My work at DHR also included, to my great surprise, assistance to the people who worked for the child and family branch of the agency. Women who worked for this service walked into homes that might be dangerous, and they felt much more comfortable going into the unknown with a large man at their side. I made a point to stay uninvolved in the interviews that took place in these households, since I knew my experience in this area was limited. I was pleased to have a bird's-eye view of these proceedings and to learn more about social work and child welfare in general. What I learned was that it had become extremely difficult to remove a child from the custody of a parent in Alabama. Even if custody is removed, DHR looks for people like grandparents or other relatives to care for the child first. If I had been in the DHR system of 2003 as a child, I would have been allowed to live with my grandmother, and my first memories would not have been of foster parents. After dating for 8 months, I felt comfortable enough with our relationship to tell Roxanne about my mental illness. We were outside of a Mexican restaurant where we had just dined, and I broke the news to her in the gentlest way I knew how. She did not take the revelation well, and to my horror, she burst into tears upon hearing the facts. Our relationship ended in very short order. After about 2 weeks, she telephoned, and our relationship resumed for a month or so. But in the end, the fact that I had a serious mental illness was simply too much for her to handle. Doubtlessly, our relationship was also tenuous because I was still a student, despite the fact that I was doing unpaid work and continued to have little idea whether I would find a position, or how much it would pay, whenever I did find one. The school assured me I would not have difficulty finding employment, and that the salary would be quite a lot more than I expected it to be. My grandmother had taught me to never count your chickens before they hatch, and I remained skeptical to a degree on what kind of career opportunity would surface. After a memorable summer, I ended my service with the Morgan County DHR, thankful for the opportunity to work and learn with the people there and with the people I had served. After a year of learning the basics of social work intervention, I looked forward to starting the first semester of my second year at A&M, where I began to learn the nuts and bolts of providing social work in a mental health setting. My next internship took place at the Mental Health Center in Decatur. My journey into achieving my dream of learning to become a psychotherapist was now fully underway, and I looked forward to learning everything I could in my quest to make this dream become a reality. Graduation. I drove to Decatur once again to be interviewed for a field practicum at the Mental Health Center, which served Morgan County. The Decatur Morgan Counseling Center, DMCC, was nestled between the Wallace Center, a vast compound that was residence for hundreds of people with mental retardation, and North Alabama Regional Hospital, with which I had become intimately acquainted. In many ways, Decatur seemed to be a kind of mecca for mental health services of all kinds, and I felt that it was the right place for me to be. A friendly woman named Gloria conducted the interview. She was the clinical director of the Mental Health Center of North Central Alabama, MHC-NCA, the organization that oversaw DMCC. This meant that she was in charge of the people who provided direct care for the clients for 3 counties, as the MHC-NCA was responsible for providing services in Morgan, Limestone, and Lawrence counties. She asked questions about my work background and described the types of services the center offered. She then began showing me around the center, including the area where I would be working, known as day treatment. She said she was particularly proud of the area and that no expense was spared in its operation. I'd been a client in the day treatment program in Madison County for a time, years earlier, and was certainly familiar with the services offered, but I didn't feel compelled to explain this to her at that time. I chose instead to keep the knowledge of having a mental illness to myself. I was backed by this decision by my own therapist, Bernice, who compared having mental illness with having a heart condition or any other physical illness. One would certainly feel no obligation to inform one's prospective employer of a physical condition of this kind unless the condition would adversely affect performance on the job. I freely acknowledge that romantic relationships are a much different matter, and different people will have different ideas about what information should be disclosed and when. But in the area of employment, there is no moral ambiguity in my mind, and certainly none under the law. I was soon introduced to the woman who coordinated the day treatment program at the DMCC and who would be my boss. Her name was Trish, and we developed an almost instant rapport. I was also introduced to her boss, Mike, the program director for the DMCC. He was a wise and amiable man, nearing retirement. I then began the actual work of my internship and began meeting the clients I'd be working with. I was immensely excited by the prospect of being able to work on their behalf and was pleased to find that I had an almost instant connection with them. I thought, this is great. I'll have this instant rapport with all the clients because of our shared experiences of symptoms and overwhelming despair, but no one will realize exactly why. I thought that this hidden advantage would be a decisive factor in me being viewed as a particularly effective mental health worker. I didn't reveal directly to the clients that I had a mental illness, but was able to converse at length on practically any issue they brought to my attention. The therapist acts as an agent for change within the client, and the mental health status of the therapist is not important, in and of itself, except to the extent that it helps him or her to empathize with what the client is experiencing. Day treatment is a program that clients can attend 4 hours a day from 2 to 5 days a week in order to receive group and individual therapy. Here, clients also attend classes on coping with symptoms of their mental illness and receive rehabilitative training in a variety of areas. Typically, the clients who attend day treatment are considered to be at high risk for relapse from their illness. As a result, they were hospitalized repeatedly. They were on various levels in terms of cognitive functioning, but for the most part, those who participated in day treatment for long periods were the ones that faced extreme difficulty in terms of managing the symptoms of their mental illnesses from day to day. I soon realized that the day treatment program was the crown jewel of the entire organization. There was no shortage of resources for the clients, and there was a wide array of services, as well as the opportunity to participate in exciting activities. Friday was fun day, when the clients could get away from the day-to-day tedium of attending therapy groups. On most Fridays, the clients engaged in fun activities, such as playing bingo or singing karaoke, and the staff worked to prepare a big meal for them. On other Fridays, the clients went on trips to parks, museums, ate out, or went bowling. Day treatment was a window for these clients, normally stranded by the lack of transportation and financial resources, to the outside world, to save them from the desolation of their own four walls. 2 days a week, a volunteer worked in the program to teach the clients who needed to earn the equivalent to a high school diploma, known as the GED. It delighted me tremendously to see these clients, some who would likely never be able to earn a GED, work to improve their reading and math skills. I was also inspired because the person who taught the class was a woman struggling with a serious mental illness of her own. She had once worked as a special education teacher in a public school. One of the greatest benefits of day treatment was the interaction that took place between the clients. It was quite a wonderful sight to see clients who without day treatment were otherwise isolated, engaging in social activities with one another. They encouraged each other and demonstrated kindness to one another in a variety of small ways. One downside to this situation was that 80% of the people I was now surrounded by smoked cigarettes, and this contributed mightily to my all too hasty decision to pick up cigarette smoking once again myself. The several months that I had spent not smoking prior to this would not be in vain, however, as it would be one of a great many efforts at quitting smoking, which would prepare me for my eventual ability to stop smoking altogether. My ultimate triumph over this addiction would not take place for many more years in the future, though. The primary duty I had as a student intern was facilitating group sessions. The program consisted of a therapist with a master's degree, a rehabilitative coordinator who had a bachelor's degree in a helping profession, as well as 2 van drivers. We took turns encouraging group discussions with the clients. These discussions varied in subject matter, but mostly consisted of skills training for coping with symptoms of serious mental illnesses. Up to this point, I had never led any sort of group discussion, and now I was in a sink or swim situation. I had to learn rapidly how to navigate the group dynamics of people with as many differences as they had similarities. I always envisioned myself as an individual therapist and felt much more equipped to work with people one-on-one. I soon learned, though, that being able to facilitate a group therapy session was as important a skill as any I needed to acquire if I were to become an effective psychotherapist. With practice, my proficiency in this area increased, and I felt that I became a much more competent and well-rounded communicator because of my steady practice at this important discipline. I continued visits to my grandmother throughout this time, describing in glowing terms everything in which I was involved. She was pleased that I finally seemed to be finding my path in the world, and she at one point proudly told one of the nurses who assisted her that I was her egghead. It was thrilling that she was able to witness me living my dreams, and I beamed when she showed me a picture illustrating a picture of the cleaning products Pride and Joy, saying that I was her own Pride and Joy. My studies at school progressed steadily, and I was delighted to finally have access to the textbooks and research related specifically to psychotherapy. An entire new world opened up for me as I studied specific psychotherapeutic techniques and treatment modalities. I poured myself into this work since I wanted desperately to help other people in the same way I had been helped. I began comparing the information about psychotherapy I learned to specific things my therapist had said to me over the years, and found myself thinking, this is why she said this to me at that time, and that's why she said that to me at another time. I was still a student, though, and had yet to try actually providing therapy to another individual. To some degree, I was insecure about being able to put my knowledge into actual practice, and my own experiences with mental illness did little to alleviate this uncertainty. Part of my field practicum experience meant that I had to spend a certain amount of time with an actual practicing social worker at DMCC. As I sat in on some sessions with one named Nancy, hearing a seasoned therapist at work, I thought to myself, wow, I certainly hope I can be as creative and effective as she. Time passed as I continued my struggle to maintain my working relationship with clients and staff, my grade point average, and a steady diet. One day, as the semester was nearing to a close, I was called into a meeting with my boss, Trish, and Gloria, the clinical director who had conducted my initial interview. They wanted to know if I was interested in a paying job at the MHC-NCA. Yes, I said. A job in a mental health facility has been a long-standing dream of mine. They explained that for the next semester, I could do my internship there for 20 hours a week, as well as working an additional 10 paid hours a week. Upon graduation at the end of that semester, I would be hired full-time to be a second psychotherapist within the day treatment program, with Trish as the other therapist. She would remain the coordinator of the program and my boss. I instantly agreed to their terms, feeling overjoyed by the fact that I had finally been offered the career of my dreams. The best part was that I would also be working a short distance away from my grandmother. I even began thinking of ways to move grandmother to Decatur, since I had been able to see all of the nursing homes in Decatur during my work with the Department of Human Resources. I thought of one that would be perfect for her. As soon as possible, I told my grandmother that I had actually been offered my dream job, and she shared my moment of happiness. I informed the other social work students of my job offer, and it turned out I was actually the first of the students graduating that year to receive such an offer, knowing where I would be working post-graduation. My life was now definitely on an upward swing, since I'd managed to achieve more within the last year and a half than I had dreamed possible in a very long time. Parting ways. Once I became an official employee, I did a great deal of van driving and had the opportunity to explore throughout Morgan County. I drove through the town and the country, depending upon my route, and it was quite enthralling for me to see cows, horses, and all manner of farm animals on my country drives. Both the clients and staff at DMCC made me feel at home, and my relationships there continued to flourish. During this time, I made the decision to renew communication with my stepfather, who had been such an important influence throughout my life. With trepidation, I telephoned him one afternoon, hoping he would be willing to talk to me after a 2-year silence. He was very receptive to talking, but what he feared when I called was that I was calling to tell him that grandmother's health had declined drastically, or that she had passed away. I quickly told him that she was doing fine and began to describe to him, in detail, all of the decisions I'd made, the events that had occurred, and that I was expected to begin my new profession in a matter of months. He seemed pleased by this prospect and happy to know that my life had taken such a positive turn. I let him know how much his influence had affected me and informed him that I had not spoken to him primarily because of the shame I felt for how my life had turned out prior to answering my calling. He seemed to understand this, although it was clear to me, as I'm sure it was to him, that our decision to not communicate until now had only resulted in the waste of precious time that we could have spent being in touch with one another. I resolved not to let that state of affairs continue, and we maintained contact with one another by telephone and through typed letters sent through the post office, since he was offline and had no email. He began sending me letters, similar to the ones he sent to grandmother, that contained a variety of subject matter, including his views of the world. It was at this time that I met a key individual in my life, and I met her, of all places, on the job at day treatment. Eleanor was getting ready to graduate from Athens State University with a bachelor's degree in behavioral science, and she was doing an internship at the day treatment program. We found that we had much in common, and it was not long before we began a genuine friendship. We talked on the telephone quite often, learning more about each other. After a couple months, I asked her to attend the ceremony for the annual induction of candidates into Phi Alpha, the Social Work Honor Society, of which I was already a member. This ceremony took place in one of the larger rooms on the A&M campus and was quite a dignified ceremony in its symbolism. White candle wax dripped onto my black suit as we held candles to honor the new inductees. Many of my professors and fellow students were interested in meeting the attractive Eleanor, whom I escorted to the event. After the ceremony, we went to one of the Japanese restaurants in Huntsville called Shogun. It was not long after this moment that Eleanor and I began dating exclusively, and it was at this point that I confronted the same dilemma I had met before. When should I tell Eleanor about my mental illness? And when she found out, how would she react to it? The fact that we both worked at the same place had the effect of pushing up my decision to inform her far sooner than I likely would have otherwise. I didn't want to take any chances of friction between us at my new job. So while sitting on the couch in my apartment after one of our first dates, I geared up to tell her about my mental illness, hoping not to see that same sickening expression on her face that I'd seen on other occasions when describing my mental health status to girlfriends. It occurred to me, not for the first time, that it seemed rather unfair that I even had to have these types of conversations that most other people my age didn't have to, while I didn't know how she would react and tried to prepare myself for anything. To my grateful surprise, she took the news well and was not overly dismayed by my confession. Her reaction was probably due to the fact that her mother had been struggling with depression for much of her life. Our relationship endured, and it felt quite refreshing to me that Eleanor knew the truth about me as soon as she did, and that she also went against the social tide and accepted me for who I was. She also agreed to keep my secret and remained the only person from my new working world who was aware that I had a psychotic disorder, and to her credit, she remained true to her word. I continued to apply myself to my studies, honing my knowledge of ways to provide effective group and individual therapy while trying to apply these techniques to my work at the mental health center, even though I was not technically providing either group or individual therapy since I had not yet graduated. With about 6 weeks to go before graduation and my entry into my new profession, I was studying for the comprehensive final examination set to take place in a few days' time. That's when I received a fateful telephone call. My grandmother's friend, Samantha, telephoned me to tell me that my grandmother, Collis, had been taken to the emergency room after experiencing stomach problems. I raced down to the emergency room, where I found my grandmother lying on a hospital pallet. I sat with her all that afternoon, awaiting the results of the tests they had run. And after some hours, they said she was free to go and that she had just had a stomach virus of some kind. She was transported back to the nursing home by ambulance, and I met her there much elated that she had nothing to worry about. A day later, though, grandmother was back in the hospital. When I got to there, I learned that the situation was much more severe than had originally been suspected. Grandmother had diverticulitis, and she was placed in the intensive care unit. I telephoned my stepfather with the news he was hoping not to hear when I'd phoned him before. For the next 6 weeks, I was on an emotional roller coaster as grandmother's condition improved and declined with no pattern. I never knew what to expect. One day she would be unconscious with tubes down her throat, and the next she would be talking to me as if everything was going to be just fine. I spent many hours at the hospital telling her everything I could think to say to her, never knowing if these words would be the last words I was able to say to her, or if she were going to make a complete recovery. I continued to balance work and school with my steady visits to the hospital, not knowing if I should postpone my graduation for another year or not. While weighing my options, I turned to Bernice, my therapist, whose opinion I respected enormously. When I explained the situation and posed the question of whether I should postpone my graduation, leaning more toward not doing so, as the clients and staff in day treatment were counting on me to be there for them upon graduation, she said emphatically, "Don't you do it." It was at that point that I realized that it was not just the clients and staff at my new job who were counting on me to hang in there. It was all of the people at the mental health center in my hometown as well, who realized what I was doing and were encouraged by it. My future, I realized, was larger than just me, my personal desires, and even my own family. There were so many people counting on me to beat the odds. Even my grandmother, who I felt would certainly want me to continue with school if she were in a clear frame of mind. I couldn't let them all down. After about a month of the triple pressure of hospital visits, school, and work, my mind began to do what I have described before, fading out. I was breaking down as I began to lose concentration and focus. I found myself driving in circles as I was searching for the highway exit to take me to Decatur, a road that I had traveled 100 times before. My mind felt like it was bleeding inside as I tried to make one concept connect to another one in my efforts to write my final research papers to finish up the work for my master's degree. As it began to seem less and less likely that my grandmother was going to pull through her illness, I began to see her apparition appear to me at night as I was nearing sleep. My grandmother's image cried out to me in anguish, beckoning me back to her side. At the hospital, I was only allowed to visit grandmother during certain hours of the day. The time I couldn't spend visiting, I spent studying. Ironically, I was assigned at the time to do research on grief counseling. I found a small hardback book with a jet black cover on that topic at the mental health center in Decatur. It was with sadness that I carried this book with me on my visits to my grandmother at the hospital. The volume's hardbound cover seemed to mesh to my hand, as if it were some sacred text while I paced the hospital's seemingly endless array of lobbies. Grandmother's relatives began to trickle into Huntsville as they thought this could be the last time they saw this graceful woman who had touched everyone's life with whom she came in contact. We were all holding on to the slight hope that she could pull through this illness, but we understood that the chances were not good. I realized then that I'd better find Bert so that he could say any final words to grandmother before she passed away. I went to the restaurant where Bert was washing dishes, and someone showed me to the apartment across the street where he lived. These were the same apartments where my grandmother and I had lived from 1985 to 1987, before moving to the townhouse. When I located Bert at the apartment complex, it was obvious to me, at any rate, that he was experiencing moderate psychotic symptoms. He appeared to be responding to the internal stimuli of audible hallucinations the whole time I spoke to him. He told me that he would have to move out of the apartment soon, since he had lost his job at the restaurant and didn't know where he would move next. Bert had not seen grandmother since the incident when his psychotic symptoms had caused him to be forcibly removed from the townhouse and hospitalized. I took Bert to the hospital so that he could visit grandmother. At that time, she had tubes going down her throat. Bert came in crying, much as I had done on a similar visit when I thought she was not going to pull through, but she had made a miraculous recovery. Grandmother quickly motioned with her hand that she wanted Bert to leave, since his crying was making her feel agitated, and he did. I questioned Bert, trying to find out if he was willing to accept the truth of his mental illness and ready to be more compliant with treatment, and he indicated that he was not. I saw nothing I could do for him at that time, especially because my position with the mental health center was tenuous at best. Bert was disappointed by Grandmother's reaction to his presence there. What Bert didn't know, though, was that while he and Grandmother had grown so distant since his fall from her grace 3 years earlier, a year or so before his hospitalization occurred, Grandmother had made me promise what I considered at the time a rather curious thing. She wanted me to promise her that I would do everything I could to take care of Bert after she passed away. This seemed like a very odd request at the time, since I was struggling so much with my own identity and trying to figure out what I should do with my own life, even whether to live or die. Grandmother must have had some kind of premonition of my eventual success, or she was simply a better judge of people than most who knew me. In any event, I had promised that I would do as she requested, if able to do so. Now, on the verge of graduation, was certainly not a point in time in which fate would yet see my promise fulfilled, and I said my farewells to Bert, gearing up to face another grueling day of triple duty. Samantha and I celebrated Grandmother Collis's 88th birthday with her, with tubes down her throat, although she was still conscious. When the tubes were removed shortly after, and I had one of my few remaining conversations with her, she confessed to me that she was angry with me for trying to take my own life years before. She began to weep, her tears spilling down on her hospital pillow just thinking about it. It was at that moment that the full ramifications of what I had tried to do hit home, and I realized that in my irrational state of sorrow, I had failed to fully consider how my suicide would have affected the person I loved most in the world. I could have tried to explain the depthless sorrow and lack of will which drowned my thought processes so many years ago when I attempted suicide. I could have told her that the desire to escape my life on earth was so intense that it felt almost as if I had no control over my own actions. I didn't think she would be able to understand it, though, especially while she was fighting so mightily to hang on to her own life. Instead, I simply acknowledged her feelings, allowing her to tell me what she must have wanted to say to me for the past 8 years. Little did I know, though, that other horrors were yet in store for us. In the last week of Grandmother's life, she was often in intense pain and cried out in anguish as I, along with the medical staff and Grandmother's loved ones, could do nothing but watch in heartbreak. Some older friends of the family who were present gave me a look that told me that they had witnessed such sights before. I had never seen anything like this, and was horror-stricken at seeing my grandmother in agony. Thankfully, Grandmother was not in pain the entire time, though, and I continued telling her all of the things I wished to express before she passed. During this time, I had no idea how long Grandmother would continue living, and my colleagues at work and school were just as baffled as I was, as Grandmother's chances of survival waxed and waned over a 6-week period of time. Ironically, I was heavy-hearted as I attended my graduation at the A&M Stadium, where the world seemed a surreal mix of tragedy and triumph. Friends came to witness the realization of my dream, though the reality of my world with my grandmother seemed more like a nightmare. After graduation, I raced to show my grandmother my diploma and watched with awe as she brushed her fingers over its coarse leather hide. She had lived to see the realization of my dream and hers. She had always told me she wanted to live long enough to see me graduate, and she had managed to live long enough to see me earn not 1, but 3 diplomas. That night, I kneeled down on the floor of my apartment and gave thanks to God for allowing me to overcome the obstacles I had to reach my dream. While I was doing this, I was surprised when all the lights went out in the neighborhood. I continued to pray in the dark to my Heavenly Father to alleviate my grandmother's suffering and to give me the strength I needed to continue my life's journey. 3 days later, Grandmother Collis was gone from this world, although her spirit remains with me for life. Bernice consoled me on my loss, as I cried bitter tears for losing the physical presence of the person I cherished above all others. She was closer to me than any other human being had ever been. I realized that I was lucky for having known her for the time that I had, but this did little to assuage the grief. Grandmother had a wealthy cousin named Pete who paid for all of her funeral arrangements since I was still virtually penniless. At the funeral, I wore the same black suit that I'd worn to my induction into the Social Work Honor Society, Phi Alpha, 3 months earlier. I've been unable to entirely remove the candle wax and felt a tinge of self-consciousness at this. Eleanor was unable to attend the funeral with me, since she was with her family in Florida on vacation. They had asked me to go with them, but I was unable to join them, not knowing how long my grandmother might live. My friend Sabrina attended the funeral, though, along with scores of friends who had known me throughout my life with grandmother. Other attendees were family members of ours from other states. What I discovered, to my shock, was that the funeral actually seemed to break into 2 factions. One faction consisted of people who had known me throughout my life with grandmother and who were there to comfort me, as well as to pay homage to my grandmother. Other attendees actually seemed somewhat resentful of me and were there to comfort Samantha, who had provided care for grandmother for the last few years of her life. These family members included my uncle's sons from Texas, one a district judge and one a federal assistant district attorney. They greeted me very curtly and made no further efforts to speak to me at all during the ceremony. Instead, they spent their time and energy doting on Samantha, who was clearly upset. At one point, my adopted sister Kim, who was present at the funeral, even exchanged angry words with Samantha, though I don't know exactly what was said. I still don't fully understand why matters turned out the way they did at the funeral. I don't know if it was the stigma of my mental illness, or if my very existence represented for them some notion of family dishonor, since my father was not present in my life. Perhaps my relatives from Texas were still angry over the scathing letter my stepfather had written them, asking them for help. Or maybe it was a combination of all those things. In any event, the way things turned out was something my own experience had not prepared me for in any way, and I was certainly surprised by it all. Perhaps the fact that grandmother had been such a major influence in the lives of all these people meant that such infighting during her memorial was inevitable. That I was the ultimate heir, as her adopted son, of such dignity and grace was not a fact that was lost on me, but one that left me with a profound sense of awe. I'd gotten in touch with a new minister of the First Baptist Church, of which my grandmother was the oldest living member, who agreed to deliver grandmother's eulogy. He recited the psalm, which I knew to be her favorite, the 23rd. He also read a poem she had always told me she wanted to be read at her funeral, Tennyson's Crossing the Bar. At my insistence, the minister also read Matthew 6:26, which says, "See the birds of the sky, that they don't sow, neither do they reap, nor gather into barns. Your heavenly Father feeds them. Aren't you of much more value than they?" When the funeral ended, I made my farewells to all of the people who were interested in speaking with me. The others drove off to participate in their own morning meals. After the funeral, I drove to DMCC, still wearing my black suit with a slight stain of candle wax, and described to Trish and Mike all that had happened. It's an interesting feeling to be loved and respected by many people while being despised and rejected by others. Perhaps this is part of the human condition, though as I ponder on it further, I realize that I never met anyone who didn't share a love for my grandmother after meeting her. Shake-up. I continued my year-long daily commute from Huntsville to Decatur, although now I was traveling to work full-time as a psychotherapist. I was still in a state of shock from the loss of my grandmother. This was especially poignant because her death had occurred at a moment that otherwise would have been one of pure elation. I continued to see my therapist, Bernice, despite the fact that I now had Blue Cross insurance and opportunities to gain access to mental health care at other facilities. The Huntsville-Madison County Mental Health Center had done so much for me already that I found it hard to imagine receiving higher quality services anywhere else. A new young doctor had begun working at the HMC-MHC, and my therapist introduced me to him, telling him that I now had my master's degree in social work. The young doctor then looked at me with a solemn gaze and said to me, "You give us all hope." I was not expecting that sort of response from the young doctor and was somewhat taken aback by it. I found that it did give me a certain thrill to hear him say that. I was certainly pleased that my success had this effect upon people interested in the welfare of my population as a whole. I felt thankful that I could be a focal point of the shared hope and celebration of consumers, their families, and mental health professionals alike. I also realized instantly that it was very important that I remain humble in the face of such high praise. I had seen too many tragic circumstances in my life and the lives of those I cared about to let myself be thrown off balance by concentrating on my own accomplishments. I had enjoyed the help of a great many people throughout my life to make it as far as I had. I didn't want to allow pride to make me lose sight of such an important truth. My calling was to serve others through my experiences, knowledge, and compassion. Reveling in my own accomplishments would be contrary to my primary objective. Now that I was a therapist at DMCC, I had to focus my mind on learning the practical aspects of how to work at a very stressful job. The paperwork demands alone were enormous. I had to thoroughly train my mind in the discipline of staying on top of these responsibilities. Up to this point, I had yet to actually have a therapy session with a client. My fear was that I would not know how to respond to what my clients would tell me about their problems. When I was thrust full swing into this responsibility, I was thankful to discover that the words I needed in order to assist my new clients came readily to my lips. Having been the recipient of therapy for the past 8 years, I found myself repeating some of the phrases my own therapists had said to me. The training I'd received in school also gave me proper insight into how to conduct an individual therapy session. My own experiences as a consumer only enhanced my ability to relate to my clients and help them find the right solutions for the problems they were facing. Dealing with people, as complicated as they can be, was an enormous challenge. There were 1,000 demands from 1,000 different voices, and all of them urgent. I was very fortunate. I had Trish to train me for my new job. She had the patience, firmness, and supportive nature necessary to train me effectively. I read in one of my social work textbooks that it was important for a social worker to live in whatever community he or she was serving, if at all possible. This made practical sense to me, both personally and professionally. Though I was still grateful for the apartment which had provided me shelter at a time when I was in desperate need, the yearning desire I had to escape its impoverished confines was stronger than ever. I now had more resources than I'd ever had in my life, making such a move possible. My new romantic interest, Eleanor, who lived in Decatur, introduced me to an apartment manager who was the proprietor of the place where she and one of her girlfriends had lived for a time, and I soon arranged to move there. The apartment I moved into was just as modest as the one I was leaving, except that it had 2 bedrooms instead of 1. Eleanor's father allowed me to borrow his pickup truck for the move, which took several trips. He was the principal of the developmental school in Decatur, which he'd founded upon his return from Vietnam. This school provided education for children with intellectual disabilities. During my move from Huntsville to Decatur, a rather interesting encounter, and one I did not feel quite prepared for, occurred. Eleanor and I were outside of my old apartment in Huntsville, loading some things into the truck, when Bert suddenly appeared. He was clearly in a more psychotic state than he was the last time I saw him, and he was eager to show me a non-permanent Spider-Man tattoo he had on his forearm. Eleanor had never met Bert, and I didn't quite know how to handle the situation. I was concerned about her reaction to him. "It looks like you're moving," He beamed, while his eyes seemed to be staring at something a million miles away. Yes, I said. I'm moving to Decatur. After a long pause, I said, that way I can be closer to my job. Oh, you got a new job? He asked. Yes, I answered. Don't you remember I told you I was about to start a new job as a therapist when I spoke to you at your apartment about Grandma? Oh, I remember now, he said, continuing to have that strange smile lighting up his face. Then the smile suddenly vanished. That sure was sad about Grandma. Yes, it was really horrible, I said. I made sure that Bert had my cell phone number, and then I ushered Eleanor away from the surprising meeting, relieved that Bert could not just appear in a psychotic state at the door of my new apartment in Decatur. Eleanor was very gracious about the situation, and I was happy to see that she didn't seem to have a negative reaction to meeting my brother. I hadn't told Bert about Grandmother's funeral and felt somewhat justified for that difficult decision as I saw Bert in his current psychotic state. Grandmother's funeral was stressful enough as it was without me having to worry about Bert having a psychotic reaction. I was certain that Bert was still unwilling to accept mental health treatment. I resolved to try to help him whenever I was in a position to do so, and whenever Bert was ready to receive the assistance I could offer. Being a therapist is a very demanding profession, even for a person who does not have a serious mental illness. Based on what I can gather from the experiences of other therapists and my knowledge of other professions, it ranks with about the most demanding and difficult work a person can do, and it certainly didn't take me very long to figure this out. Despite the difficulty of the course I'd chosen, I remained determined to be a therapist. One of my responsibilities as a therapist that I particularly enjoyed was the opportunity I had to shape young minds newly diagnosed with serious mental illness. I wanted to be as effective in treating these young souls as my therapist, Marilyn, had been with me. Invariably, they were in denial about what had happened to them, as I had been, so that most of what I said to them would not really make an enormous impact until a few months or a year down the road. Unlike other new therapists, though, I knew that this would be the case, and was spared the sense of disappointment that my first therapist, Marilyn, must have felt when I had a second relapse of symptoms. I was thrilled at the notion that I was in a position to genuinely help these people overcome the enormous obstacles they were facing. My experience as a consumer of mental health services was invaluable in this context, since I was able to provide information to clients that was invaluable to their recovery. At the same time, I buffered my sense of grief at their loss with the knowledge that I could help them along their own road to recovery. I was an expert in a subject about which they knew nothing, but would need to know in order to carry on with their lives. In my mind, no one else was in a better position than I to provide these young people the knowledge they so desperately needed. I knew from my experience that the gratification of seeing one in recovery from his or her serious mental illness was not instantaneous. I was happy, nonetheless, knowing that my words were making a profound impact on their lives. My eventual goal was to become a psychotherapist in outpatient services, where the two therapists I had worked with at the Huntsville-Madison County Mental Health Center had worked, and I had confidence that I would reach that goal. As the months of work passed, my confidence that no one there knew about my past history of mental illness began to unravel. One incident in particular began a chain reaction in my mind, in which I became unsure of what my coworkers really did or didn't know about my mental health status. It was around Christmas, the first hard Christmas, because Grandmother was not there to celebrate with me. There was a small party held for the board members of the Mental Health Center of North Central Alabama. The board was the body who set policy for the organization and to whom the director of the MHCNCA, Marie Hood, answered directly. Marie Hood was a formidable woman in her own right who managed to fulfill her numerous duties as director for a vast organization while living with a crippling physical disability, muscular sclerosis. People in mental health circles revered her. I walked into the party, which was held in one of the large group rooms at DMCC, and had settled down with a nice plate of finger foods when something unexpected happened. Doris Todd, one of the board members, was introduced to me, and as it turned out, she had been an active member of NAMI Huntsville and had known me for a long time in my role as a volunteer and as a member. My conviction that my past was completely unknown was shattered into 1,000 pieces in that moment, and I quickly fled the room, feeling agitated that my new world might be in jeopardy. Trish could see that I was upset, as I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost. I did all that I could to maintain a semblance of composure, hoping that no mention would be made of my past. My natural fears, amplified in people with my particular disorder, remained set in place as I became increasingly convinced that everyone I worked with now knew the truth about my disability. When I heard subtle innuendos or slight nuances in speech from coworkers, I convinced myself that these were somehow related to me and my mental illness. This was not the case, though, as I discovered after receiving a shocking phone call. Peggy, the long-standing head of human resources, telephoned me and said that Social Security had called her asking all kinds of questions about my income. She wanted to know what I wanted her to be able to tell them. I was shocked that the SSA had telephoned her at all, especially since I supplied the SSA with all the information that they wanted and had made specific requests to them not to contact my employer in any way. With no other explanation available, I told Peggy to provide the SSA any information they requested and ended the telephone conversation in as graceful a manner as I could. After many minutes of careful, if fretful, consideration, I concluded that the best thing for me to do was to tell Trish everything about my disability and my past. I felt it would be best to have my employer know the entirety of my situation, as opposed to having lingering questions about why the SSA was making inquiries about me. I told Trish that I needed to speak to her about something and then screwed up my courage to tell her the full truth about my life as a person living with mental illness. Despite my nagging concern that everyone knew about my mental illness already, Trish was shocked to hear my revelation. She convinced me to tell our supervisor, Mike, about the situation, and I sat down with him to do just that. He had been equally oblivious to the fact that I had schizophrenia and seemed just as surprised as Trish. Not only was I wrong about thinking that they might somehow already know that I had a mental illness, but I was also incorrect in my fears that something dire might happen in terms of my employment situation were they to find out. They took this knowledge in stride, and nothing really changed. After a month or so, I learned that Trish had taken another position within the organization and was now to be a psychotherapist in the geriatrics program in the neighboring town of Athens. I was sad to see Trish go, and appreciative for all the help and guidance she had provided me over the year and a half that I'd known her. Her departure meant that I would be working with a new clinician who would take her place as the day treatment coordinator. The man who took her place was Kenny, a man in his early 50s who was a seasoned clinician. I learned a great deal from Kenny, who seemed to have an almost magical rapport with the clients. He played a guitar and would serenade the clients with wonderful melodies on our fun days. Kenny taught me many things, both in terms of paperwork and in how to engage the clients. Many of the things he taught me, however, I didn't realize until after he departed the program. That was within about 5 months when he took a job at, of all places, the HMCMHC, the place where I continued to receive mental health services. Kenny's departure meant that I would be working with a new clinician at the helm of the day treatment program. Her name was Carmen, and she had considerable experience as a therapist, as well as her own ideas about how to improve the day treatment program. Carmen was an attractive lady, close to my age, who had an incredible amount of energy. As it turned out, she was related to Samantha, the lady who had provided such good care for grandmother at Windsor House and seemed to share the same quality of an inexhaustible supply of energy and enthusiasm. By this time, Eleanor and I had become engaged. There was surprisingly little romantic pomp and circumstance involved in my popping the question. We had been in discussion about this for some time. It basically involved me giving Eleanor one of the few remaining possessions I had of my grandmother's, the engagement ring she always wore on her hand. The ring was from the 1930s and had a unique design, which Eleanor appreciated. Eleanor accepted the ring, and we made plans to move into a house of our own. After working with a real estate agent, we found the perfect home. and on Valentine's Day 2005, we bought our first house. I made another trip to Talladega to attend another consumer conference. Ironically, though, this time I was going there as a staff member to assist consumers from Decatur, making the trip on buses chartered by the MHC-NCA. Linda Pierce, a charismatic and long-standing case manager, asked me to assist her as the male staff member. I had managed to walk a fine line by not allowing my identity as a consumer to be known to my clients, although this situation tested my capacity for maintaining my privacy to its limit. If the clients I traveled there with, or Linda, were wondering how I seemed to know so many of the people there, particularly the ones from Huntsville, they didn't acknowledge their curiosity. It was a spectacular experience to get to see so many of my old friends in the conference atmosphere because they could see that I was doing well. I had a deep respect for these people who had survived so much, and I cared deeply about their opinion of me. I realized that advances in medication, and in the mental health system as a whole, had much to do with the fact that I was now able to accomplish dreams that must have seemed out of reach to them. In a way, I saw their presence in my life as much like seeing my ancestors. My friends from Huntsville spoke about Our Place, the consumer-run drop-in center, which remained active, providing an assortment of activities for its members. In my relationships with my old friends, I was as a child adopted into their family. In my relationship with clients, I had to be the authority figure, no matter their age or level of experience. Their lives, and quality of life, in so many instances, rested on my shoulders. In my role as a therapist, I had to decide whose thoughts were suicidal enough to require hospitalization. My personal experiences gave me a natural edge that is difficult to describe. I was near enough to death in my own contemplation of suicide that I had developed a knack for determining how close others are to their own self-destruction. Mary Reeder, who continued to pour her considerable powers into the maintenance and expansion of Our Place, received the Respect Award that year, and I congratulated her profusely for this honor. The Respect Award is given by consumers in Alabama to people who have worked diligently for the betterment of the lives of people living with mental illness. It is the highest honor one can earn in the world of mental health in Alabama. ? Opportunity knocked on my door in a way that I didn't expect when I spoke to my friend Cherie. She worked on the other side of the building in the Quest program, which provided substance abuse counseling to people living with addictions, PLA. What Cherie asked was whether or not I would be interested in applying for a job opening, which had become available in that program. I thanked Cherie for telling me about this opportunity and said that I would certainly consider the idea. It was August 2005. I was almost 31 years old, and I had been a therapist in the day treatment program for 1 year and 3 months. I was excited by the prospect of gaining additional experience and becoming as effective a therapist as I could possibly be, and I knew that learning everything I could about treating addiction would be an important addition to my palette of mental health knowledge. While the prospect of accepting a position in another branch of mental health service provision might seem at odds with my ultimate goal of becoming a therapist in the outpatient program, I thought there was no conflict. Those with mental illnesses like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or major depression often struggled with co-occurring addictions. The story of Bert is inextricably threaded throughout this personal journey and brings this reality to light better than any other example. I'd received an unexpected telephone call from Bert a few weeks before this. He told me that he was working in a factory in the neighboring town of Madison, had an apartment and a car, and wanted me to know that he was doing well. I asked him if he was taking his medication for mental health, feeling all the while that I already knew the answer. I was not surprised to find out that he was not on his medication. I'd seen this pattern before. Bert rising from the ashes, only to collapse once again into the heap of psychotic symptoms and addiction. I'd observed the tragedy more times than I felt I was able to bear. I told Bert that there was really nothing else for us to talk about. In retrospect, I was not pleased with how I handled this situation. My instinct for survival trumped my feelings of familial obligation in this instance, and my own fallibility as a human being was never more obvious. I sat down with my supervisor, Mike, to ask for his guidance in my decision to apply for the position as a substance abuse counselor. He encouraged me to make the move to Quest. He had worked there before and had much insight into what it would be like to provide services in that arena. With high hopes, I met with Kathy Goodwin, the program director of Quest, to discuss a possible transfer to the Quest Intensive Outpatient Program. She seemed pleased during our interview to hear that my desire to help people living with addiction was genuine. Addiction is a type of mental illness, categorized as any other type of mental health diagnosis. It differs in that it is not considered a serious mental illness, SMI, such as schizophrenia or major depression, though its symptoms can create as many problems for people who live with these disorders as well as their families. The stigma attached to this population is great and compounded because many people attribute addiction to some kind of moral weakness as opposed to biological and psychological factors. These factors make recovery from addiction a difficult transformation to undergo and maintain. I realized that people living with co-occurring SMI and addiction comprised a large percentage of the people receiving mental health treatment. I thought that with my experience I could become an effective tool for treating both conditions simultaneously. I felt empowered by Kathy's obvious acceptance of my mental illness. Her faith in my ability to master other disciplines, other than treatment of people living with SMI, boosted my self-confidence to a new level. She demonstrated her confidence by reminding me that I had worked with DHR before I had ever worked in the day treatment program, and should not feel limited in the type of service I could provide as a helping professional. After an enormous amount of soul-searching, I accepted the transfer from the day treatment program to Quest. I then had to make this decision clear to the clients in the day treatment program. I explained to them that this was an opportunity for me to increase my understanding of how to better serve my clients. While sad to see my departure, they understood that I was making what I thought was the right move. When I started my new job, I soon learned that many of the images I had of people living with addiction were completely distorted. I discovered that these people were both kind and generous to one another when not confronted with their own addictions. They were, for the most part, working hard at full-time jobs and were not the homeless people at the end of their rope that I imagined them to be. In essence, they were pretty much like most people in society, except that they had addictions which created enough complications in their lives that they sought treatment. Some of my new clients criticized me for the fact that I was not in recovery from an addiction of my own. They didn't know that I was living in recovery from a mental illness at least as devastating as theirs, an essential component of my ability to treat them. It allowed me, to a large degree, to empathize with what they were experiencing. When I discussed with my own therapist, Bernice, that I would become a substance abuse counselor, she supported my decision. In fact, she confided that she had been a substance abuse counselor for about 5 years. She said that some of her clients had given her a hard time about not being in recovery from an addiction. She reinforced my understanding that one did not have to experience the exact same challenges in order to effectively help another to overcome their obstacles. This is not to say that I don't value the experiences of people in recovery from addictions and helping other people recover. Treating other people with psychotic disorders and day treatment taught me that my own experience with recovery was one of the most powerful tools I had. My experiences as a consumer of mental health services made it easier for me to treat others experiencing similar symptoms. I intended to prove, though, that I could be an effective substance abuse counselor despite any lack of personal experience with serious addiction. In the run-up to my wedding, I began to reflect on my past. I had spent year after lonely year apart from much of the larger community. My solitude began in childhood and persisted, despite my best efforts, throughout my adolescence and into adulthood. It always felt as if human companionship was just within reach until some upsetting tragedy or life upheaval would propel me further away from the camaraderie I sought. It always seemed that there was the proverbial light at the end of the tunnel, but as the years stretched on, it often felt as if the tunnel grew longer and narrower, until eventually it felt as if the tunnel was so narrow that it was choking the life out of me. I often heard songs on the radio that were odes to loneliness, and I wondered what these songwriters must have experienced to allow them to create such meaningful melodies and lyrics about the topic. I wondered how they could get things so right when it seemed so unlikely that they had experienced loneliness on such a scale as I had, lasting year after year. One result of this aspect of my life was that I had grown conditioned to finding enjoyment in my own company. It also meant that I had a world of knowledge to gain about interacting successfully with other people, and certainly a lot to learn about maintaining a marriage. Loneliness is like poverty in many ways. While you may be extremely lonely, like someone may be extremely poor, it seems that there are always more people out there who are more lonely or poorer than you are. As a therapist, I have certainly encountered people who were lonelier than I ever thought about being. One grows accustomed to living a life of isolation, similar to the way one can learn to live on a very tight budget. As a psychotherapist, I spent a great amount of time prodding people out of their isolation. The only way you can break out of this cycle is to make yourself seek other people to socialize with, even though you may not feel like it at first, I told them. In time, you'll discover that there's a whole part of your life involving others that you've been missing. The groom's party for our wedding consisted of 3 men. My best man was David, who had been like a brother throughout my life. Tommy was also in the groom's party. The other man in the groom's party was Eleanor's brother, Mac. The site of the rehearsal dinner was in what had to be one of the oldest houses in Decatur. The creaky floorboards and fanciful decorations gave the distinct air of an old fun house one would find at a county fair. This whimsical feel made me think of my grandmother and of all the good times that I experienced under her roof. In all my happiness, I was sad that grandmother wouldn't see my wedding. Eleanor's maternal grandparents had passed away a year or so before we met, and I know that they were very much on the minds of Eleanor and her family. One addition to our wedding, the idea of my mother-in-law-to-be, was to have 2 vases standing near the altar. These represented the presence of both my mother and my grandmother. After much stress and many dinners, we finally said our vows in front of God and man on December 2nd, 2005. We then watched all of the guests proceed back to the ancient house where we'd had our rehearsal dinner. Eleanor and I soon discovered that the bride and groom rarely take part in all of the sumptuous refreshments which the guests enjoy, as we made our best efforts to speak to everyone who had taken part in our wedding ceremony. Speeches were given, and then I raised a wine glass to my lips and took a sip. An observer might find it somewhat hypocritical that I was still a social drinker, though my occupation consisted of helping other people come to grips with their addictions, and I was still in recovery from a serious mental illness. And to some degree, he or she would be correct. It was certainly unwise for me to continue to drink, even on a social basis. My life was going well enough for me that I thought that drinking small amounts of alcohol was something I could handle. Over time, I would come to learn that it was necessary for me to abstain from alcohol altogether. I eventually realized that consuming even small amounts of alcohol made it more difficult for me to manage all of my symptoms. I found that my ability to concentrate was broken less often when I finally learned to quit drinking. This realization grew in fits and starts, though. I might not drink anything for 1 year and then drink on 2 or 3 occasions the next. The net result, though, was that I drank less and less over time until I ceased drinking altogether. One part of my wedding celebration that did not involve drinking was put together by Mary Reeder, my old friend. She called me a couple of weeks after my wedding. She was still working with the consumers of mental health services in Madison County, operating Our Place. She invited Eleanor and me to a party celebrating our nuptials. We were happy to go. The drop-in center had really expanded by this time, operating out of their own house where they provided a number of activities for its members to enjoy. Eleanor and I were pampered by love and affection by Mrs. Reeder and the consumers with whom I had lived and worked for so many years. Mrs. Reeder had prepared beautiful flower arrangements throughout the house, and the weather outside was gorgeous as we celebrated with Our Place. I was happy about the opportunity to celebrate my wedding with this group of people, and felt in many ways that our marriage had been consecrated, in a unique way, by this event. Mrs. Reeder and other friends from Our Place seemed pleased to meet my new bride. After our trip to Our Place, the last of the wedding ceremonies were concluded, and we began our life as a married couple. Being a married man was certainly a drastic change from the lifestyle I had maintained as a single person. I had to become adjusted to having somebody who was in the same household with me all the time. Eleanor was good about giving me my personal space, though. Our jobs were both so stressful that we both often needed time alone to decompress from the events of the workday. Some of my clients had dual diagnoses, which meant that they had both SMI and a substance abuse disorder. Sometimes, clients with whom I had worked in day treatment were transferred to Quest if they were experiencing problems related to addictions. I developed a rather different approach to working with these clients. I quickly discovered that they often felt alienated from the other clients in the Quest program who were not dually diagnosed. Every now and then, one of the clients without a co-occurring disorder would say something offensive with regard to those with SMI in the group. Whenever this occurred, I patiently corrected the speaker and did my best to explain the facts about mental illness, including the reality that they had been diagnosed with a mental illness in the form of a substance abuse disorder. They understood once all the facts about mental illness were explained to them. They then made efforts to avoid potentially offensive speech. I attended Alcoholics Anonymous meetings with my group on occasion and learned all that I could about the 12-step model and the precepts set in place by Bill Wilson when he wrote the Alcoholics Anonymous Big Book. I found an abundance of material in his book to draw upon in my efforts to convince people that recovery was a necessary component in their pursuit of a quality life. The Big Book often speaks about the insanity of continued substance abuse by people living with mental illness, and it was written long before the American Psychological Association classified substance dependence as a form of mental illness. Whenever someone completed the Quest program, he or she received a small plastic medallion that looked like a poker chip with a Quest logo on it. These looked similar to the chips people receive at Alcoholics Anonymous. We would end meetings by saying the Serenity Prayer. This prayer is well known in substance abuse recovery circles and was one I had recited myself at the Consumer Conference in Talladega, as it had been incorporated into the recovery mantra there. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. These powerful words can help people in recovery from SMI, substance abuse, or both. They can help anyone facing life's inevitable challenges and difficulties. Life always places obstacles in our path, whether it is the death of a loved one, sickness, or financial stress. These we cannot control. In the face of all this uncertainty, all we can do is manage the situations over which we do have control, in order to reduce the risk of the unknown and to limit its impact upon us when it does occur. The philosophy and mindset of people in recovery from substance abuse disorders is very much in harmony with people who are in recovery from serious mental illnesses. Working with my clients in this atmosphere of recovery, I was reminded of my cousin Bill Smith, who'd had such a large hand in my upbringing. Although Bill passed away when I was 12 years old, he was quite influential as a part of my upbringing. It was Bill's voice that I could hear so clearly in my mind during the events leading to my commitment to the state hospital. Bill's voice was echoing through my mind and spirit once again, although in a much less audible way, and in a manner that I was better equipped to handle. Bill was a retired Air Force veteran, a World War II fighter pilot, a successful retired real estate developer, an avid golfer and fisherman, and a devoted church member. But that was not all Bill was. Bill had been in recovery from alcoholism for the past 20 years when he met me at age 7, and he was a devoted member of Alcoholics Anonymous. I remember how he proudly showed me the plastic chips of varying solid colors he was awarded for successive years of recovery, and I could imagine, even then, how many people Bill must have helped in their own journey through recovery. He stressed to me at a very early age how important it was to stay free of addictive substances, and his admonitions lingered in my mind. Bill was, in essence, the archetype for what the people in my care could hope to achieve, and I felt very fortunate to be able to honor his legacy by continuing his quest. In my work at Quest, I found myself working with people of all educational levels, economic levels, and levels of cognitive functioning. What I came to realize was that the disease of addiction does not discriminate. No matter the factors above, nor in race or gender, whether or not one has a disability. Addiction is an equal opportunity destroyer of people's lives and of the people who care for them. I might find myself having an individual session with a professor 1 hour, counseling a grandmother the next hour, and the next speaking to a youth who works at the local grocery. I cared very deeply about whether or not the people in my care continued to be free of drugs and alcohol. That was the most stressful aspect of my job. Part of successfully finishing Quest meant that those completing it had to be able to pass random drug screens. Additionally, they could have no more than 2 relapses without adverse consequences. The sanction might be dismissal from the program or referral to an inpatient facility. Most of the people in my care stood to lose a great deal if they could not successfully graduate from the program. For them, failure might mean losing their jobs, going to jail, or losing custody of their children. It was my responsibility to administer these drug screens and to try to mete out the consequences of the results in a fair and impartial manner. Although I was not the final authority regarding the consequences of a failed drug screen, I was the official on the front line to whom those authorities would be listening. I felt the burden is a heavy one, and often found it difficult to provide comfort and assurance to a person one day, only to have to feel like an executioner the next. I sometimes watched the daytime television show Judge Mathis, and found myself thinking about the way he managed to orchestrate the court in a way that was both entertaining to spectators and also demonstrating his authority to make the final decisions. I felt the same way he must have felt on his show, trying to balance appealing to my audience in order to stimulate an interest in recovery with fairness and exercising authority. I stayed in regular contact with my stepfather. He was now 78 years old. Much of our communication was in the form of typed letters we sent to one another through standard mail since he still had an aversion to email. He told me that he was pleased that I'd become a proficient writer. We talked on the telephone from time to time as well, although it seemed as if the letters gave us more range in communicating our ideas. About 9 months after our wedding, I went to the mailbox one day and found a letter from St. Louis. This time the letter was not from Dave, but his son, my stepbrother Wendell. When I opened the letter, I was shocked to read that my stepfather Dave had passed. It turned out that he had needed another heart surgery, which he didn't survive. Wendell did not know my telephone number, but had the return address for my letters to tell me the tragic news. He left me his telephone number in the letter. I called Wendell. I hadn't spoken to him in many years. He was completely devastated by what had happened, as was I. Dave had always maintained an exceptionally healthy lifestyle and had no health problems other than his heart condition. Wendell told me that Dave had received the last letter I had sent him just before he went in for surgery. Eleanor and I made plans to fly to St. Louis the next day to attend Dave's funeral. We realized that Dave had not attended our wedding because he undoubtedly felt stressed about his upcoming surgery, and he may have even sensed that he would be passing on soon. We made the sad trip to the airport to catch our flight to St. Louis. I had not been on an airplane in more than 10 years. My bicycle trip across the country in the summer of 1995 had necessitated a flight to San Francisco. Dave had driven me to the airport in Nashville 10 years ago so I could catch my flight. I could still remember Dave sitting in a wheelchair he found at the front of the airport while we awaited my flight. There was something vaguely amusing about seeing him sit in that wheelchair, both of us knowing he was in perfect health. Flying was a different story post 9/11. I now had to remove my belt in order to make it through security. I imagine that my stepfather must have felt this feeling of surrealism when he left his home in Huntsville, where he had lived more years than I'd been alive, to go back to his previous home in St. Louis. Wendell had been working for some time now as a consumer bankruptcy attorney and was considered an expert in that specialty. He had been married for many years to his wife, Becky, who had been a paralegal. They worked together as a team in the law firm where Wendell was a partner. I felt very much like a stranger in a strange land as soon as I stepped off the airplane. Wendell and Becky did much to make Eleanor and I feel welcome, making sure that we had lodgings at a nice hotel and buying us dinner at a nice restaurant. I'd recently moved from a mid-sized city to a much smaller city, and I was not used to being in a city as large as St. Louis. With the exception of Andre, one of Dave's older friends from Huntsville, most of the people who attended the funeral were Wendell's friends and associates. Wendell and Becky had managed to create the perfect climate for memorializing a man who had played such an enormous role in both our lives. There were a number of pictures of Dave when he was young. In one of these, he was running alongside a locomotive, and his spirit seemed to soar alongside the great machine. Like that locomotive, Dave seemed to be the harbinger of a new age. His reason and compassion suggested visions of a world which could be better than the one we now inhabit. Perhaps this was why Dave spent so much time doing volunteer work for the Railroad Museum in Huntsville. I couldn't help but think about my childhood experience of working as a gopher on the Railroad Museum's steam locomotive as it made its annual excursion to Chattanooga. My grandmother had ridden along, and we explored the grounds of the train depot in Chattanooga together. Dave was always doing volunteer work in one way or another, and even when he was not, he was thinking of new ways to distribute resources to people in need. He had a pen pal in Poland, for instance, who his generosity had enriched at very little expense through small gifts of cash and goods. Dave lived a frugal lifestyle, which allowed him to give donations of money and time to people and institutions that he felt would create greater good in our society. Classical music, Dave's favorite, played for all the mourners. The harmonious climate of this funeral stood in stark contrast to my grandmother's, which had turned into such a fractious event. The judges that attended Dave's funeral thought very highly of Wendell and treated Eleanor and me with respect. Bitter tears streamed uncontrollably as I thought of the vast stores of knowledge and kindness which were now gone from this world. But the evidence of his influence was shining in the lives David touched and in the many works of his hands. Dave was a builder of everything from a Model A Ford, which he had put together from scratch, to the plethora of model planes and trains which he had put together and painted by hand before I was born. Examples of these were on display in his new house, which was like the same cluttered workshop of an ingenious mind that his house in Huntsville had been, but on a slightly smaller scale. A large model train engine was mounted upon his wall the way someone else might mount a giant trout. After the funeral, we went to the gravesite, a beautiful and ancient place. As we walked to this site, it was bitter cold. It was the first cold day in St. Louis that year, and the Missouri wind cut through my black suit like paper and bit deeply into my bones. Dave's older friend, Andre, placed African violets lovingly on the grave as I wondered how they could possibly survive the biting, chill wind. Eleanor and I returned to Decatur with heavy hearts, grateful that we had the chance to see my stepfather's final resting place and mourn his passing. Back on the job at Quest, I had to carry on, despite such a heavy personal loss, much the same way as I had when I worked at day treatment after the loss of my grandmother. My technique in assisting people living with addiction continually improved as I synthesized my own approach to treating these illnesses. Marijuana was a drug that I found particularly difficult to convince people was causing them problems. Popular culture in 2006 was busy spreading misinformation about its effects, despite scientific research that clearly demonstrated its harmful properties. One harmful feature of particular interest to those in the mental health community is its tendency to increase the chances of having a psychotic break with reality in those with a genetic predisposition to experiencing these symptoms in the first place. When people say that marijuana makes them feel paranoid, this is the effect that they're referring to. One who has already experienced psychosis should definitely avoid unlocking a plethora of hallucinations and delusions that can accompany marijuana use. The level of THC, the part of the substance that creates the high, has been increased by the plant's producers throughout the years to such an extent that this effect is vastly worse than it was many years ago. While all substances tend to exacerbate mental health symptoms, convincing people that marijuana was dangerous was definitely a challenge. I would say to my clients, let's assume that what you say is true and that marijuana use really isn't particularly harmful. You still have one enormous problem on your hands, and do you know what that is? At this point, I would be met with interested stares, but no answers. You still can't pass a drug test. Society, being what it is, has dictated that you will not be eligible for just about any job you apply for if you cannot pass and continue to pass drug tests. Marijuana remains in your system longer than any other drug. This means that even if you hit the jackpot and someone tells you that you can have your dream job and can start work at it right away, and all you have to do is pass a drug test, you will not even have the opportunity to do so. I would then tell them the story of my time out of work and my inability to find a job I really wanted. I would tell them the story of how one day I was telephoned out of the blue to begin the security job which propelled me out of poverty, leaving out the details about having mental illness. I told them how the next thing I heard out of my potential employer's mouth was, "You will have to pass a drug test. Will you take it now?" I told my clients that I had to drive to a lab and take a hair follicle test, which would determine whether I'd used drugs, within the last 6 months. If I'd smoked marijuana while I was out of work, even 6 months before I was even looking for the job, or had any concept that I would have the opportunity to work at this great job, I would have been immediately excluded from consideration, I would say. I thought about my brother Bert at times like this, and how he had lost his job after a failed drug test. For all that I learned in my work as a substance abuse counselor, and for all the inspiration I felt in helping people find recovery, my destiny was not to continue in the Quest program. Opportunity knocked. I had the chance to become an outpatient therapist at Decatur Morgan Counseling Center. My own therapist in Huntsville, Marilyn and later Bernice, worked in the outpatient program there, and becoming an outpatient therapist was my ultimate goal. It was impossible not to answer this new challenge. I experienced so many changes in my life through the years, and I continued to roll with the flow of them as they presented themselves to me. To another shore. In the early months of winter 2006, the program director of the Decatur Morgan Counseling Center, Mike, the man who had given me my start as a therapist, announced he was retiring. A man named Scott would be taking his position as the program director. This shift left a vacancy in the outpatient program. I didn't particularly want to leave the Quest program so quickly and felt that I had much more to learn about treating people with addiction. I felt obligated to myself, though, to apply for the job opening, since it had been my long-standing dream. I didn't know when, if ever, this opportunity might appear again. Therefore, with a heavy heart, I told my friends, colleagues, and clients at Quest of my decision. Within 2 weeks, I began my new job as an outpatient therapist, pleased that I had met my goal in just 2 years of full-time employment. Mike told me, laughingly, that I didn't know what I was getting into, and he was certainly correct. This new position proved even more demanding than the other positions I'd worked in at the Mental Health Center of North Central Alabama. I had to completely readjust my concept of time because I was scheduled to see people either individually or in a group session for 8 hours a day. This meant that if I had matters I needed to take care of in my personal life during work hours, I had to plan for them about a month in advance. I also had to learn the process of the complicated scheduling system and how all of this related to the computer system we had online at the MHCNCA. This was all entirely new to me, since at my other positions I had scheduled individual appointments on an as-needed basis. Because of these demands on my time, I was compelled to cancel my status as a client at the Huntsville-Madison County Mental Health Center. I simply didn't think I could continue to manage the long drive to Huntsville and back to keep my appointments with my therapist and psychiatrist there while meeting the requirements of my own clients. The HMC-MHC had saved my life and had been available when I needed it most. It was very difficult for me to stop attending appointments there. What I did not know at the time, though, was that my affiliation there was far from over in ways I could not have predicted. I dedicated myself to mastering all the skills I needed to provide quality therapeutic service as an outpatient therapist. I'd done extensive work with people with psychotic disorders, depression, and substance abuse disorders throughout my career. I was surprised when I realized that in my new position there was a disorder about which I knew nothing. Many of my new clients were suffering from panic disorder or other forms of anxiety disorder, which I'd never treated in my 2 years of working as a therapist. And I'd not had any extensive discussion with people who lived with these disorders in all my professional contacts with mentally ill clients. I was not intimidated, however, and began researching the topic of how to treat people with anxiety disorders. Within a week's time, I was completely familiar with all the latest research on how to treat people therapeutically with this disorder. Like other serious mental illnesses, medication was an important part of treatment, and I learned more about Xanax, Klonopin, and other benzodiazepines, which are beneficial to people in recovery from these disorders. Another new aspect to this position was that I was now responsible for assessing people new to DMCC and filling out all of the documentation necessary for them to be clients. I would give a diagnostic impression of what mental illness I thought the person had and what types of services they would be eligible to receive. The psychiatrist would later render the actual diagnosis after reading my diagnostic impression and interviewing the client. People would often come tearfully to me in a state of hopelessness. It was my job to fill out the complicated set of forms and determine what set of diagnostic criteria they met, if any. During these moments, I'd think back to the time when I was assessed at the HMC-MHC, literally at the brink of suicide. I thought back to how cold and austere the person who assessed me seemed, although now I understood exactly why it had to be that way. I had the responsibility to do an accurate assessment, leaving no question unanswered in a very limited amount of time. I did everything I could in these situations to avoid this sense of cold detachment. At times, it was very difficult to keep the necessary distance. The best technique I learned was taught to me by Sharon, another therapist in the outpatient program. She reminded me very much of the therapists who had worked with me over the years. I had great respect for her. She said I should make a disclaimer to the client at the beginning of the assessment, telling him or her that I would not have an opportunity to do any real therapy at the initial session, and that I did not mean to seem impersonal, though I might appear to be. This admonition often fell upon deaf ears, though, and I found myself providing a great deal of comfort and encouragement to these people during the assessment phase, whether I had the time or not. What I discovered was that despite my best efforts at managing time, there never really seemed to be enough time to do all of the things expected of me. I worked as an outpatient therapist for about 10 months, increasing my mastery of time management, when a position in day treatment, the job I had worked in when I first began at the MHC-NCA, opened. There were a great many characteristics to that position that I preferred to the outpatient program position, which had proven very unlike what I had expected. Therefore, in March 2007, I accepted a transfer back to the day treatment program. It didn't take a long time back in the day treatment program to validate my decision to move back there. In the outpatient program, there was almost no opportunity to have discussions with other staff within the program. There had been barely enough time to have a session with a client and then work on the endless paperwork involved before seeing the next client. The clients in the outpatient program were mostly those who were higher functioning than the clients in day treatment. Crisis situations, where more than one staff member were required to handle a situation, were rare. Day treatment, by contrast, was a team effort, where constant communication with other staff was vital. In day treatment, crises occurred on an, if not daily, then certainly weekly basis. A client might be having a medical complaint, a conflict with another client, or might be feeling suicidal. While this facet of providing treatment may have proved daunting to many clinicians, for me, managing crisis situations had practically become second nature. My ability to handle crises had been strengthened by the fact that I had lived such a tumultuous life. The other staff knew me for my ability to remain exceptionally calm under pressure. In my previous job in the outpatient program, I was called upon to handle crisis situations when they arose. My reputation for staying unruffled grew when I returned to day treatment, and I quickly fit in with the staff, though they were all new to me. The clients who were still in day treatment, saddened by my earlier departure, welcomed me back with open arms. I brought back with me all the knowledge which I had acquired in my work with Quest and the outpatient program. I spoke to the day treatment clients as a group, assuring them that I would use all the knowledge I had acquired in my work with these other programs for their betterment. My goal was to improve their lives, and I would do everything in my power to make sure they received the quality of care they deserved. In March of 2007, I earned my license as a certified social worker. This gave me a substantial increase in pay and the ability to provide services for additional people whose insurance required that they be treated by a person with my license. At this point in my life, the idea to set the events of my life in writing began to become more insistent. I remembered the words of the law professor who told me, "Write a book," when speaking to me after the submission of my application to law school. Coworkers began encouraging me to tell my story. They told me that my accomplishments could be an inspiration to other people. It was now April of 2007, and there was a movie out on DVD that captured my attention called Stranger Than Fiction, starring Will Ferrell. In the movie, the main character was living his life, only to discover that he was a character in a book written by another person. I felt I could relate to the character in the movie. My life had become more than just the fulfillment of my own goals and desires. It was an open book, which would inspire other people if they knew my story. This meant that every important decision I made, or any momentous occasion I experienced, would be recorded by my own hand. This was a surreal sensation. I found it tough to become accustomed to the fact that I lived a life that would be examined by many. I continued my work without pause. Amazement. I telephoned my old therapist, Bernice, after about 11 months of having not spoken to her, letting her know I had obtained my license as a certified social worker. She congratulated me, telling me how proud she was of what I had accomplished. She also said that she would be leaving the HMC-MHC as she was taking on a position in another town. We said our farewells, and I thought that it would be some time until I had the chance to speak with her again. To my surprise, I received a call from Bernice a couple of weeks later. She had a question. She asked if I would be willing to accept an award from the HMC-MHC at its annual luncheon. As a former member of the Consumer Council, I had attended several of these luncheons over the years, and I knew that they were comprised of about 100 people who worked for the HMC-MHC, members of the Consumer Council, and many other officials within the city of Huntsville and Madison County. I happily told Bernice that I would certainly accept an award if it was offered. She called again a couple of days later, informing me that I had been chosen to receive the award. The prize I was accepting was the first annual Beacon of Hope Award, which would recognize a consumer of mental health services for the inspiration he provided to others. The new director of the HMC-MHC, Brian Davis, and the clinical director, Anne Murray, made the final selection to honor me with this award. While I was certainly grateful to be selected out of all the many thousands of clients from the HMC-MHC, many of whom had gone on to accomplish extraordinary feats in their own right, there was a part of me that had misgivings about accepting the award. It had become ingrained in me to try to hide the fact that I had a mental illness from almost everyone that I knew. It was now difficult for me to be seen as a person living with mental illness, especially in front of such a large number of people. I'd spent years honing my skills as a social worker and craved recognition for being a quality therapist in my own right, without the qualification of being in recovery from schizophrenia. I spoke about these reservations with my new supervisor, in whom I had confided the facts about my mental illness. I felt comfortable talking with him about these matters. He helped allay any misgivings I had about the award by helping me to see that an opportunity to accept an award in our field was few and far between, so I prepared myself for this honor the best way I knew how. Accepting the award meant that I had to drive to the HMC-MHC and be interviewed on video, which would later be edited for presentation at the luncheon. This was an ingenious idea in that it spared the recipient from the stress of having to prepare a speech and deliver it in front of a large crowd. I was delighted to meet with Brian Davis and Anne Murray in one of the offices at the HMC-MHC. I answered a series of necessarily personal questions in front of a camera about my past struggle with serious mental illness. While on video, I spoke at length about how the mental health center was the only place I had to turn to for support, and how it had been like a family to me over the past decade. I talked about the experience of being diagnosed with schizophrenia, and of how much it had altered and shaped my adult life. I described how I had lost many of the people who were closest to me in my life, and how I was introduced to an entirely new group of people who, through my experiences, had become very important to me. Before I was to receive my award, though, I was to participate in another grand event. It was a conference of the community mental health centers from throughout the state, which met in Birmingham. This conference was attended not only by the professionals who I had worked with for years in Decatur, but also by professionals who had worked with me for years in Huntsville. This experience was a further test of my ability to walk the tightrope of sharing an experience with people who knew about my history of mental illness and others who did not. I attended a lecture held by Marilyn, my first therapist at the HMC-MHC, about how to work with people suffering from grief and loss. This was an extraordinary experience for me, as I am sure it was for Marilyn. I'd only seen her once or twice in the last 7 years. She had, however, been such an important lifeline throughout the first 5 years after my initial diagnosis. Now I was attending the same conference at which she was speaking. It was ironic that I was attending as an experienced mental health professional. My attendance at this conference was a pivotal point in my life for many reasons, but one of the most important was that I met a unique man, Walter Ballard. He would prove to be a force for change in my life as great as any other individual. Walter had recently been hired to a management position at the HMC-MHC and had worked in a wide array of helping professions since his retirement from the military. He was a black man in his 50s with a wiry frame. His compassionate spirit shone through, and we had an instant connection. I confided in Walter about the award I would be receiving, since I would be seeing him at the luncheon in a couple of days. When he asked me if I was interested in spreading the news of my personal story, I informed him that I was. Walter handed me his business card and asked me to attend the presentation he was giving the next day. I went to hear him give a presentation on the Medicaid and Medicare health insurance programs, in which he had become an expert. Walter had brought 3 different projectors for his presentation, and when all of them failed to function properly, he handed everyone paper copies of his presentation, which he had made just in case. I found this level of foresight quite impressive. I was equally dazzled with the way Walter was able to make an otherwise dry topic interesting through his ability to communicate effectively with his audience. Little did I know at that time how important a friend and mentor Walter would become. Nor did I know how much his influence would shape my life for the better. Walter had the ability to inspire people, and he utilized this ability to motivate me to strive for excellence. When I attended an award luncheon held at the conference, I was surprised to see that Marie Hood, the executive director for the Mental Health Center of North Central Alabama, was the chairperson for the entire statewide body who had put the conference together. I realized that Marie was the head official for the mental health systems of 3 counties. What I did not realize was that she was an official of great import for the entire state of Alabama. Later on, at what would be considered a festive dinner, Mrs. Hood approached me and told me that she had spoken to Brian Davis, the executive director of the HMC-MHC, about my upcoming award. "I told Brian that you were a good choice," she confided. This made me feel more confident about the situation, and I deeply appreciated her support. My head began to swim at this dinner as the confluence of 2 great forces in my life came together. They were in the form of the staff at the HMC-MHC, who had played such a tremendous role in my life, and the staff at the MHC-NCA, including Mrs. Hood, who was an integral part of my life as well. After the conference, I drove back to Decatur both tired and excited by all I had experienced. I rested and prepared myself as much as I could for the award luncheon at which I was to accept a Beacon of Hope award. Shortly before the luncheon, I was briefed by Brian Davis about what to expect, and I saw the edited video of my interview. Seeing myself on video was a unique experience for which I was little prepared. I had mannerisms that seemed somewhat at odds with the way I'd always pictured myself. Viewing my profile, I thought I could see a certain flat expression that I recognized in my clients. They had similar disorders to mine, although I had never noticed this lack of emotions in my own facial expressions. I found it very difficult to watch myself on the screen. Another characteristic that I noticed when watching myself on the tiny screen was the horror-stricken look in my eyes as I described the events of my life in detail. It was clear that the person in this tape might still be struggling to come to terms with a diagnosis that had shaped his life so fundamentally. He seemed to be in a state of shock about what had happened to him 10 years ago. The person I was seeing was utterly transformed by his experiences. The fact was written clearly on his face as he described it. The closing discussion of the tape showed the person describing great strides he had made and how he had managed to put his life in order. Somehow, that distant look of wonder and confusion about what had happened never seemed to completely leave his face. The person in the video seemed to have as many questions remaining as he did answers, although he was determined to live his life to the fullest extent possible. Grateful for the fact that I had been prepared, to some extent, for what was to come next, Eleanor and I made the trip to Huntsville for the award luncheon. We sat at a table with the members of the Consumer Council, whom I had known for many years. Another person who sat with us was my friend Tim Jennings Carr. I've heard it said, and I believe it, that the difference between someone having a successful recovery or not could be greatly determined by whether or not the person in question has one friend in his life. In my case, Tim had been my one friend in many of the darkest times of my recovery when I had no other friends. He had been friends with David and Bill, the two men in the story who were my adopted siblings throughout my childhood. He was tall with long black hair, and he had played drums in a variety of bands throughout his life. He was also gifted with the ability to repair literally everything. When I was a freshman in college at the University of Alabama, he was a senior. We ran into one another there and spent a lot of time together that year. While I worked as a security officer at the mall, he ran into me there and we renewed our friendship. We watched many Alabama Crimson Tide football games on television together, and listening to his bands play always helped me improve my mood. Many people received awards that day, and there were numerous speeches made by the public officials and clergy. At the climax of the luncheon, the edited video was projected on a large screen in front of the 100 or so people. While I had been prepared for what to expect in the video, what I was not prepared for was the reaction of the audience. People were weeping quite audibly about what they saw on the screen, and it was clear to everyone present that the moment was an exceptionally moving one. Brian asked if I would like to get up and say a few words. As I made my way to the lectern in the center of a line of officials sitting perpendicular to the audience, I cleared my throat, preparing to speak. My initial instinct to say something humorous I could now see was a good one, since the sheer solemnity of the occasion seemed almost palpable. "Well, this is the first time I've ever been asked to follow myself before, but here goes," I said. The tension lifted a bit by the crowd's reaction to my humor. I now found myself able to actually look at the mass of faces gazing expectantly at me. I thank God for allowing me to receive the award, and then all of the people I could recall who had helped. I tried to go on speaking some of the haphazard lines which had formed in my mind, but found myself unable to do so as my nervousness essentially caused me to freeze up. It felt very much like my brain had locked in place somehow, as I realized that whatever characteristics about my own expressions I thought I saw on the screen must certainly be in full bloom at this moment. My initial success at lightening the mood of the crowd, and remembering to thank most of the people I should have, stood in stark contrast to the sense of paralysis I now felt as I fumbled for something to say. Matters became worse because of my sense of self-consciousness about having schizophrenia, and my fear that my inability to articulate what I wanted to say would be seen as associated somehow with my mental illness. The mood grew grave once more, as my sense of being overwhelmed must have become obvious to the crowd. Ironically, when working with much smaller groups of people in a group therapy setting, I felt much more comfortable and certainly did not exhibit this same sense of unease. I left the podium to applause, award in hand, to take my place back with the people at my table. I was truly thankful to be the recipient of the award, but left the luncheon thinking much the way I did after the speech I'd made when we started our place. I realized that I should become much better at public speaking before trying again. I returned to my work in Decatur, placing my award atop the cabinet in my office. I realized how fortunate I was to have received my award. Most professionals who practice in community mental health work daily for little pay and practically no recognition for the immense service they provide in touching other people's lives. I now saw with fresh eyes just how special a group of people they really are. They work unceasingly to improve the lives of their fellow men and women without any expectations of fortune or fame. The concept of writing a book to share more widely the story of overcoming mental illness was constantly in my thoughts. I yearned to find guidance for this project. I decided to call Walter Ballard to seek whatever counsel he was willing to provide. When I telephoned him, I found him very receptive to my goals, and I discovered that he was very knowledgeable about the avenues I must take to spread my message of hope. After our first long telephone conversation, I emailed him the early draft of my manuscript, which at the time consisted of approximately 30 pages of text. Walter telephoned me back in a few days and began in earnest to shape my life in ways I could not yet comprehend. He helped me to see that writing was only a part of the larger picture of what I must become to see my life and work transform the lives of others. He helped me to see that I must become a master communicator, proficient not only in writing, but in public speaking. I felt very comfortable in speaking to groups of people in therapy sessions I facilitated, since I had years of experience in the process. But providing group therapy is a much different animal from successfully delivering a public speech. Group therapy is about listening to other people and expanding on their ideas as much as anything. In a public speech, there's one speaker, and it's incumbent upon him to provide all of the necessary information to his audience in a concise, clear, and entertaining way. Walter convinced me that I must now become as familiar with the discipline of public speaking as I was with any of my other skills. He then began to show me his true genius as a motivator. Walter, in essence, became my life coach and spoke to me for hours on the telephone, helping to bring out the potential that he saw in me. He told me that I might want to check out an organization designed to improve public speakers, the Toastmasters. I found the nearest Toastmasters meeting on the internet and immediately joined. The next thing that Walter did was to convince me to read motivational books. Reading books, such as John Maxwell's Talent is Never Enough, it became clear to me that I was not living up to my full potential. The essential messages of these books was that one can attain his or her ambitions by setting clear goals and then making all the effort required to see them become a reality. My life and the accomplishments I had made thus far were certainly testament to this truth, as I resolved to do all that was required to see my next dream become a reality. My new dream was to complete the writing of a book which would inspire others and to make its message available to everyone who would benefit from it. This meant that I had to learn to work on it consistently in order to create the contents of my message, while at the same time balancing all of the demands from work, family, and my newfound desire to master public speaking. Walter believed in me and in my message of hope, and he understood its power to effect positive change, as well as to touch lives throughout the world. His belief was a great catalyst for transforming me into a person on a crusade to better the lives of others on a vast scale, and into a man who is rapidly developing the tools necessary for making this dream a reality. Another concept that Walter worked diligently to drum into my mind was that I must become a master of time. Time management was the key element in my quest to see my vision become a reality. Walter explained that a physician was able to survive the rigors of medical school and attain his professional status because he was able to master the dimension of time. Time not spent on productive activity had to be considered and factored against all of the time available. I could accomplish major undertakings simply by deciding how much time to set aside for a specific activity and then living up to the plan. In writing my book, for example, I would have to decide what amount of time that I could spare every week in writing. Walter did not care one whit about how long it took to arrive at a finished product, as long as I was working on it consistently and reaching the goals I'd set for myself. Walter Ballard taught me these concepts and much more. He had prepared answers to just about any problem that I could pose for him related to my life and goals, and he was there to discuss anything that might be on my mind. He had become a true mentor and a friend. Walter was working on a book on excellence and had mastered the art of public speaking. His sheer genius for motivation is something that transformed my life. Spreading my message of hope had now become a solid commitment. Worlds collide. One feature of my new sense of motivation was that I felt like a more magnetic person. My thought that I would one day go on to deliver a powerful message to a receptive audience was on the forefront of my consciousness. Indeed, one of the primary ways that I learned to make this goal happen was to visualize it regularly and to actively think about the result and ways in which I would ensure its success. Without being able to visualize the end result, goals of great import to the rest of the world are nearly impossible. I believed in myself and in my goals. That's what really mattered most. A byproduct of all of this, I discovered, was that other people could see this change in me as well. My new sense of self-confidence was clear to anyone who spent any length of time with me, and I sensed that other people believed in me. It took some time for me to become accustomed to my new realization of life and its possibilities. Luckily, though, time was something I had in abundance. I realized that my dreams would not come into fruition overnight, and that the only way they would become a reality was through the steady application of the techniques I had learned over time. All other goals I had accomplished had required the same elements of consistent work, and I just had to apply myself in a similar fashion, although on a much grander scale. I was becoming a more rounded person in many ways through my efforts, and I was gaining an increased ability to establish rapport with other people, including some of the people who meant the most to me, my clients. In May 2007, Eleanor and I had been married for a year and a half. She and I were visiting her parents at their new house on the ritzy side of Decatur. I was in the middle of regaling them with my newfound sense of purpose that I was putting into positive action. I was talking about the new speeches I was writing and committing to memory for Toastmasters, and of the now steady progress I was making toward completing my book. In the middle of explaining all the projects I was working on, my mother-in-law began questioning me about my brother Bert. She often asked about my childhood and my past, and I often had difficulty explaining it to her, since my life had been so profoundly different from most other people. I explained to her the difficulty I had encountered in trying to help Bert, and attempted to describe to her how unreceptive he had been to mental health treatment. I found that the powerful resistance I had experienced in trying to help Bert was something difficult for me to frame into words. I failed in my efforts to convince my in-laws that there was nothing more that I could do to help Bert, and the questions they were putting to me rang in my ears with the implication that I should be doing more. "Well, he is part of your family after all," my mother-in-law said. "It might be a good idea for you to at least try and talk to him," my father-in-law pointed out. I think the factor that most alarmed them about the situation was that I had absolutely no knowledge of where my brother was or how he was faring. "He might have been hit by a car or something," my father-in-law suggested. I told them I felt certain in my heart that nothing of that severity had befallen Bert. Remembering well Bert's seemingly limitless penchant for survival, I told them it would take an atom bomb, for that was the dilemma inherent in any prior attempts to assist Bert. Bert could be in a psychotic state for a very long time without breaking down completely. He could toil away in a stressful work environment, the whole while experiencing severe psychotic symptoms. He could live with the symptoms long enough to maintain employment at the same job for a year or so. Then when he began responding to his symptoms by yelling at them in an uncontrollable fashion, he would be asked by his employer to leave. Bert would invariably find support at the missions whenever his inability to function independently came to the fore. Bert didn't accept that he had mental illness despite clear evidence to the contrary. When he did live at the mission, the staff there was constantly trying to convince him to take his medication. They would force him to keep appointments at the HMC-MHC to enforce taking his medication. Obviously, they found his psychotic symptoms to be as difficult to live with as his employers did, and as I had. Bert experienced symptoms to a greater degree and for a much longer period than did many others in his condition who, much sooner than Bert, accepted assistance from the mental health community. I was not able to explain Bert and his problems to Eleanor's parents, and they soon convinced me that me not knowing the actual whereabouts or condition of my brother and his status was wrong and constituted a situation that I should make efforts to modify. "Don't you think your grandmother would want you to make an effort to contact Bert and make sure he's okay?" my mother-in-law asked. At this point in the conversation, my ire was truly sparked. "I may not be a saint, but my grandmother was, as sure as anyone. Of course she'd want me to go find him," I proclaimed. I promised Eleanor's mother that I would go and seek Bert within the next couple of days. I would at least try to determine where he lived and his current condition. When Eleanor and I left their home, I felt that no one in the family understood the full ramifications of what they were asking of me. I hoped that the years of training that I now had as a mental health therapist would bolster my ability to face this new challenge. The trepidation I experienced about having to try to deal with Bert's situation was at odds with the concern that I had for him as my brother. I had tried as much as I could to block out my own worry for his well-being. He had not wanted my help up to this point, and I had not thought of myself as in a position to provide him the help he needed. Despite the mental barriers I had erected, I often found my mind wandering to my brother's welfare. These thoughts had a greater tendency to arise during the holidays, when I would think about what Bert might be doing and how he must feel to be alone. During the nights before I made my trip to search for Bert, these thoughts that had been bottled up inside my subconscious overflowed into my conscious mind and became a burning drive to make contact with him, despite my unease about the situation. In preparing myself mentally to find Bert, I thought about how most of the times I'd spoken to him in the last 10 years, he was in a state of psychosis. His mental state made it extremely difficult to communicate with him or to convince him of anything. I thought that when I did find him, he would be in a similar state, and I didn't know what I would do next. I knew I could not have him admitted to the hospital unless he proved a danger to himself or others, a concept which had always been so difficult to prove, in Bert's case. I did my best to prepare myself for seeing Bert in that condition. Observing Bert's psychosis always opened a floodgate of emotions. On the Sunday morning following my discussion with Eleanor's parents, I went to Huntsville to answer the calling I now felt, to find Bert. The last time I'd spoken to him on the phone nearly 2 years ago, and he had been living and working at a plant in Madison, a large suburb of Huntsville. I figured there was more than a 60% chance that he had relapsed by that time and was now back at the mission in Huntsville, where he frequently stayed. In any event, the mission was the only place I knew to look for him, thinking that they might at least know in which direction to point me if he was not living there. I arrived at the Breaking Free Rescue Mission, located just 2 blocks from the Shelter Plus apartment complex I had lived in for 7 years. The monastic feel that pervaded the interior of the mission was still there. A darkened auditorium filled with pews was clearly visible upon entering. People who live at the mission are a particularly spiritual lot by necessity. They're required to attend religious services daily. Bert was the most spiritual person I had ever encountered, assuming stubbornness was not counted as a sin, and I could understand why he felt a sense of solace there. There was an office to the side which was just as dark as the rest of the interior. I approached a man standing in the office doorway. He was wearing dark sunglasses and was otherwise modestly dressed in a threadbare shirt and blue jeans. The no-frills, short-sleeved, collared shirt and slacks I was wearing seemed an ostentatious extravagance in this place of simplicity. He said that Bert had left the mission just 2 days before. After he'd been living at the mission for the past 6 months, he'd suddenly moved out. We both knew that the best place to search for Bert next was at one of the other rescue missions. With a hope and a prayer, I traveled the 5 miles or so to the downtown rescue mission to find if my brother had moved there. I parked my car at the mission, thinking of the time or two I had eaten a free meal there, wondering what it must be like to live there for an extended time. When I asked for Bert at the front desk station, the 2 men there said that they didn't know him. An African-American man dressed much like me approached me, asking for a description of Bert. "Is he tall?" he asked. "Yes, he is," I replied. He then led me to a place that made quite an impact upon me and will no doubt haunt my thoughts for the rest of my life. We went to a large building away from the main area. On a large concrete floor, about 20 scantily clad men lay sleeping in a large circle. Most of them were using a t-shirt or other bits of cloth for a pillow. After overcoming the initial shock of seeing such a gruesome spectacle, one of the men came into clearer focus. It was Bert. "That's him," I said. The kindly gentleman who led me to the place went away. It was Bert lying on the ground with only a t-shirt to cushion him from the cold, hard, seamless concrete floor. The floodgate of emotions rose in me much quicker than I had anticipated, as I sat cross-legged next to Bert's sleeping form and woke him. He overcame his initial surprise of seeing me, as I focused on keeping the emotions churned up by the situation from overwhelming me. "Oh, hey man," he said, in that voice that everyone said sounded so much like my own. One thing I was struck by, after a few exchanges with him, was that Bert was not in the psychotic state I had expected. He was clear-eyed and responding appropriately to everything I asked him. "Do you want to go for a drive with me?" I asked. "Sure, man," he replied. I soon determined that the reason Bert was not in a psychotic state was that the Breaking Free rescue mission, where he had been living for the last 6 months, had been requiring him to take his medication and had been making him stay free from substance abuse. Bert had been working at the local family restaurant where he had worked on and off for years washing dishes. He said that he had become overwhelmed by the stress of the job and with one of the people working in the kitchen. This prompted him to leave the Breaking Free rescue mission to come to the downtown rescue mission. "I've only been off my medication for a couple of days," he said. Bert was surprised that I had become a therapist and now had a wife and a house in Decatur. He had been in a state of psychosis earlier times when I told him I was a therapist. I suppose my explanations at that time just did not register. It turned out that he had even been in a state of psychosis when he spoke to me on the telephone 2 years ago. At that time, he had been considering giving me his car, not understanding that I had completely transformed my life. Shortly after the telephone call 2 years ago, Bert's psychotic symptoms led to the police being called to his job site. The result was that Bert was dragged off, not to return. Bert had 2 bags of marijuana on him at the time. He was ordered to pay heavy fines by the court, although he received no jail time. The judge ordered Bert to attend New Horizons. New Horizons was the substance abuse outpatient program in Huntsville, which was part of the mental health center, similar to Quest, the program in which I had been a counselor in Decatur. Bert had sold his car to pay the fines and soon found himself back at the mission and his job at the restaurant, since he was the only one in the mission who really didn't mind working there. I was now having a rational conversation in my car with Bert for the first time in 6 years. The feeling was surreal as I drove Bert to Cheeseburger to have lunch, reveling in my ability to communicate with a man who finally was coherent. I promised Bert I would try to help him get on his feet. I began trying to convince him to return to the Breaking Free rescue mission, where they had been requiring him to take his medication, saying that I would speak to the people at the HMC-MHC and ask them to allow him to return to the housing program where they had once granted him admittance or to some other program. I told Bert that I would help him apply for disability income, for which he had been denied. The program at the mental health center, which helped Bert to receive his medication at a reduced cost, had mandated that Bert at least apply for disability insurance the previous year. Bert had not been eligible at that time since he was working full-time. After several hours, I drove back to Decatur, alone, with Bert's assurance that he would return to the Breaking Free rescue mission. I was determined to help him gain access to the full package of benefits for which he was eligible. The drive, however, left me feeling unfulfilled. I returned to my house feeling a mixture of thankfulness that I'd found Bert and frustration that he was still homeless. At home, I told Eleanor all that I had experienced and soon found myself so overcome with emotion that I began weeping onto our pillows. Lying in our bed together, she asked me what I wanted to do. I said, "Let's just go get him." I was resigned in my heart to do what some part of me knew we must do. When we made the drive back to Huntsville together, it was late afternoon, and we saw a most beautiful sight. Hot air balloons, one of the things for which Decatur is renowned, were making their Memorial Day flights, and the low-hanging sun shone a dusky orange on their colorful silks. All manner of balloons were taking off to journey to wherever it is these lofty vehicles ascend in their fantastical flights. After a few minutes, the balloons were behind us as we journeyed into the unknown depths of our own lives. I knew how many people had allowed Bert to move in with them in the past, and I shuddered to think about how unprepared they must have been whenever Bert had reached a state where he could no longer stay with them. I was now a veteran in working with people living with mental illness, and I realized that I would have my work cut out for me meeting this new challenge. I was on my way now to face a reality which had been for years the theme of a recurring nightmare. The nightmare was one in which Bert had somehow moved back in with me, displacing me from my home. It persisted, fresh in my mind, though I had screwed up my courage to face my darkest fears. Mine was a mindset completely different from my wife's, who had never experienced the constant barrage of incoherent speech that is part of living with someone who is actively psychotic. In her mind, someone in my family was in need, and we were going to help him, because that was what one's family must do. When we arrived at the mission to announce the good news to Bert, we found that he had moved on once more to the Salvation Army mission. I realized then that my instinct to move Bert in the house with us was the right one, since I thought it doubtful that he would return to the Breaking Free rescue mission where they made him take his medicine. It was dusk, and we had some difficulty finding the mission. It was located in a housing project area where Eleanor had never been, but it was familiar to me. I had surveyed that area for the Census Bureau years before. We walked to the front desk and asked for Bert. We were told that he was among the residents currently attending religious services, but that they should be returning in the van any minute now. There, we waited in our car for Bert to return, surrounded by some residents who were conversing outside. Apparently, they had chosen not to go to the religious service. Bert returned in the van as promised. Eleanor and I immediately began talking him into coming to live with us, for as long as it took for him to get a home of his own. We drove back to Decatur feeling a sense of relief and the powerful sense of euphoria one experiences when doing something that will profoundly and positively affect the life of another. My grandmother had asked me a long time ago to do everything in my power to help my brother, and now I was not only in a position to do that, but I was fulfilling her wishes as promised. I had thought Grandmother overly optimistic when she had charged me with this responsibility so many years ago. I could not envision myself in any real position to take on such a difficult challenge. Now I could see the foresight intrinsic in her request. As amazing a feeling as it was to be a benefit to my own family, I found myself thinking about the other men who were lying on that concrete floor with Bert. These men didn't have a brother who had gained vast knowledge about mental health and how to help people with mental illnesses. They didn't have a family member who was a social worker and who was willing to take on the challenge of awakening them so that they might enter a new world. Indeed, it was highly unlikely that a person who had surpassed great odds would reappear in their lives to help them create a storybook ending. I really didn't think that most people in our society realized that one can walk into a mission in one of the world's most prosperous cities on any given day and witness a sight as horrific as I'd beheld. 20 men lying inertly on a concrete floor as if they had lost all hope in living. I had never imagined such a scene, and I had worked with the most marginalized segment of the population for years. An odd trio. Bert moved into an incredibly shrinking house with Eleanor and me. I soon discovered that the difficulty I had in interacting with my brother didn't apply to Eleanor and her family, who seemed to get along better with Bert in many instances than they did with me. Bert and Eleanor enjoyed watching movies together while I would write, read, and engage in other solitary pursuits. Eleanor and her family appreciated Bert's reappearance in my life because before this, they had seen me as someone largely without a family or any reminder of my past. Bert was the embodiment of my roots, and they welcomed him with open arms. My own interactions with Bert were more problematic. One reason my relationship with Bert was awkward for me had to do with the past. Bert was now entirely free of psychotic symptoms and was very similar to the people Eleanor and I had both worked with over the years, who were now coping successfully with their symptoms. My view of Bert went deeper, though. I recalled the difficulty I had experienced while Bert was in the full throes of psychosis. The second, and final, severe psychotic break that I had experienced happened when Bert and I were living with grandmother. It was attributable in no small measure to the constant presence of the symptoms Bert was experiencing. Before either Bert or I had ever exhibited any psychotic symptoms, we were constantly at odds with one another. Our relationship had evolved from Bert as a constant tormentor to Bert as a potential rival for my grandmother's affection and a violator of my personal space. After Bert developed mental illness, he experienced a pervasive guilt about bullying me during childhood. "That's all water under the bridge, Bert. I don't even think about that stuff anymore," I would tell him. "I just can't get it out of my head," was his reply. My relationship with Bert was also made difficult by the fact that I saw in Bert many of my own foibles that I found disturbing. His mental illness, mannerisms, and personality were so similar to mine. He was like a constant reminder in my home of the things that made me feel self-conscious. While Bert was living with us, I took advantage of the fact that he was knowledgeable about several technical matters. Bert and I journeyed to the local Walmart to buy stereo equipment to enhance our home entertainment center. Before Bert had his first psychotic break, he had earned good money at plant jobs and had spent much of it on high-value stereo equipment. He was now truly amazed at the prices of the electronics at the store. It was as if he had missed the trend of electronics going down in price altogether while in the throes of his illness. Like Rip Van Winkle, he had been out of touch with the society around him. While at Walmart, I also researched and determined the best deal on cell phones. I bought Bert a phone and was surprised to learn I could purchase a phone with a plan that would meet his needs for $18 down and $30 every 2 months. He was completely unfamiliar with cell phones, as he was with so much in this new electronic age, and had been making calls on payphones. Stereo equipment, though, was virtually unchanged except for price, and he was able to accomplish something that I couldn't. He installed our new home surround sound system. In my efforts to find Bert a home of his own, I soon found myself in a quandary. Bert was now living in Decatur with us, but he had lived in Huntsville for most of his life. It seemed like a conflict of interest to try to help Bert receive mental health services through my employer. Although, since he was now a Decatur resident, I could see how it could possibly be the only place for him to turn. Bert was already a client at the Huntsville-Madison County Mental Health Center and had been attending a group therapy session there once every 3 months. I thought the best thing to do was to contact his therapist for a family session. Bert's therapist, Mary Beth, spoke kindly on the telephone and scheduled a time for us to meet with her. When we met, I realized I had actually spoken with Mary Beth before at the mental health center. When I was in a psychotic state, shortly before being committed to the North Alabama Regional Hospital, she had been the therapist that spoke with me in my state of crisis while my own therapist was out of the office. I also had a memorable but silent encounter with her when we shared an elevator at the hospital during the time leading up to my grandmother's passing. Mary Beth said that since he was only living with me temporarily, he could continue to receive services at the HMC-MHC. She also said that she would refer Bert to case management in order to assist him in finding a place to live. I took Bert to the SSA office in Decatur to apply for Social Security disability benefits. Bert needed to produce a birth certificate. He had been born in New Orleans, Louisiana, which had been devastated by Hurricane Katrina 2 years earlier, and we had no idea if his birth certificate still existed. I was later able to order Bert's birth certificate over the internet, with no problem. The archives containing the record of his birth had survived the flood. The major problem was finding him housing before he began receiving disability payments, since our best estimate was that it might take Bert an entire year to win his disability case. In my experience, that seemed about the average time a person had to wait. I've known people who waited 5 years to receive disability payments. The prospect of having Bert live with us for an entire year was not one I savored, although I was willing to endure it in order to see him off the street. I telephoned Bert's case manager to ask him about the possibility of Bert finding a place in the Shelter Plus program, where I'd lived for 7 years. I knew from personal experience that one could live there for a time without steady income. Bert's case manager didn't sound particularly encouraging about Bert's prospects for receiving a placement in the program, so I settled in for a long wait. Bert did not believe in his heart that he would be eligible for Social Security disability payments. To him, it sounded too good to be true, especially in light of the fact that he had already been turned down for Social Security disability income. His hopelessness was in spite of my constant assurances that he was not only now eligible, but also that he had greater symptomatic problems than many of the people I had worked with over the years who were receiving disability payments. Matters became worse when the attorney who had helped with my disability case, and who I now retained to help Bert, seemed discouraged because Bert had done so much work in the recent past. I constantly encouraged Bert in every way I could as the days of our living together turned into months. During this time, I continued to make progress in public speaking, enjoying the personal growth I was developing through Toastmasters. One of the members of the group, Marilyn Volanino, was someone I had already come to know, since she was president of the National Alliance on Mental Illness in Decatur. Walter continued to hammer into my brain the principles of diligence and consistent effort. I continued to make progress in writing and speaking and was becoming what Walter termed a master communicator. I traveled to Huntsville on several occasions to watch Walter give a series of speeches on financial matters to a group of people from the community. After the presentation, Walter quizzed me on the aspects of his speech which were most effective in reaching his audience. On the drive home, my mind wandered to a very different time and place. I started thinking about a time in my life long before I had been diagnosed with mental illness, when I was in my early teens. I saw myself depressed and crying because my life was not going in a direction I wanted. It was night, in the bottom half of my grandmother's townhouse, and I literally did not have a single friend. I was looking at myself in my grandmother's full-length mirror, wondering why my life had to be the way it was, and when things would ever change for me. I curled up by that special mirror, weeping. While I leaned against the glass, lamenting my fate, I felt something startling, although it was less startling than it would have been had I not been in the middle of such sorrow. I could hear a voice calling out to me from the mirror. "Everything is going to be all right," it said. "Who are you?" I asked the voice. The voice said, "I'm your future self. I'm happy and prosperous, and life is so much more fulfilling and happier than it is for you now. Just endure this pain now, my son, and you will get past all of this. Things will look up for you if you just have faith and hang in there." I'd not thought about that moment again since that time, and my mind reeled back to that moment. Now, happy and prosperous, I sent my mind back through that old mirror, as if connected to my car's rear-view mirror through time and space, seeing the boy curled up on the floor, weeping because he was so unhappy with his life and because he felt rejected by all those around him. It was as if I were really there, and I then gave comfort to that man-child, telling him how happy I was now and how things were so much different in my present life than they were then. What occurred next was even more startling because I realized that I had not thought about that moment for nearly 20 years. This was the first time I had truly felt happy for an extended time. I was now 33 years old and had experienced so much more since I had been that young teen. But it was only at this point that it dawned on me that I was now in a position to send that message of hope to my past self. Interesting times. After Bert had been living with us for about 4 months, in the winter of 2007, I received good news, and it could not have come at a better time. Bert's continual insistence that he would not receive disability payments began to have a negative impact on me. He would say, "Even if I receive benefits, it may be an entire year before I do. I can't stay with you for a whole year. I don't want to do that to you. Why don't I just go out and get a job? Then, with that income, I can find another place to live." I then made a decision, which in retrospect was unwise, to go along with what Bert suggested and started helping him to look for jobs. I knew that if Bert found a job at this point in time, it would ruin any chance he would have of receiving the benefits for which he was eligible. The way the Social Security system is established, Bert would only be able to work in an extremely limited capacity after he began receiving benefits. For 2 weeks, I drove Bert to a variety of locations, including the Manpower Temporary Work Service and to several fast food restaurants. Something contrary to all experience occurred. Bert could not seem to find a job. Any job. None of the places we went to called Bert back for a job interview. He had never had a problem finding a job before in his life. It was at that time that I received an important phone call. The manager of the Shelter Plus program wanted to interview Bert for placement in its program. This was happy news indeed, and I felt as if I were on top of the world. Bert did not require any significant source of income while in the Shelter Plus program and could wait out the process for Social Security benefits, no matter how long it took, while receiving food stamps. I was willing to supply him with cigarettes and help with any necessities for as long as he needed. After being interviewed by the manager of the Shelter Plus program, Bert was given another chance. I drove Bert to the old apartment complex that had been such a significant part of my past, feeling a tidal wave of nostalgia crash into my psyche. These buildings had been a salvation and shelter for me when I was in direst need. I had then spent years dreaming and working to escape the place. Now, 4 years later, I was 33, and Shelter Plus was the source of my family's salvation once again. I said hello to many of the residents. Some still remembered me and responded. Bert's apartment was on the opposite side of the building from the one in which I had lived for 7 years. Part of the agreement Bert made with the Huntsville-Madison County Mental Health Center upon his placement in the Shelter Plus program required him to engage in some constructive activity during the day. Bert would be attending the Adult Intensive Day Treatment program at the HMC-MHC. This was the same program that I once attended and was parallel to the one in which I was now a psychotherapist in Decatur. After a couple of months, Bert began to receive his disability benefits. The mental health system had come through for me once again. My faith that help is really available for people, as long as they're willing to take the appropriate steps, was renewed. The most wonderful thing was that now I was a part of the system. I helped people in situations similar to those I had experienced, both as a consumer of mental health services and as a family member of someone with serious mental illness. I had many factors in my favor in helping my brother get off the street. I was a social worker who knew the avenues for helping people, as well as the research available about how to work with people living with mental illness. I could answer any of Bert's countless questions for hours on end about any mental health topic he could think of. I could mold Bert's understanding of mental health concepts and ways for coping with symptoms every day. Bert was an ideal client to work with at this point. He faithfully took his medication and didn't suffer a return of the psychotic symptoms that I had tried to help him cope with when I was younger. Yet we were still almost derailed by the pervasive feeling that we did not know what to expect. If Bert had been hired for one of the jobs he had applied for, his chances of receiving Social Security disability payments would have been ruined. When I think of family members who are new to the mental health system, who have little knowledge of either the symptoms of mental illness or the programs that are available to assist the afflicted, I want to encourage them. One component that is often missing from the lives of those first experiencing this process is hope. It's both humbling and rewarding to now be a source of hope to those people. In 2008, Marilyn Volanino, the past president of the National Alliance for Mental Illness, Decatur, and fellow Toastmaster, on hearing of my efforts to help my brother, asked me to renew my membership with NAMI. The monthly meetings and the events hosted by NAMI once again became an important part of my life, and in this way also, I felt that a piece of me that was missing was now back in place. Bert seldom participated in NAMI activities with me, preferring to remain out of the spotlight. God is truly great, and I'm thankful that He allowed me to find Bert at a time when he had reached his lowest point and was seriously ready to make a change. Bert is a part of my life that I do not intend to be distant from again. Our family was once torn apart, but now it is whole again. My stepfather, Dave, once told me that he was familiar with a Chinese curse. May you live in interesting times. I'd become exceedingly accustomed to living with this curse, which had become a familiar apparition in my existence. It would have felt strange were it not hovering about me like an old friend. I began contemplating what living in interesting times meant for me. It occurred to me that if living in interesting times carries with it a curse, then it most assuredly carries an equally powerful and important blessing. It allowed me to see life for what it really is, to see what is essential, and to see what is superficial and fleeting. It helped me to see that the things that are important in life are not the material things, but the relationships we forge with one another. It allowed me to see that if my dreams were not rooted in higher goals, then they were not worth having. A new maxim, which is a reflection of this pearl of wisdom, formed in my mind. May you be blessed to live a life of interest in other human beings, and interest in obtaining higher goals. When we began our journey together, I told you that when I finished describing my tale to you, that I would come closer to knowing if my mind and spirit contained the makings of a great work of fiction, which I could then share with you. The conclusion I've now reached is that there is very likely no great tale of wonder and imagination that my talents and energy will allow me to compose for you. These works have their place in helping to gain greater insight into the human condition, and they are something that will no doubt continue to inspire and feed my spirit. I have a different purpose, however, and that is to share the events and lessons of my life with others so that they will gain inspiration and knowledge. Whether my future life will contain additional circumstances and lessons to be shared with others remains to be seen. What is certain, though, is that I will refine my ability to communicate what wisdom I have found already, and continue to create as many lines of communication to you and to others as I can, so that they too can benefit from the events of my life. I've been living in a hotel room in San Francisco for the last several days, preparing for my bicycle adventure of a lifetime. Most of my time has been spent in my room or at meetings, learning more about the 1995 Journey of Hope. I have met the other young men from around the country. They are in much better physical condition than I am, and seem to know infinitely more than I do about bicycling. They go out to enjoy San Francisco's famous nightlife and leave me behind, since I'm only 20 and can't be admitted to any of the nightclubs. They've also spent a great deal of time rehearsing with the puppets with which our team is required to perform at various stops throughout our journey. These shows are designed to foster understanding of people with disabilities in the minds of children we will meet along the way. I try to participate in the rehearsal, but discover that my mind is completely unable to recall the lines I tried to memorize at home for the cloth characters. As much as I would love to breathe life into the yarn-haired dolls I'm finally seeing in person, I find myself ill-equipped for the task as the lines of speech dissipate from my recollection. On our first day of the trip, we're told by our team leaders that we will participate in a bike tour of the city before actually beginning the day's journey across the Golden Gate Bridge. This scenic go-round just happens to be taking place that day. I'm disappointed by this, since it means a lot of extra effort for my out-of-shape body to reach its first day's goal, but I'm determined to make the best of the situation. Our team is sitting astride our bicycles in a grassy park outside San Francisco's downtown area. Hundreds of other cyclists from all over the Bay Area are grouped up all around us. Many of them are wearing matching uniforms. Our team's distinctive red, white, and blue cyclist uniforms set us apart from the other cyclists who aren't continuing the city bike tour across the breadth of the United States of America. My bicycle feels strangely solid beneath me as I contemplate the many miles I have in front of me. Then we're off and pedaling, and I find myself traveling up and down the hilly streets of San Francisco. The tall buildings to either side of me make it seem that I am traveling through some sort of tunnel. Why does this all seem so familiar? Later on, I'll realize that I've seen these streets in the Clint Eastwood detective movies, where heavy, box-like cars are constantly chasing one another up these steep hills only to come crashing down the other side of them. After a couple of hours in the city, we're pedaling through the green serenity of Northern California trees. It won't be long until we reach the Golden Gate Bridge. The hills are just as steep to climb, and the cruise down them seems far too brief in elation. What in the world have I gotten myself into? In the years it's taken me to write my story, it's reached the early months of 2012, and many changes have taken place between then and now. Eleanor and I discovered that the many hours that it takes to write a memoir and make it available to those who would benefit from it are not conducive to a good home life when both partners work in highly stressful fields already. We also failed to see eye to eye on a number of important issues and found ourselves lacking in the ability to reach a successful compromise. Our marriage did not survive, and we made the mutual decision to divorce in March of 2009. In January 2010, at the age of 35, I became the president of the National Alliance for the Mentally Ill, Decatur, serving for 2 years. This honor and responsibility was quite unexpected by me and led to a variety of new experiences. I presided over monthly meetings of our members as well as quarterly board meetings, and I traveled often to Montgomery, Alabama to represent NAMI Decatur there. In July 2010, I traveled to Washington, D.C. to represent Decatur at NAMI's National Convention. I, along with NAMI representatives from across the nation, met with leaders of the United States Congress to advocate for the continued provision of resources for people living with mental illness. It was incredible to meet with family members of PLMI from all 50 states and to hear many of their stories. I also had the opportunity to meet consumers at this meeting on a national level who were living quite successfully in recovery from serious mental illnesses. One session that I attended at that national conference was particularly eye-opening. An older retired psychiatrist was giving a lecture in which he was discussing various aspects of schizophrenia. His plethora of knowledge about the illness focused on aspects that were not always considered by everyone in the mental health community. He described how many of the symptoms of schizophrenia are present at a young age, but they won't spike until the point at which one has their first psychotic break from reality. With women, this age tends to be in their late 20s or early 30s, and with men, this age tends to be in their late teens or early 20s. In thinking back to my own childhood, I could definitely see this to be the case. Sometimes I would walk around in a kind of trance for hours on end as my imagination ran wild. Bouts of depression and occasional paranoia were not unknown to me in these years. Beginning in my adolescence, I was ostracized much of the time for being different. Following one's first psychotic break with reality, after a number of years have passed, hallucinations and delusions, or positive symptoms as they're referred to, then tend to abate to some degree. He spoke about the negative symptoms that accompany schizophrenia, which include feelings of depression and lethargy. If you'll recall from earlier in this work, positive symptoms are referred to as such because they add things to people that they don't want added, such as hallucinations or delusions. Negative symptoms are named thus because they take away from people things that they don't want to lose, such as energy and joy. He also spoke about the lesser-known cognitive symptoms that are a part of the illness. Cognitive symptoms make it difficult for people to concentrate and to communicate at times. He said that these symptoms were often not given enough consideration in relation to the positive and negative symptoms, despite the fact that they too can be debilitating. As one ages, these cognitive symptoms tend to worsen to a degree. He spoke about the efficacy of the medication Clozaril and how this was considered the gold standard in terms of treating psychotic symptoms. He described how all other antipsychotic medications, including my own Seroquel, were merely different variations of Clozaril. I am friends with a leader in the consumer movement who has taken Clozaril for many years and who affectionately terms the people he knows who are on this medication as Clozaril kids. People who take Clozaril have to have blood work done on a regular basis, since they are at a low risk for a condition called agranulocytosis. Because of this, it is only prescribed in cases where no other antipsychotic medication is as efficacious. While I cannot recall the name of the sage doctor that gave this presentation to our small auditorium, he definitely provided me with much to consider about schizophrenia and information that I'm happy to be able to share with others. In 2010 and 2011, I also had the opportunity to present a workshop at the State Consumer Conference in Talladega at Chaco Springs. This was the same conference that I described in some detail earlier in the book, an experience which had a profound impact upon me. I found a receptive audience there, interested in my experiences in recovery and how they could apply the lessons contained in my story to their own lives. So many of my own observations related to recovery were forged at that very site. It was truly fantastic to be able to share these with the people there. I've also traveled all over the state as part of NAMI's Sharing Hope program. The goal of Sharing Hope is to provide information to African American ministers, particularly in the state's Black Belt area, about ways to combat the misinformation and stigma associated with serious mental illnesses. In December 2010, I left the Mental Health Center of North Central Alabama to accept a position in the outpatient program at the Huntsville-Madison County Mental Health Center. Recollections of how my own life had been saved by this very program inspired me to continue my work as a helping professional there. I also began serving as the president of Our Place, consumer-run drop-in center. In 2012, immediately prior to publication of this work, I won the Respect Award, the recipients of which are chosen by consumers across the state of Alabama for their contributions to people living with mental illness. Whenever I'm asked if it's worth it to sacrifice my time in an effort to fight mental illness and improve the lives of others, my answer is always the same. Yes. We've reached the end of the journey at a fine hotel in Charleston, South Carolina. I've seen Fort Sumter, the starting point of the American Civil War, from across the water, and find that it holds my attention for a surprisingly short span of time. It's longer, though, than seeing Alcatraz Island at the beginning of the trip in San Francisco, which I don't remember seeing at all. I'm dressed in a suit for the closing ceremony of the 1995 Journey of Hope. My entire appearance has changed since the beginning of my journey, and I am now the very picture of physical fitness. In the hallway of the hotel, one of my buddies from the trip tells me, "Wow, Jim, you really do look like a lawyer in your suit." I smile at these words of encouragement as we make our way to the elevator and then down into a darkened ballroom. We line up to hear who has won the leadership award for our trip. He's the man who broke his collarbone after crashing into a car. We all clap for him, reflecting on the irony that we would have all likely picked this likable man for the award, even if he hadn't been injured. We all see him as the most positive member of the team. I received no award, but we all hear our names called aloud to signify our completion of this event. After my name is called, I hear a remarkable thing. The team members all seem to be clapping and cheering for me louder than they did anyone else. The applause continues for an interminable length of time before it finally dissipates into silence. I did not expect this outpouring of emotion connected to the calling of my name. It seems to me as if the team members doing the cheering didn't expect it either. I can't stop wondering why in the world that just happened. 2525. The new year of 2021 is fresh as I work on revising The Mindful Sun. The COVID-19 pandemic is raging, though the new vaccine offers a ray of hope for all. In the 8.5 intervening years since I first published, I have experienced much. I continue to work as an outpatient therapist for a community mental health center, but now my post is in the small town of Cullman, Alabama. I have grown in my level of experience, which has only added to my level of effectiveness as a clinician. Following the first publication of the book, I was asked to speak at a number of venues, one of which was at my alma mater, the University of Alabama, where I spoke to a group of 250 students. Incidentally, I also spoke in Auburn, Alabama, the town which hosts UA's rival school Auburn University, but for the mental health center there. The setting for this speech was in a Methodist church with beautiful stained glass windows. Speaking in a church setting always seems to give me an extra spark of inspiration. I'm a member of University Baptist Church in Huntsville and participate primarily online due to geography and the need for social distancing. A big change for college campuses has been the advent of national associations for mental illness on campus, where students experiencing mental illness can meet and interact with other students with many of the same issues. This would have been of enormous value to me when I was a student trying to finish up my own degree, and I'm thankful this source of support is now available to the next generation of consumers. Another improvement in the lives of many consumers has been the advent of long-lasting injectables of the newer antipsychotic medications. Earlier in my recovery story, I was injected with one of the older antipsychotic medications called Prolixin and suffered terrible side effects for a time as a result. Years after that, around the time I first started practicing as a therapist, in 2004, injectable versions of some of the newer antipsychotic medications became available, which treat both positive and negative symptoms being sold by the ever-present pharmaceutical representatives who visited the MHC. At that time, these medications were very expensive and not in use to a great extent in public mental health. Over the years, however, these medications have become more affordable and are now in much greater use. I've had the chance to see remarkable results with people on these medications in many instances and would encourage people to consider this option if oral medications are not having the desired effect. With injectables, one only has to remember to take them either once per 2 weeks, once per month, or even once per 3 months, as opposed to every single day. It also removes a number of non-compliance considerations from the table. While certainly not for everyone with psychotic, or in some cases manic symptoms, they're definitely a convenience and benefit to many. I spoke to groups of mental health professionals who said they also saw benefits of these medications for the consumers they worked with. The speeches that I was invited to give focused heavily on ways to overcome obstacles. I would provide my audience with a list of the 10 tenets that had guided me down my path to recovery. These were on decorative paper resembling an unfurled scroll to emphasize their importance. These 10 tenets are as follows. 1. Always surround yourself with positive people who believe in you. 2. Good things often happen in their own time. 3. Persistent and unfailing effort is the key to accomplishing your goals. 4. Don't feel down on yourself if you haven't accomplished all of your goals yet. 5. Achieving one goal will propel you toward the next one. 6. Never forget the power of miracles and acknowledge them when they occur. 7. Avoid intoxicating substances as well as toxic relationships. 8. Take time out to recharge your battery and do some things that you enjoy. 9. Every decision that we make is a calculated risk. 10. Recognize the opportunities that come your way and go for it. In my speeches, I would elaborate on the meaning of these principles in greater detail to my audience, using examples from my recovery story to illustrate their power in action. My audience seemed to benefit from these speeches and often offered positive feedback. In 2013, I traveled to the NAMI National Convention in San Antonio, where my book was on sale at the bookstore, along with other publications related to mental health. While there, I walked along the famous Riverwalk, which I'd only seen before watching the NBA Finals when the San Antonio Spurs basketball team was playing in them. Spurs merchandise could be seen just about everywhere someone traveled there. I found some relief from the intense July summer sun at the Alamo and the gorgeous botanical garden which was planted just behind it. One of the speakers at this conference was Dr. Xavier Amador, author of the book, I Am Not Sick, I Don't Need Help, How to Help Someone with Mental Illness Accept Treatment. This book was inspired by his efforts at helping his brother Henry to accept treatment for schizophrenia. I later read this book and found it to be quite insightful. In his speech, he described his family's story as well as concepts from the book, including the condition known as anosognosia. According to NAMI, anosognosia is a symptom that affects about 30% of people with schizophrenia and 20% of people with bipolar disorder. It is an extreme inability for someone to accurately perceive their own self-image as having a mental illness, despite clear evidence to the contrary. Anosognosia comes from the Greek meaning to not know a disease. It's important for family members and mental health providers to be aware that people with this serious medical condition are not just being stubborn or trying to be uncooperative with treatment when they don't want care. They genuinely don't believe they have the illness and don't want to take medication for a condition they don't believe impacts them. To demonstrate this concept, Dr. Amador pulled a random lady out of the audience and asked her if she had diabetes. She said no, and he then proceeded to try and convince her that she did in fact have diabetes. The intentionally awkward exchange illustrated the concept of anosognosia perfectly. He went on to talk about how the best treatment approach for some people with this condition is to help them see the benefits of receiving care even though they did not actually believe they had a mental illness. Remaining out of the hospital is one such motivator. Some news publications took an interest in my own story, including the Huffington Post, who featured a related article. I also did some interviews for radio and television. Mike Autry, the director of the Office of Consumer Relations for the state of Alabama, took an interest in my story, and 2 articles in the state's consumer magazine, Listen, were published about it. Mike also invited me to serve on a number of boards for the state and to earn my certification as a peer support specialist. In 2015, I served as the treasurer for the Alabama Peer Support Specialist Association, as well as on the state's Advocacy Advisory Board. The beginning of 2015 also marks the last time I smoked a cigarette, and I'm thankful to say that I've been nicotine-free ever since. In 2016, I left Alabama to work for the Veterans Administration in Central Illinois as a social worker for their inpatient unit for 2 years. The lessons that I learned there are invaluable and remain an important part of my practice today. Bert is presently living in a group home in Athens, Alabama, and is in the process of moving into a more independent setting as soon as he can. He has now graduated from using a cell phone to using a smartphone, which I was able to painstakingly teach him how to utilize. Our relationship remains close. When I first moved to Danville, Illinois, a small town 20 miles west of Indiana, my landlord drives me to a hangar that houses some World War II fighter planes. He knows that I have an interest in them because I told him about my grandfatherly cousin who flew them in that war. They're a lot bigger than I had imagined for some reason, I tell him. While in Washington, D.C. 6 years prior to that, I had visited the Air and Space Museum there, which had many similarities to the Air and Space Museum of my hometown of Huntsville. I spent most of my time during that trip with Reverend Thomas and his family, who are African American and who are part of the NAMI Sharing Hope program, which provides information about mental health to primarily African American ministers. His wife is a longtime social worker for the North Alabama Regional Hospital, though I never met her there when I was a patient, and their son Eli is 16 and playing football in high school. We leave the Air and Space Museum, watching horse-drawn buggies carrying tourists down the street, and make our way to the newly built Native American Museum. At the National Mall, we pass by the National Christmas Tree and read the plaque that says that it had been there since 1974. We have no knowledge that the next year it will be blasted to cinders by lightning. Reverend Thomas will also contract cancer and pass away around that time, leaving a hole in all of the hearts of the people that knew him. We see the Washington Monument in the distance and are impressed by it, but don't get a chance to see it up close. Most people don't realize that the tip of it is made of aluminum, I remark. We also get a good glimpse of the World War II memorial, but again don't have a chance to really see it up close. We stop at the Women's Vietnam Memorial for a moment while Reverend Thomas collects his thoughts. The larger Vietnam Memorial is just over there. I'd like to see that too, I said. "I don't think I can handle that right now," he said, head lowered. I realized that he probably had close friends that died in Vietnam and would be overwrought with feelings of grief if we did. "I'll surely get a chance to see it another time," I said to myself. We see the Lincoln Monument up ahead and make our way there. Up the giant white marble steps we go. The sheer sense of the enormity of it all is staggering. At the top of the steps, we see Abraham Lincoln in gargantuan form, reclining on his huge marble throne in blue shadow. The walls of the monument are inscribed with enormous lines of the speeches he wrote. We feel overwhelmed by the scale of everything there, and clearly none of us has seen anything like this before. We head back down the steep, crowded steps, snapping photos of each other many times along the way. Back in Danville, Illinois in 2018, I'm touring the local war museum with my brother Bert, who is in town for a visit. Surrounded by endless rows of uniforms, weapons, and medals, we can't help but recall our stepfather Dave's home, which was filled with model planes, tanks, and even a large Zeppelin that he had glued together and painted by hand. His home also housed rifles from all time periods that he had refurbished himself. The steel helmets and brimmed officers' hats with gold leaf that we see displayed in the museum were like the ones back home that we'd tried on ourselves 100 times before. Dave's hometown of Indianapolis, Indiana is only an hour away. Ironically, I had also visited Indianapolis 5 years before I moved up north in order to see the Indy 500 auto race with my friend Tommy. If you'll recall, Tommy had helped talk me out of suicide much earlier on in my recovery. Even more ironically, his parents were actually from the Illiana community that VA Illiana was named for, where I ended up working for the Veterans Administration. Illiana is a combination of the names of the states Illinois and Indiana, since the VA there was located very near the border of the two states. After the race, Tommy and I grilled hamburgers in the field where we had parked before the race, while contemplating all we had seen that day. It was the 100th anniversary of the race that year, and someone had constructed a monstrous Hot Wheels track with giant loops to drive life-sized cars through. Jim Nabors, the man who starred in Gomer Pyle, and Florence Henderson, the mother of the Brady Bunch, sang songs before the race, as was the annual tradition. Back in our hotel room, I'm able to watch a replay of the race, which allows me to piece together what the noisy, whizzing blurs I had witnessed actually did that day. The winner of the race that year, Dan Weldon, is Australian and will die in a car wreck at a race a couple of years later. When Bert and I go to Indianapolis together, we don't go to the race, but instead we spend time in the arcade and restaurant known as Dave & Buster's. Our stepfather Dave's alma mater, Purdue University in West Lafayette, Indiana, is 1 hour away as well, and I visited it a number of times while living in the area. One of the routes from Danville to West Lafayette allows you to see mile upon mile of giant white windmills with 3 thin blades rotating in the wind. Back in my small apartment in Danville, Illinois, Bert is wearing a mood ring that he purchased from his winnings at Dave & Buster's. Its slowly shifting colors seem to capture and hold his attention for a long stretch of time. It's now 2010, and I'm with a group of fellow people living with mental illness for a mental health field trip at a Native American festival taking place around giant mounds of earth that were once used for religious rites in a town called Oakville in Alabama. A giant staircase ascends to the top of one of the mounds, which is flat on top. The other, smaller mound is covered in trees, and no one is allowed to walk there. A large pond lies near the Indian mounds and was likely dug by hand to supply the earth for the mounds. On this day, there is an annual festival celebrating Native American culture taking place, so the entire area is crowded with children of all ages. Traversing the long bridge that crosses the deep blue water of the pond is cumbersome as a result. There are vendors there who sell handcrafted items. I purchase a large turkey feather fan and some sage to burn and then waft upon myself for ritual cleansing. A powwow dance is happening there as well. I think back to a past powwow I attended in Tuscaloosa while I was living with Kim and finishing up my bachelor's degree at University of Alabama in 1997. The same funnel cakes covered with powdered sugar, which were on sale there, are available at this powwow as well. Tuscaloosa lies near another smaller town called Moundville. It is also the home to some large Native American mounds. I've never visited the actual mounds in Moundville, but I will visit the town on 2 occasions in my future. The first occasion is 2012, when I've been asked to share my recovery story to a group of Black ministers congregating at the AME church there to learn more about mental health issues. The other occasion is when I'm traveling by car to see the UA play in the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans in 2019. I'm riding there with my friend Tim, and we make a stop in Moundville to visit Tim's niece. The UA goes on to win that game and then the national championship game after that against the University of Georgia, in one of the most dramatic endings seen in college sports history. These 2 games will be juxtaposed in my mind such that it feels as if I was actually in person for the national championship game and not just the Sugar Bowl. The nation's largest Native American mound, Cahokia, is in Illinois, but I don't have a chance to visit it in person either. Back in 2010, at the festival in Oakville, a loud cannon booms out a shocking wave of sound like thunder about every 15 minutes or so. There's a booth that showcases blacksmithing from the 19th century near where the cannon lies. In the future, I'll see rows of sabers on display at the Native American Museum in Washington, D.C. There will also be Winchester rifles on display. Reverend Thomas points to a placard that describes the curse that the Winchester family supposedly had cast upon them because of the number of people who died from that rifle. For now, in Oakville, though, my mind drifts back to a time when I'm out west with the Journey of Hope. A couple of my fellow riders and I walk into a rocky enclave enclosed by cold stone, which was once utilized by Native Americans for ceremonial purposes. Inside, we stare in awe at a naturally cut stone chair that looks very much like a throne. In what state in the country this was in, or if any one of us chose to sit in it ourselves, I cannot for the life of me recall. Warping ahead in time to 2021, a prequel for The Mindful Son begins to crystallize and take form in my mind. The future remains a beautiful mystery. Thank you for listening to The Mindful Son. Written by James L. Hickman. Narrated by Brian Peterson. Copyright 2012 by James L. Hickman. Production copyright 2022 by James L. Hickman.